歴史を変えたこの男、ベーゲーワールドチャンピオン、ササベベ1億5000万回キー
Season's greetings, everybody, and welcome to the Shadowverse World Grand Prix 2025, the first for Shadowverse Worlds Beyond, one of the biggest card game tournaments of all time. I'm your host, Ignitius. With me is my co-host, Different Fight, and we have the immeasurable honor of bringing you the highest caliber Shadowverse games today. Chris, how are you feeling going into this?
This is going to be a very exciting time. It's been years in the making, quite literally. It's been, I think, 4 years since our last World Grand Prix. It was back in original classic Shadowverse. First time ever for Worlds Beyond, and we have players that have qualified from original Shadowverse, and of course, a whole lot of new talent from Worlds Beyond as well. So it's going to be a very, very exciting time. This is going to be, you know, all of the best players that have been practicing, playing. You know, some of them qualified at the beginning, some of them qualified, as I said, in, you know, last year, and then some of them qualified last month, right? And this is going to be a very exciting time to see everyone from all over the world, from all the different regions, compete as well. And it's going to be very exciting, Igni, because, you know, these players, they're not just here for, you know, just to show off and show what they've got in terms of their grind, but we have a grand prize of 100 million yen on the line here, and the first ever Worlds Beyond WGP champion title. So this is going to be a lot to play for. You will literally go down in history as the first ever Worlds Beyond grand champion in the entire world. And for those of you tuning in, I'm sure you know you're watching us on the English broadcast, but this stream is also going to be streamed in 4 different languages. You can watch it in Japanese, you can watch it in Korean, in traditional Chinese, or you can stick with us here in English as well and enjoy the day. And not just one day, it's an entire weekend of Shadowverse fun, Igni.
That's right. So guys, if you want any of the information regarding the Shadowverse World Grand Prix, make sure to look up Shadowverse World Grand Prix and get on the official website for all the information and all the links to the other co-streams. Now, what is this tournament actually going to be like? Let's take a look at the overview because it's a bit of a unique one here. The tournament structure is as follows. Day 1, which is today, there's going to be 6 rounds of Swiss. The top 3 players of Swiss will make it directly to the grand finals in 2 days from now. Then, the 4th to 11th players that placed in Swiss will compete in 1 round of a BO3 playoff. And so from 8 players, 4 of them will advance to the grand finals on the 28th. But then that's only 7 of the players for the grand finals. The last and final 8th player is going to be decided tomorrow at the last chance qualifier held in person in Japan. The people who fell from day 1 today will automatically have a place in the last chance qualifier tomorrow. But the last chance qualifier was also open to any entrance, and you know it was decided through lottery, so it really could be anyone. We might be seeing a dark horse champion arise tomorrow. Then the grand finals, of course, it's going to be 8 players, single elimination, and unlike any other tournament this year, it's not best of 3, it's best of 5. So the players are going to have to bring 3 decks and win with all of their decks each round to make it to the finals to be crowned the World Grand Prix Worlds Beyond champion, the very first. So the best of 5 format is extremely exciting, making sure without doubt that whoever walks away the champion after this weekend is the one who deserved it the most with their skill and their perseverance.
That is right. It's going to be really cool to watch. You know, we don't get to see best of 5 too often for Worlds Beyond as well. So I think for a lot of people, this will be the real culmination of a lot of, you know, months of hard work for a lot of these players. And for us, you know, watching them grow and, you know, come from brand new unknown names into the scene, you know, in the months of the summer and now potentially becoming champions here in the winter. But of course, we already mentioned earlier, there is a lot of prizing on the line for these players. And luckily, just for showing up, they do actually get to go home with some prize money as well. So you can see right here that just for showing up and, you know, even if you get 0 wins and 6 losses, you will go home with 50,000 yen to your name. And the same goes for if you get 1 win and 5 losses as well. But if you can even get 2 wins from the 6 rounds that we'll be playing today, you get to upgrade those earnings to 100,000 yen. And if you know, tie it up with 3 wins and 3 losses, that becomes 150,000 yen. But Igni, if you advance to the playoffs, that's when you start to get that big double factor.
Absolutely. I mean, getting to the playoffs is a huge accomplishment because, like we said, the 30 players here today are, you know, world class. So getting to the playoffs, you get 200,000 yen. If you advance from that to the 5th tie, you get 500,000 yen. 3rd tie, 3 million. Then 2nd place, huge bump here, gets 20 million yen. And then the champion, who is crowned the first ever Worlds Beyond World Grand Prix champion, not only has the honor of carrying the entire competitive scene, but also 100 million yen, which was a big marquee and what makes this one of the biggest events, not just of Shadowverse, but of any card game of all time.
That is right. Absolutely incredible prizing that they will be playing for. And of course, you know, it really is the World Grand Prix, right? It is the tournament that these players have been preparing for the entire year, right? And for some of them, they've had even more time, right? As we mentioned, we have a good bunch of players that qualified in 2024. We are merely a week away from 2026, by the way. But,
yeah, I know. That's
you
crazy.
know, these players, they've had time to grind. We have some players that I guess for those watching, they've been watching the SVOs throughout the entire year, might be unknown names, even if it's people representing our own region. And, I'm really excited to look through the entire list of players in general because we have representation from all the different regions. And, Shadowverse itself, I think for those of you watching, is very much an international game as well. I mean, look at the two of us, right? You got a dude born in Indonesia, raised in Singapore, from one of the most international communities possible. Then I'm like guy born in Eastern Europe, raised in Luxembourg. Neither of us sound like people from our own countries, but it's like it's everyone is here together, right? Everyone is here together. It's an international community. Let us know in the chat. Let us know in the comments if you're watching the archive where you're watching this from as well. And let's get excited, right? There's a lot of players representing our region. We'll try to not, be too biased in rooting for them. Yeah. But at the same time, there's also a lot of big names from a lot of the other leagues. And I'm excited to get into the player list and take a look at the players representing the different regions too.
All right. I mean, just as you said, here we have them. From the Rage Shadowverse 2024 Spring Championship, the champion Ando Ren, as well as the second place of that same tournament, Realel. Pretty big names already. We also have from the Taiwan Open 2024 champion, Neko got 7, and the summer champion for Rage over in Japan, Machida, and the second place, Yuto Fujiwara. So already the names are stacked.
That's right. And then we still had 2 other players that qualified in 2024. First was Saga from, of course, the Korea Open, the champion of 2024 as well. He's been actually doing really well in general. And then, of course, Twilight Knights' very own Shinja that we crowned as the Masters Cup champion last year in OG Shadowverse as well. So as you can see, 7 players from original Shadowverse. And then, of course, kicking off the Worlds Beyond players is our very own kickoff champion from the SVO region, IEV's Rs21 as well. But that's only the first player from the players that qualified from Worlds Beyond, of course, as we have plenty of more players. Let's take a look at the next page and see who else is competing. We have, of course, the Extra Championship Hokkaido champion BB. So if you don't know what the Extra Championship is, it's offline tournaments that took place in Japan. So you had to actually travel to these locations and qualify, and BB was the one that took it all there. And you can actually see next to him is the Osaka champion Fueta that took place a couple months after that. And we also have the Taiwan Open Season 1 champion Rick here that is also joining them all together.
Not just that, of course, we have the online championships, which, unlike the extra championships, you can probably tell from the name, took place online. A very different way to play, which is what I love about, Worlds Beyond. You can experience it in many different ways. Gust was the September champion on that tournament. And then in the August champion, we have Orolon, as well there. And then the second place for the September championship, Ho, the second place for the August, Unctus. And then as you were talking about the extra championships, there was also one in Fukuoka with DFM Mill, an actual pro player from a pro team.
That is right. And of course, there's still more to go. Not just more pro players, but of course, more qualified players as well. We have the NetEase Championship. We have the top 4 players that qualified from the NetEase region as well in 2025. Going from first to fourth, we have first place, the champion Miss Shadow or Miss Shadow 51. Second place, 694. Third place, Beyond. Literally the name of the game is this man. And Gorshi in fourth place as well. Unfortunately, due to personal reasons, 694 and Gorshi will not be attending the tournament, but still, huge congratulations to them for actually making it to the tournament. And Igni, we also have a bunch of other players that qualified from Rage too.
That's right. So in the Rage Japan Championship, we got Yunnan in first, Feeney in second, and then from the Taiwan Season 2, we had Mango, and then of course our very own Shadowverse Open Grand Finals champion Bareric, who might be here to surprise everybody as well. Finally, second place from that Grand Finals, also Alejandro, and then in the Online Championship in November, we have Neuru and El Genubi, the winner and the runner-up respectively. From the Pro League, we have YFM Agunomu, who is the team captain, and then from Korea, Grand Finals, we have DNF Reroll, third place NBVC, and then finally Extra Championship in Aichi, we have DFM Yuri, so a lot of DFM in this tournament actually, and then the very last player to qualify, our own Shadowverse Open LCQ champion Kai Jonas.
That is right. So those are the players that qualified for the World Grand Prix from across the world. And we have our first matchup ready as well. Right off the bat, we have our own SVO champion, Bareric. And look at those jackets, Igni.
Just gonna say, those jackets are crazy. They always pull out all the stops for World Grand Prix, as they should. It is the biggest, one of the biggest card game tournaments ever. Now, noticing on the matchup screen here, guys, remember, it is 2 decks, best of 3. They have to win with both decks to advance. Bareric is queuing with Runecraft, and Realel queuing up here first round with Abysscraft. The deck lists are all on the official website, in case y'all are curious about what is going on there. Bareric here is playing Earthright Runecraft, as you can see, and Realel is, I believe, playing Mode Abyss. Oh no, sorry, he's playing Mid Abysscraft. Ooh,
yeah.
Oh no,
okay.
it does have the 3 Shamnahas in it. Okay.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a hybrid.
And as you can also see, the battlefield looks a little different from usual, Igni, right?
The World Grand Prix, if you guys were not aware, this happened in Classic as well. They pull out all the stops, and we mean it, a custom stage in-game with custom music as well, just for this event.
Yeah, this is one of the biggest highlights, and I think this stage this year looks one of the coolest ever. It really fits the theme of Worlds Beyond in general, and I think that, you know, if you watch some of the past World Grand Prix streams and archives just to kind of relive the history of the game, you get to really see how hard they go on these, and we even have an original soundtrack for it and everything. So just take a moment to enjoy it as we kick off this first game between Realel and Bareric.
Got that composer Yoshihiro Ike on the 1s and 2s for Shadowverse, and we respect it.
100%.
Interestingly, giving you guys some background regarding these players, Realel is pretty famous in the Japanese community for being one of the best Forest players around. So a bit surprising that no Forest in his lineup, and instead it's on his opponents.
Yeah. And I'm very excited to see. And you actually check the deck list of all the players on the official Shadowverse website. So make sure that if you are curious about their list, you can take a look. There is no hidden spice for today as of now. So you can take a look and see what kind of exciting deck Bareric is bringing in that second slot that I'm sure those of you that have been keeping up with the SVO will be very much familiar with. But we can see here, game 1, picking that Earthright, you know, I think coming from the LCQ, we definitely, you know, we're seeing Earthrights here and there, but this tournament, it really picked up, right, Igni? I
think it's one of the more stable picks for sure. Out of the 30 players competing today, 26 have brought Earthright Runecraft, so
crazy.
That just speaks to the amount of power that the deck has, and more than the power, it's the consistency. When the tournament is this high stakes, you want to have a deck that you can rely on, and Earthright is that deck.
100%, right? It is very stable. It has so many different game plans it can pivot into as well. And we can see here Bareric going for just stack generation, saving the Sage Lights just to make sure that you can continue to pivot into whether it's emergency healing or AoE throughout the game.
It turned out to be a pretty good decision too, because it seems that Realel also taking it slow with just a Screaming and Loathing for double draw there. I also want to mention, for the people who are watching at home, we will be showing the deck list of these players in between games 1 and 2. It's just that they jumped into the matches so fast we didn't get the opportunity. Yeah, we are excited. We just want to see the games. Let's get them rolling.
That is right. And of course, these players as well. Again, for those of you just tuning in, 6 rounds of Swiss, and you want to go 6-0 to get that immediate ticket into day 2 on the 28th of December. That's going to be in 2 days' time on the Sunday. And we can see here that Bareric, you know, choosing to take it a little bit slow.
I think both players are going a little bit... They haven't stepped on the gas yet, right? But it gets scary real fast, Chris, because as you know, with mode, for the people who may not be familiar, it relies on this faith that you get at the beginning of the game from the card Shamnaha in your deck. The more you activate modes, the more it ticks up, and once it hits a counter of 10, suddenly you play her and the deck's power level spikes, because now you can select more than one mode than you would have been able to previously. So everything is doing the maximal effect, essentially. So that's why the momentum of mode sort of picks up once the Faith is completed. Meanwhile, over on the Earthright side, we know very well that going into turn 5, turn 6 is when things start to get a bit spicy, and we already see that Norman in hand, right, Chris?
Yes, exactly. Norman is one of the biggest power play cards, I think, in this entire format right now. Being able to give you not just burst healing, not just the ability to draw into plenty of cards to make sure you don't run out of gas, but also that very annoying ability to summon Guardian Golems, which are 3/3s with Barrier. That can really set the tone and the pace of the game from the very get-go, right? And how you manage that in the mirror is going to be very important, I think, as we watch these games throughout the day, because as you mentioned, so many players in this tournament are bringing this deck, and Realel is actually one of the only ones not bringing it, instead going for, the second most popular deck in the tournament, and the Mode Abyss, which actually I think only 4 out of our 30 players are bringing, right?
That's right. Mode Abyss is actually our 4th most popular deck. Let me give you guys the breakdown while the players thinking through their turns here. We have 26 Earthright Runecrafts, 19 Loot Swordcrafts, 5 Cresthaven Crafts, 4 Mode Abyss Crafts, 2 Lashena Portal Crafts, 1 Puppet, 1 Midrange Abyss, 1 Evolved Sword, 1 Izudia Forest. Oh, we see the Granagita come down. Again, a very slow turn here.
Yeah, right. Really just saving the power plays. I think Real's probably also expecting the Norman to hit here on turn 6, and also trying to make sure that there are answers lined up into it. But here we go. Norman is just gonna do the very annoying move here of creating these Guardian Golems and telling Realel, hey, how are you gonna answer this?
Yep. Normal man has hit the field, and the crazy thing is, in this matchup in particular, Bareric actually has one of the best answers to what Realel can do, because he actually was able to pick up the 1x Valharia in his list in hand. And Valharia, if you guys don't know, on the Super Evolve banishes all copies of a specific card on the field, so if Realel ever lands that Congregant of Entwining down, that big board they make in one turn is just going to go bye-bye with no problem.
Oh, but this is such a huge turn here for Bareric. The Norman actually stood and gets to get 7 damage in here already. This is where the snowballing starts to happen for Earthright, and we're going to start to see it in real time here as well. As you know, getting this big damage in the first place is already so huge, but being able to pair that up now with, getting to clear with like Granagita here, for example, while potentially finding more pieces, finding another Norman for next turn is going to be very huge. Or could also pivot for a Cagliostro, although that's only going to get its regular Skybound art of just getting the free evolve. You do want the crest, and of course, for those of you that maybe played a little bit at the beginning of Worlds Beyond and haven't kept up as much, the Earthright deck has really gotten a lot of really strong support, and a lot of it is from the most recent expansion as well, where they introduced the Skybound, or I guess reintroduced the Skybound art keyword, which basically is something that the more you evolve throughout a game, the faster you get to use your Skybound arts. And then you have super Skybound arts, which are like super evolved, I guess, versions of them in a sense, that activate once you've either gotten to turn 15, or if you've evolved, the times you evolve add to that count as well. So it gets basically added to it, and then you get to use it a bit faster too. Just like how you can see the Granagita there evolves for essentially free without actually using an evolve point.
That's right. A very good explanation of the mechanics that were introduced in the Skybound Dragons expansion. And you might be interested to know, if you're just tuning in, that expansion was themed around Grand Blue Fantasy as well, and other Psy Games properties. So lots of fan favorites in here, like Cagliostro, as we see there. Now we do see Faith has been activated on Real's side with that Shamnaha, which is fantastic going into the next few turns, because we have Rulanai and we have Gensetsu Yuzuki in hand. That being said, does Bareric want to spend the Valharia on this board now, or do you want to save it? I think you probably can afford to save it, because now that the Shamnaha Faith is active, the second Congregant is where they'll really hurt you if you don't keep the Valharia in the back.
Exactly. I think that is something to hold off onto. It's also an answer into Rule 9 Valneric as well. So I think in the situations where you can have a better form of board clear, it is more optimal to go for that as well. More economic, I guess, in that sense. But Cagliostro is one of the big power play cards that we sort of talked about a little bit earlier, in that she essentially gives you the ability to not just gain Earth Sigils, but she also gives you this Ars Magna spell to your hand as well, that lets you deal 2 damage to anything and also restore 1 defense to yourself as well. So we're going to see that added to hand right here, and the free evolve as well. And here we go. This is going to be a very strong clear, but the Shamnaha is going to remain.
So the Shamnaha Super Evolve basically yoinks an enemy follower, but leaving only a Melvi up means that there's not really a great target for it. So I think it's totally fine to just leave a 2/2 body up on board. You're ahead on the face race here, so you should be fine. Now, another line of play that the mode can do is if they're expecting to be able to survive, they can actually save the Wings of Desire in hand for a potential OTK instead of just pushing aggression now. Let's see what Realel decides to do here.
Oh, it's looking like it.
Ooh, there you go.
I like it. You know you already have the second one in hand. You just picked that up from the Lyria, who of course is a 2-cost 1/1 with barrier. But if you play her on 8, she fetches you a 7-cost or greater card from your deck, which is really one of the best neutral cards in this, and this entire set, I would say. Or specifically, it fetches you a follower, not a card. Sorry.
Both her and Granangita, just adding all these neutral draw options to the game has made it so that tier 2 can actually be really quite wide. In this tournament, there's 6 out of 7 classes represented, which is pretty good, honestly, for a class-based card game. That's an incredibly balanced meta in terms of class representation. Of course, in terms of deck representation, Earthright is leading the pack here. Oh, and here we see the Valharia effect go off, as you can see there. Bye-bye, Ruthenai Valneric. But I'm a little worried, because we know that these are congruent on the clapback too.
That's right. So for those of you that don't know, Valharia on Super Evolve will banish all enemy copies of a specific follower. So if they have something that's just cloned over and over and over again, she will give you an AoE board clear. And now Bareric is thinking about these last 3 play points. What will be committed to? 11 sigils is pretty good. Let's make that 13.
All right, not bad. Yeah, just leave a 1/1 up. What's it doing, right? I will also say, you mentioned earlier getting the Cagliostro crest, and Bareric did indeed was able to get it up on time. So now this means that every turn, at the beginning of every turn, Earthright 1, consume one of the Earth Sigils on board to get another Ars Magna, that 1-cost spell that deals 2 and heals 1. So a great source of burn, a great source of chip healing. Let's see if it ends up being relevant. I think it might just be.
Yeah, that's going to be very big, especially because Bareric also picked up one of the big finishers of the deck, which is the Sandalphon Primarch successor, which, let's just say, once you get his Super Skybound art active, he will do 2 damage randomly 5 times to something, but if your opponent doesn't have anything on the board, that's basically 10 damage confirmed to your opponent's leader, and that is one of the most common ways to win the game. That was picked up last turn though, so that means that its Super Skybound art isn't that high yet, and we're going to need to rely on some of those, free evolutions potentially, as well as, of course, just getting into the late game to confirm that lethal damage.
Yeah, unfortunately, Bareric is sort of running out a little bit on gas here. I mean, in a pinch, can always spend the 2 Sage Lights to clear whatever board comes his way, but he doesn't have a follow-up for the next turn quite yet unless he picks up some draw. All right, invoking the Sandalphone, another Gilnelise. That's going to be really powerful next turn. Do you think this turn, Chris, is just double Sage Light to clear, or how are we navigating this?
I do think that is likely. You do Sage Light, and then Ars Magna just to have the 9/9 taken care of. That gives you a little bit of healing. The only downside is that Ars Magna is often part of your lethal combo, especially because you are usually at full play points when the Sandalphon is active as well. So therefore, being able to, close off any awkward boards with the Ars Magna or like with Gilnelise and whatnot does help. So we'd be forced to use that, and also use a lot of Earth Sigils in this turn too, right?
10 play points. How do you feel about Sage Light, Cagliostro? Get a second Ars Magna. Next turn, you have 3 Ars Magnas plus Sandalphone. It's almost a guarantee.
That's true.
Yeah.
I think that's also very valid. So let's see how Bareric feels about it. The fact that Cagliostro also generates you 2 Earth Sigils is also very important.
That's true. But like you said, the Skybound art is not active on the Sandalphone either. That's true. So we are just going to take it slow. I'm kind of worried for Bareric here. Not a lot of draw.
Yeah, I would really, he's saving that last evolve point as well, hoping for maybe a Norman pickup. Of course, one of the most powerful cards also in this deck is the Lelanthum, that sometimes, like, if it sticks in the right matchup, it really just becomes very much a pain in the neck. But another very important card picked up here, Igni, the Alchemic Flare.
Alchemic Flare is such a strong card. 2 play point, deal 4 damage to an enemy follower, generate an Earth Sigil, Skybound Art, deal 2 to the enemy leader. It's already turn 10, so the Skybound Art is active by default, meaning that this is going to be one of the best ways to clear out this Ginsetsu Yuzuki 5/9 body. That's otherwise going to be a huge problem. But the problem is that Realel being able to play the Yuzuki for double effect because of the Shamnaha Faith being active means that he's recovered quite a bit and swung the entire board in his favor.
Yeah, it looks like this is what you are going to be forced to do here. You're just going to super evolve the Gilnelis, targeting the Ginsetsu. The evolving does give you your super Skybound Art a little bit faster, though.
And then we are going to see the Cagliostro come down here as well, I believe. Would it be possible to click on the Sandalphones and check their Skybound Art counts?
I'm very curious on that one as well. We do know that one of them was added earlier.
From Invoke, just last turn, yeah.
Yeah.
So it's pretty low. And the other one was drawn just the turn before, so it is pretty low. Ooh, we're just going to have to survive till that long.
But here comes the second Ginsetsu and Yuzuki Twin Calamities. This is, I mean, such a big power play card that gets to just answer that. Ooh, Norman picked up, but is it too late?
Yeah, after the Evolve is used, like you said. Oh man, that's tough. One of the Sandalphones is active, but there's no way you can clear this board with having that Sandalphone activate at the same time.
This is tough. You would have loved to have another AoE damage dealer, your third Sage Light Teachings here. Like, there are quite a few tools in this deck that do help you to clear things out. You know, Ryo is a card that we've seen played in this deck as well throughout, you know, in different ratios.
That's right. And Bareric does play one Ryo, but didn't find it on time. And I think more crucially, Chris as well, bottom 18, we didn't find a single of the 2 Lilanthums, which would have been a massive boon last turn as well, being able to clear that Genyuzu without so much investment. This is looking a little dicey.
Bareric very much here on the line. 16 defense remains. Gonna just go for a little bit of burst damage here. Try to find some way around it, but the problem is that when you leave this many stats on board,
that's right,
Rule 9 Valneric can just clear up the rest. This is where keeping the second copy of the Wings of Desire is going to just seal the deal for Realel in this game 1, finding the damage necessary to take it over Bareric's Earthright Rune.
Fantastic piloting from Realel, keeping that Wings of Desire several turns ago, knowing that this was his out to be able to overcome all of the chip healing. Now, guys, let's take a look at the deck list real quick because we weren't able to take a look at them at the beginning there. Realel, like we said, playing that Loot Swordcraft and that Mode Abysscraft with a bit of hybrid spice thrown in there with the one of Belial. Yeah, two very strong decks, and also one of the only players, like Chris mentioned, that isn't bringing Earthright Runecraft. Very interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. It's you know, again, Loot Sword is one of the most common decks in this entire format and one of the best as well. And we're gonna get to see it, you know, in action very, very soon as well. Let's take a look at, of course, Bareric's deck list as well. And you can see here it is the trademark, the Izudia Forest.
Old reliable. If you guys aren't aware and you weren't watching the SVO season, Bareric qualified to Grand Finals with Izudia. He won Grand Finals with Izudia, and he's trying to make it the three-peat, and then of course he's also bringing that Earthright Runecraft. All right.
That's right. I think let's get back into it for our game 2 here between the two players, Realel and Bareric. Bareric now needs to win these next 2 games to advance. Again, in order to win a round, you have to win with both of your decks. So for Realel, he has to just win 1 game with the Loot Swordcraft in order to get that round 1 dub. Whereas for Bareric, it is back against the wall. Let's see what will be the deck choice for game 2.
I wonder. It would be a bit of a morality hit or a morale hit to go down first round 2-0. But guys, remember, this is 6 rounds of Swiss, so even if Bareric is down here, he's still very much in the race. The only question is, will he run it back with the Zudia or the Rune? And he's going to go with the Rune here. And now it's a very different ball game. 3 Melvies in the opening hand. He'll never run out of resources into a Lanthem.
Oh, but the opening for Realel is also quite crazy. Finding that tablet in the opening hand.
Okay. Oh, hold up. 2 tablets. That might be a little too much. Let's slow it down.
Hey,
slow your roll.
that Ruby inclusion.
That's
might
true.
be putting in some work here.
Toss it back.
That's right. That's actually a newer tech in these loot sword lists. You know, it's actually one of the few 2/2 drops that the deck can play, and looks like that might just be the angle for turn 2 for Realel here, sending back that tablet. And also, I just want to point out, you can kind of see it on the right, but the players do have the lovely World Grand Prix sleeves as well. And you get the beautiful animation as they are playing with fully animated decks, you know, as is tradition in the World Grand Prix.
Well, Chris, I play with fully animated decks on a regular basis, so this is normal to me.
You're just all different, man.
All right, as expected, second Melvie coming down, and Bareric's hand is starting to look like even more of an embarrassment of riches here. Got the Enchanting Perfumer and the Norman and the Realel picked up. That's a 4-5-6 that we can just get into, right?
Yeah, dude. It's so good. And this is going to be very big, especially for tempo for Bareric, because Realel, if you want to play the tablet this turn, is going to eat up that entire turn as well. Although I do feel like this is the turn where you'll be punished a little bit less, because you can pair it up with the Congregant next turn, and that will help you answer a lot of the threats that Bareric does put down. The only thing is that there's no fuse targets in the hand, so Congregant would essentially have to, see loot cards be played.
Yeah, true, and that means that Realel might have to spend the evolve to get that play point back in order to be able to clear. I will say though, with the tablet play on turn 3 means that Bareric doesn't have to play the Perfumer. He can instead spend this turn building resources by just playing another Melvie and another Witch's New Brew yet again, drawing into even more of his deck while creating Earth Sigils. Genuinely pretty good turn for Bareric here. I'm expecting a Melvie drop.
Yeah, I think it's just a good tempo play overall, but he is going to think it over one last time. There it is.
All right, what are we looking for at this point? We have Lanthem, we have Enchanting, we have Norman, we have Realel. Granangia's nice pickup, a nice auto evolve that can help boost that Skybound, super Skybound condition for that Sandalphone that's already in hand.
It's also good timing because the Realel and Rosette was picked up earlier, so drawing into Granangia before playing that is also going to give you that Skybound art a little bit faster too.
True.
Ooh, Unctus though finally shows up.
That's got to come down. The earlier you play Unctus, the better, as we know. For people at home, Unctus gives you a crest that counts down, and then whenever you play or fuse a loot, the countdown advances as well. But you want the countdown to hit 0, because then you get the Hollowness of Usurpation token spell that is a massive amount of burn damage for 1 play point. So you just got to get the Unctus down now. I don't think there's a choice.
Yeah. For those of you tuning in and watching Loot Sword for the first time, this is a Swordcraft archetype that is a little bit different from, the typical, just put down followers on board and kind of like outscale and outpace your opponent as the game goes on. It is a lot more of a, kind of like goal-oriented deck where you have the main boss card that is the Sincero that essentially allows you to fuse these loot spells. You can see like there's the necklace in the hand there. So you have 4 different ones, and when Sincero has all 4 different ones fused to him, when he comes into play on Fanfare, he'll deal 4 damage to everything on your opponent's side of the field, including their leader. And if you super evolve him, he does that again. So that's 8 confirmed damage. And Unctus gives you a crest that counts down every turn, and also counts down every time you play a loot card or fuse a loot card as well. So that gives you a 1-cost 4 damage spell. It does hit the field first, but if you already cleared your opponent's followers through Sincero and you already dealt 8 damage to their leader at the same time, then that's an extra 4 damage you can send to the face as well. Not to mention that there is actually a 1 damage loot token spell as well that can help to clear off a bit more too. So basically has a very clear win path. The only question is, whether you draw into your Sincere, whether you find the parts. This is one of those decks that when it sees what it needs to see, it is borderline unstoppable. But when you don't, it's a little bit tough. And that's why that tablet is seeing play here, because when you have the tablet, you get an extra card draw every turn, basically at the cost of banishing every duplicate from your deck.
Yeah, and I always describe it, that's a really good summary, and I also describe it sort of like it's a puzzle, and you only need so many pieces to complete it. Sincero plus Hollowness, like you said, is 12 damage, and then you follow up with Albert on the turn after, is, well over the amount of health you need to win the game. And that's why the tablet is being run, because it's a draw engine, and you don't need those duplicates to win the game. I will say Bareric, very interesting turn there on turn 5, did not land the Realel Rosette, instead chose to play the Penelope to increase stack count. I think the consideration there is simply to be able to land Norman on 6, but then still have enough sigils to make Lelantham a persistent threat, instead of using the sigils on a Mirail there, which I think is a pretty heads up, several turns ahead kind of line of thinking from Bareric, which I love to see at this World Grand Prix.
Exactly. Again, Bareric is representing our entire region. We've been watching him play throughout the months of qualifiers as well as the grand finals as well. And now this Norman is going to be putting on SVO on his back as it summons the Guardian Golems with the barrier and tries to put up a big threat over on Real's side.
The Barricer? Is that anything? The board is big. The Congregant comes down, but like you said, still no fusion targets, which is one of the biggest ways that the Congregant can get free value, because it does the 3 random damage when you play a loot, but also when you fuse it. And of course, fusing doesn't cost any play points. So, and in this case, not only are you forced to play it, but you're also not keeping them for Sincero later. So I'm a little concerned about Real's longevity here, spending the resources he might need to assemble his puzzle pieces.
Yeah, exactly. Not having seen the Sincero yet. When the extra draw, not finding one either. There's only 7 cards left in this deck. Ooh, and that is also another remaining Norman. 2 games in a row that we see Norman stick on the board here as well.
Yeah, that does seem to happen often. Well, last time it didn't help because the Lelantham was not the follow-up, but this time, it might be the way.
It might just be. Earth Sigils are getting a little low though, so Lelantham's, of course, big pressure is the more Earth Sigils you have, the more permanent she becomes, eating 2 for her Earthright every time she's destroyed to resummon herself, basically, as a fresh body. The other strong thing, of course, is that super vulnerability, being able to destroy 2 of your opponent's followers as well. Just a very well-rounded late-game card overall, but she does get the more annoying the more you invest in the early game into those Earth Sigils.
So what are we thinking here? You could Sage Light for 4 sigils, and then play Perfumer. That'll put you to 9, giving Lelantham 4 reses, which I think is good. Alternatively, you go the other direction. Mirail Rosette, try to activate your Sandalphon on time.
That's
Which
right.
way? Which way, Bareric? Which way?
Yeah, this is honestly the big determining factor in the Earthright game plan. Going for yet another different route here instead. Go for Cagliostro with no Super Skybound or Skybound, just for the 2 Earth Sigils at the Ars Magna for capping off some damage. Choosing to say, okay, well, 6 Earth Sigils will be enough for what I'm trying to do right now. And let's see how Riel answers this.
Well, I don't hate this, Chris, because we saw on the previous turn, Riel kind of had a struggle clearing with the Congregant. Bareric knows there's no fuse targets yet in hand. This is the play that gives most board. So Bareric's maybe hoping that this sticks.
That's right. If you haven't seen the Sincero yet, then you keep on banking on it not existing. Riel also saving that extra play points from the second half of the game for the time being, it seems like. You can clear this board. That is definitely not an issue. The bigger question is, we're going to probably see the Odin go onto the Cagliostro here, and then the extra play point on the token spell. Oh no, we're going to save it. Ooh, I like it though.
Yeah, I mean, when this is the problem with the Lootcraft being so all in on the tablet, right? You need now once you've banished your duplicate pieces, there's no margin anymore for error. So you have to save that usurpation, I think, right?
Yeah, I do agree. And we're going to see a very strong Gilnelly Super Evo here, buffing itself for 5 damage. And this now basically puts Bareric into lethal range. You have so many different ways to close this out. You're going to have this constant pressure now from the Lilansum that just, if it doesn't get clear, that's 5 damage. Super Evolve, 8 damage, you've won the game. So Realel not only has to clear this board, but has to clear the Lilansum 3 times.
This is tough for Realel. No Sincero. It's in the bottom 5 of the deck. And another awkward turn where having to spend supers for the Congregant just to be able to clear this a little bit. Now this is very crucial, Chris, as you know, because with only 1 super left, you're going to have to make a decision on whether to put that on Sincero's back or on Albert's. You don't have the luxury of doing both anymore.
Bottom 4.
It's a bit tough.
Dude, no fuses still. Drawing into a fuse there would have helped so much.
Yeah, that is really rough. No fuses, meaning no Sincero and no returning slash. So
yeah,
not having either of those is
just barely manages to get
it's an even
down.
Full clear.
Yeah, it's the last one, but this is just we have a Super Evolve here for 8 damage already. And the destruction on top of that. And of course, there is more where that came from, with Gilnelly's buffing that to 10 and the Ars Magna for the last 2 damage. Bareric ties it up 1-1 in this first round.
Ooh, Chris, it's only the first round. Can you believe it? I feel like I'm on the edge of my seat already. It's kind of insane. And very crucially for us over on the SVO side, we get to see the man, the myth, the legend bring his signature deck, Izudia Forestcraft, into this next game.
On the big world stage, bro.
Oh yeah, I cannot wait to see the reactions on social media to the people who've been sleeping on SVO, the people from the other regions who had no idea what kind of demon Bareric is with this deck. I cannot wait.
Yep, this is going to be the highlight reel right here for Bareric. Very much curious. But of course, for Realel, I mean, he is one of the players representing Japan that has been performing really well, not just in Worlds Beyond, but also just one of the OGs, right? From original Shadowverse 2. Bareric, very much one of the newer names, you know, onto the scene that we've been highlighting and, you know, building his narrative throughout this, you know, competitive circuit for Worlds Beyond this year. But Realel has been around for a long time and definitely has a lot of supporters over on the Japanese side as well, hoping to see him get a strong, deep run in this tournament. And now it's time. The God of Forests playing against the man with no fear, the Izudia Forest Holder, the only one in the tournament. Let's see how this last third game of round 1 is going to go.
The man with no fear is crazy. Taking that title, which is fantastic. I will also say, guys, as Chris mentioned, Realel, huge player from the OG scene, qualifying once again, reminding y'all, runner-up at the 2024 Spring Rage. That was back during Resurgent Legends. Shoutouts to the unks in the chat. So, very cool to see him back on the world stage here, proven that the old guard can hang with the new blood. But Bareric here with already the Izudia in hand. Okay, so let me give the quick rundown for people who might not be familiar with the Izudia, if you don't mind. Izudia is a card that when you evolve it, adds Annihilating Onslaught to your hand. Annihilating Onslaught costs 6, and it gets reduced in cost by 1 at the end of every turn. The idea is that you control the game to the point where it costs low enough that you can combo it with Izudia, because if you play Annihilating Onslaught while Izudia is on board, it deals 20 damage to the enemy leader. All right.
20 whole damage. I'm afraid there is very few ways to negate that in this game. And what we do see here, Realel, this time around finds the tablet. And if you look at the quality of the hand, we do have the Sincere, we do have the Unctus. Overall, this is looking to be a much different story. And, you know, Igni, you did play this deck quite a bit in the past as well. What do you think about this matchup in particular for the Izudia perspective?
For the Izudia perspective, it has been... it can be tough depending on the hand quality of the opponent. because with Izudia, there's actually not that much healing in the list other than Gilnulis, and with loot in particular, it gets a little tricky because if they land stuff like Vaults and have no targets for a Gilnulis to trade into, they can just take down your health without you having a chance to recover. It's to the point where you're forced to run Deepwood Fairy Beast, which is a very heavy card just for potential healing. And also, I'm really concerned because Realel's hand quality, as you mentioned earlier, this hand is absurdly high quality in this scenario, as a stark contrast to the previous game we just witnessed.
100%. 100%. There is the Zudia pickup as well here. Yeah, this is going to be very much a test of lasting out throughout this game for Bareric. But, you know, we've seen him pull miracles in the past. I'm sure it's not something he's not capable of.
Okay, another Sincero acquired, and this is exactly what I was talking about. Just playing the extra play point into the vaults, might even pre-evolve. I'm not sure though. What do we think?
Draw first.
Okay, no pre-evolve, which I think is fine. Or is it fine? Because on this turn, the Supplicant is going to be able to address this very easily. If Realel evolved that, it would have been able to hit the dome this turn, which is something I'm considering.
Yeah, that's true, because the Supplicant would have had to get the evolve committed to it. I know, super evolve
Super,
too,
so it wouldn't even be able to do it
yet. Oh, Zeta Bea, one of the newest cards added to Swords Caliber, a very generic card that I'm sure we'll see stick around for a long time going forward. That, of course, is a 3/2 body, but if you play it on 6 summons, not only is it 3/2 bodies, but on 6 gives one of them Storm, the other one Bane, while they both have Rush. So you get to, you know, take care of one of your opponent's big threats on the board while also pushing a lot of damage.
I think also an issue here is the combo pieces have not fully shown up. So if you guys are unaware, one of the ways you do it is to have Izudia down and then have a second Izudia in hand with the baby Carbuncle. The baby Carbuncle Super Evolve being able to recover 3 play points means that you can play the Onslaught OTK as early as turn 11. We have the Izudia for your turn 8, meaning that the turn 11 is possible, but earlier in the game, Bareric actually fused away one Izudia into a Garden's Allure. So if he doesn't find that third Izudia in the list, he's not going to be able to OTK on time.
Yeah, and also keep in mind that there was a baby Carbuncle played on turn 2, and then another one was actually burned from an overdraw, and he only plays 2 in the list.
Ooh, okay, so that means the earliest now is turn 11, and that's if Bareric finds a second Izudia naturally.
Garden's Allure picked up here. That does help you draw more cards, but what are we going to find here?
If you Izudia now, it's really dangerous because you put yourself into a position of taking 16, right? Has Sincero been able to fuse that much this game? Regardless, it's really tough because we see now the countdown on the Realel's crest is at 1. So all starting next turn. So all Realel would have to do is either play or fuse a loot 1 time to get the hollowness, which means that it's an insane amount of damage. So Realel is really smart. Guys, remember the deck lists are open. So Realel was able to study the list a little bit, and knowing that the Bareric turn 8, what he wants to be doing is playing Izudia Evolve. Laying down that Vaults the turn previous makes that play untenable. So it's putting Bareric into an awkward position where he has to fuse away another Izudia, and instead of trying to go for an early OTK, he's now literally just trying to survive.
Oh, and fuses to find another copy here as well. Okay, really well sitting here. Cruel is gonna get the Super Evolve committed, and that of course will pair with the Grimnir Crest to take care of that source of damage. And the crest here is given to the opponent, which basically says that whenever the player controlling this crest plays a follower, that follower gets -1/-1, which for the big source of damage that this deck doesn't actually matter because everything comes from effects.
Yeah, I don't think it actually matters too much for the Sincero in particular. So we're gonna have to see. I think it's just trying to get a body down here that Bareric can swing with the turn after, as well as having an evolved follower on the field so that the Comet Drive can draw and try and find other resources. But it's still tough because Realel can actually take it a little slow, and this is exactly what I was gonna say. Just Odin this turn, generate loots for the Sincero, fuse, get the 4 damage Sincero set up next turn, and then we just run 3 to the face here. Don't even sweat it. Next turn you do Sincero's super. That's 8 plus Hollowness is 12, putting Bareric down, and then you have the Albert on the crackback the turn after, right?
Yeah, these are both of you super evolves, so that's basically how you're going to use those throughout the game. It's also quick play that you can technically commit to next turn as well. You have the spare play points for quite a few handy plays here. But for Bareric, Cruel number 2 hits the board. This heal up to 18 is very important. Ooh, Tentacles. There's so many ways to close out the game for Realel now, but I think the Sincero here for the full effect is going to be very good, especially with that ambush on board right now.
Yeah, Sincero full effect might as well, because the only way to... Ooh, actually, this is an interesting line. Ravening Face? Leave no bodies up for Gilnelis. This is exactly what I was talking about earlier. If you...
Oh, that's so big.
Play the tape. Azudia's main source of healing is Gilnelis. Now this forces Bareric into Deepwood Fairy Beast, which is an incredibly low tempo play.
Does get the yeah, we are down though. That is one of the newer additions to the deck that we didn't have in the last expansion, giving you some evolve points. We talked about it earlier a little bit too, but here comes the Alberts. That is going to be basically a perfect clear with the returning slash now that you're at 10 play points and 12 damage going to the face.
That is extremely clean. 12 to the dome, and this is the strength of Realel's last turn play. Forcing Bareric to play a card as weak on body as Deepwood Fairy Beast is, means that this Albert basically had free reign to do whatever he wanted this turn.
Yeah. So big. And this basically just shows, again, Izudia, the issue of having to get to the late game has never really changed. But it's also the fact that Izudia hasn't even been played yet this game in the first place, isn't really putting that much pressure on Realel either, so you can just keep, playing target practice and just try to throw down as much damage to get Bareric down to 0 before Izudia actually gets to threaten with the Annihilating Onslaught.
But here's the flip side of the coin, Chris. Realel committed to the tablet. If Bareric is able to survive, Realel will deck out.
That is true. That is true. But what is the likelihood of that? I mean, you're at 16. We currently have, with Sincero's 8 damage built in, 4 damage after that, 12, 13, 14 just in the hand right now.
2 Gilnelises. They're not going to be used for healing. If I had to guess, the super will go to Izudia. Oh, wait, this is lethal. Second Albert picked up off the top, wasn't it? That's pretty wild.
Yep, there it is. Remnant of Hollows is going to take it 4 damage. And Realel manages to win round 1 in a very close 3-game set. The Izudia, unfortunately, was not able to hit the landing in that match. But of course, for Bareric, this is still just the beginning of the tournament. This is still just round 1, and there are still 5 rounds left to go to try and make it into that top cut for the grand finals on the 28th.
Oh no, this is not the end of the story of that Izudia for sure. We'll have to see how it goes throughout the rest of the tournament. But I just want to say, Chris, since you're who? That was an Albert game, man. That's what I'm saying.
That was the classic sword doing its thing. If you've been playing sword from the beginning, the win con hasn't changed.
All right, that was a really, really great set to start off the day here. Guys, remember, just a quick reminder, this is day 1 of World Grand Prix, meaning it is 6 rounds of Swiss. So other players are still playing their matchups as well. in this current round over in person in Tokyo. So very, very cool there. But we will be back with a second round very, very soon. And once we come back, we'll also update the standings for y'all. So make sure to stay tuned. We're taking a quick break. Let the players, refresh, go to the bathroom, get a drink, and we will do that too. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back right after this. Hello, everybody. Hope you're all refreshed. We are heading into the round 2 of the World Grand Prix 2025, and we do have the standings for you of the results of round 1. Chris, it was a crazy first set we just spectated, but are you ready to take a look at how the rest of the field is doing?
Yes, I think we've had a lot of players from SVO as well as, of course, the other regions as well. So let's take a look and see how things are shaping up to be. So here you go. You get to see a lot of the players that have their first round dubs here and our first standings as well. Quick little SVO check. Shinja, okay, won his first round. Very good, very good. Good to see. So overall, pretty good start. Ooh, Beyond, the name of the game, is also getting a dub here.
Let me quickly...
One of the players I'm also looking out for.
Right, I just want to quickly explain how to read this graphic. So the players above the yellow line are currently in the running to auto-qualify for day 2. And the players between the yellow line and the blue line are in the running to get into the playoff round at the end of today in order to compete to qualify for day 2. Everyone below the blue line is currently at risk of being dropped from the tournament. So that's how you read this graphic. And so, yeah, it's intimidating when you look at it right in front of your face. Hopefully, you know, these players need all your energy, so please do cheer them on in the chat.
That is right. So that is the rankings of the players, and here's also the remaining players as well that didn't get as lucky in the first round, but are still very much in the running, as we still have 5 rounds left of Swiss here as well. But I think we're also going to get our round 2 matchups pretty soon here as well. There you go. We're going to have quite a lot of big feature matches here as well between players that have qualified in the different regions. Shinja versus Mango is going to be a pretty interesting one. Taiwan Open champion versus our Masters Cup champion as well. Then, of course, Beyond from the NetEase region can be going up against Neuru from the online championship. Lots of really interesting matchups here, Igni.
That's right, and that's not all. We also see Alejandro up against Saga here, the Korea Open 2024 champion, and the game that we are going to be spectating, IEV Rs21 kickoff champion versus Taiwan Open Season 1 champion Rick. So, guys, make sure to cheer on who you want to win this match in the chat. I want to see hands in the air. Rs21, Indonesian player from Team Imagine Epic Victory, running that Earthright Runecraft, but foregoing Loot Swordcraft, the typical pairing, with instead playing Mode Abysscraft, another strong deck here. A bit of a hybridized list, no Cerberus, 2 Fedials, 1 Belial. We'll see how it pays off. Also that 1 Sandalphon as well. So really a truly hybrid between Evolve and Mode here.
That's right. And of course, let's take a look at Rick's side as well. It is going to be the familiar list that we saw in round 1 between the 2 players that we featured. Going to be playing that Loot Sword that we saw, of course, earlier as well, with some pretty interesting inclusions as well. And of course, the Earthright Rune as well. That is the most popular deck brought in the entire tournament. And, you know, being able to feature one of the Taiwan players is also going to be very, very exciting. So let's take a look at it. The game is getting started. And here we go. Rick versus Rs21.
Rs21 queuing the Mode/Evolve Abyss first. Keeping the Screaming and Loathing and the Supplicant, probably good for the early game. Very nice. Rs21 secures the Winged Servants, which means that as long as a bat goes down, the Fediel will always be a source of healing. Meanwhile, Rick's side, tell me about this mulligan, Chris.
Yeah, this is for Rick. Gonna be looking pretty good with a tablet start and the Sincero as well. Those are the 2 cards that really do just carry you throughout the game, especially that Sincero having the fuses is so important, especially in dealing with the boards from the Abyss too.
I'm a little worried though, no loot generation for Rick just yet, but as you said, the tablet I expect is going to come down as early as possible to try and solve that problem. First up, we're just going to have an extra play point into Winged Servants plays, what Rs is considering here.
Looks to be the case. He does have another 2 play point play to follow it up next turn with the Chaos Cyclone as well. So overall, in terms of curve, looks quite good. Then on Rick's side, it's looking to be not the best use of the Samurai here. So I'm assuming we aren't going to be throwing that down, but then you do kind of start to lose out on some of the tempo if you ignore these bats entirely, so that is going to be the play in the end. That's
a tough turn for Rick.
Yeah.
Would have definitely preferred to see Supplicant of Usurpation or even Devotee there. Having to spend the Ignominious just to take out a bat is pretty tough. But I think it is going to be the tablet all just slam down, eh?
Slam it down, draw a card, find another Albert. Not exactly what you wanted.
Yeah.
We want those loot generators, as you said.
This is looking pretty good for ours in the early game here. We do get one loot generator here with the Devotee, but not a clean way just yet to answer this board. Are we just going to have to see a Valse into a Quick Blader just to answer what ours is putting down here? A little bit slow for Rick then.
Yeah, Devotee gives you the boots on Fanfare, so it can trade into the 3-3 there.
Yeah, but with so few generators, I think you might need to save those boots so that Sincero can eat them. Sincero's hungry for the boots, man.
He's hungry for the boots and the necklaces. He's a greedy man.
I don't know. Valse plus Quick Blader to clear is really, yeah. It
I
is
think it's just the fact that you have to, as you said, lose out on your loot pieces that you're already starved for. I think made that play make a lot more sense, right?
Yeah. I agree with you there. It's just that it doesn't feel great.
Oh, it doesn't. Screaming loathing.
Yep, getting another one in the hand. Tablet
Okay.
2.
I'm not going to be doing as much with that. Again, this is one of those turns where you are going to want to just start putting down loot generators. And you do have the 2 pairs, I suppose, where you are going to get your boots and your necklace and your blade and your goblet from just these 4 hitting the board. But you can also just pivot into Albert here instead and push 5 damage in to try to get some of that, lethal damage pressure. Potentially also Valse next turn to threaten the ambush.
I think Albert faces a bit bold, especially considering with mode, and especially the hybrid build, ours has a lot of sustain, right? So
Yeah, I do agree. The Supplicant is going to be giving some of that sustain as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Rick's side. What's good about this matchup is that the Sincero does give you good board clear into the Ginsetsu Yuzuki through its AoE damage without having to worry about that getting out of hand too much. And then Albert also gets to take care of the foxes. So if it gets to that part of the game, then the closing power from Rick's deck should be relatively stable. Ooh, are we gonna just see? Yeah, just go for all the loots here with the returning slash. And then a big fuse here to control the hand size. I do like that for Rick. Overall, just getting closer to what the deck wants to do here.
the only issue is Unctus didn't show up to work today, it seems. So the ceiling is capped in a way.
See the Sandalf on here picked up as well. Another addition to some of these mode lists that we weren't seeing maybe as much at the beginning of the expansion. But now, you know, this is very much the culmination of 2 months of testing for a lot of these players, especially for ours having qualified at the, you know, one of the earliest possible chances in Worlds Beyond, right?
That's right. Ours, just as a quick reminder, qualified through the SVO 2025 kickoff. And that was during Infinity Evolved meta. 2 sets have come out since then, as well as the balance patches alongside. So it's a completely different world than what ours qualified through. But if anybody can do it, it's him with the backing of his team. Imagine epic victory. And I will say, like you, just to speak on a little bit, the Sandalphone thing that you were mentioning, it's ours list in particular that's hybridized with the Evolve game plan, especially with the Fediel in the list. And if we see Fediel come out, I think it's going to give ours a lot of sustain, resing those bats, being able to essentially live through the onslaught of Swordburn and maybe even make it through there. Ooh, interesting. Rick is playing a Kagemitsu in his list.
Yeah, that's an inclusion I was hoping to see throughout the tournament. You know, being able to put boots on Big Kagemitsu and just have him be a constantly, you know, returning point of pressure that if you do have a remaining Super Evolve point at some point, does give you that extra 5 damage you can push in. And on top of that, it's just an annoying body that can constantly give you some pressure while you're navigating the loot game plan. And as you can see here, speaking of that game plan, Sincero already readied up here with that 8 damage. And now going to try to aim to close out with either potential Albert down the line, or of course that second Sincero, though that one is missing the remaining loots.
True, but I think, as you mentioned earlier, Kagemitsu being a storm actually makes this aggressive line more possible, which I think is really interesting in terms of deck building lines for Rick. You know, you don't have to go all in on Octress or all in on Sincero necessarily. You could do a turn 5 Albert into, you know, a Sincero or two, and then finish up with another Albert and a Kagemitsu. So it gives you a little bit more flexibility instead of just being able to get hard red into your game plan.
That's right. Congregant picked up. That is not going to do as much going forward, as the boards being presented by ours are going to get much bigger than what Congregant can deal with consistently.
Do you just lay down the Vulse and, you know, hope that they don't have the Gin Yuzu on the next turn? And even if they do have the Ginsetsu Yuzuki, that's before they can play it alongside Shamnaha. So it actually kind of it puts them into a tough situation where they're forced to spend one of their best clears and one of their best sustaining tools just to take out a 4/3 body, because you're presenting threat with an Albert lethal on the next turn.
I like that a lot. I like that so much because, again, as you said, you see that the mode 10 is ready, so you know they want to play Shamna as their next card.
There it is.
This is a huge deny of that, and that's a magic number right there. 12 down for ours here, which is nice for Rick. Little does he know.
If you are baiting against Setsu Yuzuki, I'm not sure about this pre-evolve though.
Yes, I agree. I do think it's fine to not commit to the evolve here as well.
I feel like it already pincered ours to leave that be, but regardless, here it is. A forced response, essentially.
If anything, this feels better for ours because you essentially stole an evolve point from your opponent.
Yeah. I don't think it was necessary for that evolve to get spent. That being said, the Odin pickup is actually pretty big for Rick here.
Oh, we see some spice in this list. That is one of the one-ofs that didn't have time to talk about during the deck preview section, but Knightly Ardor, another really cool spell from the most recent expansion here that basically is a mode card. It's in sword, but it lets you give either your leftmost sword follower the ability to attack twice per turn, or give +1/+1 and barrier to all your sword followers, or recover 2 play points at an evolution point, or heal 6. So it's a very versatile card that, while the 5 cost is quite a bit, it does help to either, you know, if something sticks on the board or, you know, paired with Kage, you can super evolve it and give it a 2 times attack, and that's 10 damage in case you don't have an Albert, right? So it's kind of like a mini Albert combo.
True. Yeah, you can also set it up with a Vulse that stays in ambush. So the Vulse can swing twice on the turn after alongside an Albert for lethal damage as well. But as mentioned, the Odin was a really great pickup there from Rick, being able to just take out that Gin Yuzu and push damage face back to the magic number, 12 defense, which means that ours is in lethal range of an Albert super, which means ours has to heal, but there's no healing in the hand currently. Are we just going to have to hope that this castle can pull something off of the engage?
I think so. Draw a card, and I think there is one specific card you want to see from this. Oh, we still have another chance.
There's another way to prevent Albert, and that's to just ward up with the Congregant. And I think ours has to make that play. There's no shot you stake your tournament life on finding a heal off of a castle here. Okay.
Oh, we're saving the evolve point here, so this still does prevent the Albert.
It does indeed. Oh, but the Zeta Bea pickup is really good for Rick here.
Oh, yep. That's only going to keep pushing.
That's the strength of Tablet as well, right? When you thin your deck down to its key pieces, it makes these draws more and more likely. So you're likely to find the piece you need when you need it.
Do keep in mind, though, Rick's deck size down to 3 now. I think we have a Octress still in there, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
Paired with some of the other hard hitters of this deck, it's going to be a good source of damage. This 3 is very much appreciated. As you can see, that ours didn't have the healing last turn, doesn't have a second Ginyuzu to back it up, and has not been able to play the Shamnaha yet to unleash the modes just yet either.
Shamnaha not found, Fediel not found as well, Chris. And this is a bit of the downfall of these hybridized lists sometimes. You know, you get the strengths of both archetypes when things go well, But when things go poorly, neither of them can turn on, and that's the risk you take when you run a sort of half and half list.
Where are we drawing from castle first? The problem is that even if you go with a congregant, if you start to build it tall, Shamnaha would actually enable congregant here just enough play points to do it, but you actually can also use a castle after that as well.
Yep.
To distribute a buff.
What does this reanimate? A bat, which lets it heal. And the supplicant also heals. This is pretty massive. Leaving a 2-1 on board, though, puts you into Albert plus blade or boots range. But if ours has been keeping track, he knows that Rick does not have that as an option.
There is... trying to see if there's any other alternative paths here. Kage Super plus... oh no, but that doesn't target there either. This would be 10.
Yeah, because then if you do
14.
Kage Knightly Ardor, the Ardor would go on the Valse and not the Kage.
Actually, this being just barely off does give ours a turn of breathing room, but it's quite literally a turn.
Yeah, but that might be all ours needs if he can find the second Genyuzu off of that castle, right? So
yeah, that's the real question.
Ours is living in the margins right now. That's all I gotta say.
Ravening Tentacles. Where are we gonna hit with it? It's either the face or the 4/4.
I think it's gotta be face.
Oh, it's going face.
I'll miss you.
Oh, we're just putting on the pressure.
There's Genyuzu! So you can run the Shamnaha, pop the castle Genyuzu?
Okay, that's still kind of works out.
Ooh, Sandalphone at 14 of 15, but no way to get it active this turn yet. I think you do just play Genyuzu. No need to run the Shamnaha, because the wards would get taken out by Albert's super anyway. Oh, that's the problem, though. If you play Genyuzu, you heal to 12, which is still in range of Albert. Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh,
so you
no.
have to actually go for Congregant.
You have to go for Congregant. You don't have a choice. Yup.
The problem is that this loses to a Sincero, but the thing is, I think, how much does the Sincero have fused to it? Is Congregant enough? Does this give? Oh, this gives 3.
That is 6 damage. That's not lethal. Can ours thread the line?
And because it's fully clears, it doesn't give you anything to attack with the Super Bowl follower either. Oh my god, 2 defense left.
2 defense left, but if you heal to 6 with Genyuzu, you're still vulnerable to Albert with no buff, no evolve at all. So Genyuzu is the only play, but it's not enough.
Ours is praying, but he knows there's only 1 card left in deck. This Albert, there was a reason why that first one was played for aggression, is because he had that second one. He knew there was a way to finish the game, and Rick manages to barely find the edge in winning this first match of round 2 against ours 21.
How clutch. That was the last card in deck, too. If ours survived 1 more turn, the entire set would have gone differently. And honestly, he might have been able to do it if he found Fediel on time, but she didn't show up on the top half of the deck.
Man, that was a crazy first game.
Intense.
Also, today I learned that the Taiwan Open has the same style of banners for their winners as SVO.
There you go.
All right, man, it's crazy. I mean, for both these players, right, they didn't do too well in their first round, so winning out the rest of these rounds is vital. Only 3 players advanced directly to the grand finals on Sunday, the championship Sunday, and then everyone from 4th to 11th goes to the playoffs.
That's right.
And you want to be in that contention. There's 30 players, a third of them essentially, a little bit more, get to advance, and you want to be part of that third.
And I'll just tell you right now, for people who are watching from home, who are not familiar with the format here, at the end of 6 rounds of Swiss, the top 3 in the rankings, at the end of those 6 rounds, will auto-qual to day 2. And like Chris said, 4th to 11th have to play a playoff round. So out of those 8, 4 get dropped. And that's how we decide our 7 that are going to day 2. So, yeah, it's pretty intense, which means that from 12th to 30th at the end of these 6 rounds, that's significantly more than half of the players are gonna have to not be able to qualify to day 2 at the end of today, which is pretty tough.
They still get some prize money. They still get some great winnings,
and they do still qualify to the LCQ, but it's a harder and a much more uphill climb for them.
That's right. I mean, being able to skip LCQ tomorrow is also a boon of its own.
You get to rest, relax, reset, while the people who didn't make it from day 1 are sweating. You know, that's all there is to it.
That's right.
Yeah.
All right, looking at this, our first Earthright mirror so far of the day. Looking at hand quality, we do have a bit more generation on Rick's side, and also it feels like a bit more late game plan set up in this hand with the Little Anthem and the Sandalphon in hand already.
Yeah, I would say ours has the mid game locked down with the double Realel reset, but no real follow-up, so I'm a little bit worried about ours' hand quality, and that's really what mirrors come down to, is hand quality. But also specifically in this mirror, I think the 2 most important pieces are Valharia and then to a greater extent Norman. So we'll see how the draws play out in the next few turns here.
Yeah. Goes for the evolution here from the, of course, Realel and Rosette. So on Fanfare, she summons a copy of herself, but if you have Earthright 2 to pay, then she evolves herself and the summon copy. So that, of course, contributes to the Sandalphon in hand to count up that Super Skybound art as soon as possible. So even without committing an Evolve point, you already have 2 Evolve points, or Evolve point worth of cards on the board, and it's going to be an exact mirror of plays. Only thing is that these Earth Sigils for ours are getting quite limited already. Full commit, oh, okay.
Yeah, very, very interesting early turns here. Realel Rosette into Realel Rosette into Realel Rosette. That is sometimes how the mirror crumbles, but ours has almost no Earth Sigils and also no real endgame. 2 Ryos clogging up the hand instead, which is a little bit of the issue of running more than one of the big Mohawk man.
That's right. The Perfumer also does so much work here, right? Being able to dish out, 2 instances of 3 damage while generating Earth Sigils gives you the clear, and you still get to put down another body on the board with those remaining 2 play points.
And now ours
is the same thing now. That's all you can really do.
This turn is really awkward, right? I wonder if you just play the Valharia to see if you can draw a better play, because just this is a little tough. But I think you might need to keep the Valharia in the back just in case they ever play Norman. That's the issue.
You have to, I think. She's the answer for that matchup. So looks to be the case. No Norman in sight yet between both of our players.
Do we see a Penelope Super here? Try and draw into a Norman. Looks like it is.
What do we have? Ooh, double the Norman, okay.
Oh, yeah. You ask for trouble, make it double. The normal man has entered the chat. How are we going to navigate the rest of this turn, though? Do you just which is Neuru, see what you get off the top first, I assume?
Yeah, I think that would be, with the current hand, that does look optimal.
You could also, because you don't really want to spend your Edelweises or your Gildenleases here, what you could do is engage the Sigil Brew, engage again, because the Brew is a separate instance. But
true,
he's hovering over the Edelweiss, maybe just to try and get tempo out. Interesting.
Yeah, just set up a board. I guess also seeing that ours has committed, double Mirel and Rosette, that does make it seem like it's going to be a bit harder to answer this board then.
And you still have plenty of sigils too. 10 sigils because of the engage, play, engage pattern I said. Now the Lanthem has 5 reses.
True, yeah, that's going to be very annoying as we get later into the game here, or not necessarily even, right? Just her being able to stick on the board is going to be like constant 5 damage, if not 8, while taking out other followers. Picks up the 3rd melee, Realel and Rosette here, which could technically take this out, but you do lose out on your extra play point, and you go down to 2 Earth Sigils, which, you know, you've been working so hard to get them back earlier.
Yeah, honestly, in this mirror, I'm really liking Rick's chances.
Yeah, so far it's just the Earth Sigils are also, you know, we talked about hand quality, but resource management in this mirror is everything. It's pretty ridiculous how, you know, the player that can manage their not just their Earth Sigils, but also just knowing like how many copies of a certain card your opponent plays because it's open deck list, and being able to, you know, make boards that you know that they can't answer anymore because they've already used up certain tools is also going to be a very big indicator of who will stand victorious in this mirror. And the Lanthem hits the board with a regular evolve here. I really like that.
Yeah.
Because this pressure will still continue to exist while still taking out a follower, and that does make using Norman a little bit harder because you only have 1 evolve point remaining. But I do think with 10 Earth Sigils, this was the best timing to put down that Lanthem.
100% agree. And it puts ours in a very bad spot because Lanthem has Aura, cannot be banished by Velharia, cannot be targeted by Gilnelis. So even that regular evolve, leaving it with 2 defense, is still such a problematic play for ours to deal with. Meanwhile, the Sandalphone Skybound art is active, but the sequencing would be if Sandalphone is played, 2 damage, but potentially go to the Lanthem, then 8 to the face, but then the Lanthem reses at 5 with full and only 2 stacks used. So that's very, very risky on that sense. And then also with the Ryo the turn after, only being able to take out 2 instances of the Lanthem when she has 5 reses currently, and having to spend or recycle your Alchemical Flare for that clear as well. So honestly, everything here is a little awkward. Maybe if ours just goes aggressive enough, plays the Sandal, and then goes Sandal the turn after as well, and just hopes to ping as many pits face as possible.
Yeah, I think that is the play that is gonna be committed to here. You do have a little bit of healing, but
we know that Norman's in the back, and Norman can heal 8 here. Or, wait, is this lethal? Yes.
This is, yeah,
yes.
With 8 damage.
Wait, this is 8 to the face. Edelweiss, Sandalphone, that's lethal. And that means Rick is going to go 1-1 and bringing ours down to an 0-2 record starting off the day.
And there you have it. Sandalphon cleans it up, and Rick takes it with a very strong 2-0 finish in round 2. Our SVO boys not having the greatest start of the day, but it's still not over. On the other hand, for Rick, very strong showing here in round 2. Already going to be, you know, on that 1-1 in a pretty good position, representing the region as well, and looking pretty solid, honestly. Like, those plays with both decks looks very, very good.
Yeah. I'll give a little bit of information about Rick to the people who may not be aware about his story. He was the Season 1 champion for Taiwan Open 2025. His favorite card is Albert, and we saw Albert pull through for him in that series there.
True.
And he said if he was a Shadowverse Worlds Beyond card, he would want to be Indomitable Fighter. I would love to become someone like him. Well, you're here at the world stage. You're showing calm under pressure. I'm starting to think that he might be working towards that goal very nicely here. So congratulations to Rick for winning that set. All right, guys, we do have that set was able to end in a pretty short amount of time. So we actually can move to a backup match here. We're going to just jump straight into a set between Unctus and Me Shadow 51. But we will be getting it soon. But before we do, I will just go ahead and give you a bit of background on these two players. Oh, we got it right away. All right. Quickly. Unctus is the runner-up for the Online Championship 2025 August from the Japan side. And Me Shadow 51, a very, very strong player. I believe he was first place champion in the Net East Championship for this year.
Ooh, yep. That is definitely one of the strongest players. Oh my god, we literally tuned into a brutal potential turn here from Unctus. This is game 2. MiShadow is 1 game up, already just 1 game away from advancing with a 2-0 record into round 3. On the other hand, you can see the red ring around MiShadow there. That is that Beelzebub effect in place.
And we tuned in at a pretty high intensity timing, I would say, with Unctus at 20 defense, MiShadow at 9 with Beelzebub Malice, and 3 destructions on board that are going to be popping for extreme violence next turn.
Yep.
Oh, hold up.
Oh, this is going to be a big Albert swing as well.
But it's not enough.
Not quite, especially when you see what else is in that hand too for Unctus.
Because this is going to be 2, 4, 6 out of the eggs, as we like to colloquially call it here in the community. That +1 from each because of the... That's lethal, right?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, no. Hold on, sorry.
It's not
2,
enough Chaos
it's 2, it's
Legion.
2, but then you have Chaos Legion in hand. That's it. That's the line.
Super Skybound Art, 6 damage, AoE becomes 7. Thanks to Beelzebub, Unctus takes game 2, wraps it up with a 1-1.
Pretty fun to get into this set in such a climactic time. Now we get to see the final match of this set. Also, I want to mention Unctus's deck, pretty interesting, even running that Luo as well. Kind of decked out. Maybe a bit of a wild card player here out of the players who are competing at the World Grand Prix today.
Yeah, Unctus is definitely bringing the spice here. Not a lot of Lishna players in the tournament, and especially this list is very much decked out as well. On the other hand, MiShadow does have the sword that we just saw, but the other deck that they already won their first game with is the Earthright. Their list is very much relatively conventional. Only 2 Sage Lights is a little bit... I mean, it's one of the ratios of choice. But otherwise, we have 2 Ryos. Everything else looks relatively solid. So the sword list, though, is also running the 1 Kagemitsu, the 1 Knightly Ardor. Okay, lots of interesting techs here.
And we are going to hopefully see them in action as we go into an Earthright versus Loot Swordcraft game. Interesting. Seems like several players are bringing the Kagemitsu Knightly Ardor technology. I wonder if that was going around right before this tournament started.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't really get to talk about it too much, but there was a bit of a lull in tournaments right before WGP, right, Igni?
Yeah, there was a little bit of a lull, so there's a bit of a period of time where the players could work on their secret technologies with their scrim partners, and we're seeing the result of those practices right here. Ooh, interesting opening hand from Unctus. No mid-game is what I'm a little concerned about. Meanwhile, on MiShadow's side, we already have Tablet and Sincero picked up.
Yeah, this is pretty big. Ooh, okay. We have ourselves a Congregant as well. This is going to be very good for dealing with some of these early boards from Earthright, right? There's so many 2/2s. There's so many 2/2s that you just line up in the early game, and Congregant eats those for breakfast.
And very importantly, Congregant being able to deal 3 damage means that it can take out Norman's Golem.
Uh-oh. Oh, I like the splitting the damage here as well. This does put on 2 pressure points. No evolve yet for Unctus, so going for something like the Enchanting Perfumer is not quite it. Only runs 1 copy as well, which I feel like we've seen a lot of this run 3, right?
Yeah, it's a really interesting build. 1 Enchanting Perfumer, 2 Ryos, 2 Valharias, and only 1 Lalantham as well. Okay,
going for a balanced approach there that turn. Take out one of the aggressive targets while
picked up
generating
is
some
pretty
sigils.
big.
Yes, that's basically the most important pieces of the deck. The only thing now is going to come down to balancing your loots in terms of their fuses and being able to use some of these. Actually using that before the Unctus as well, so prioritizing the damage here just to get a more aggressive start. Shadow, on the other hand, Unctus does finally pick up that Norman, one of the most influential cards in the game right now.
I think that's a pretty interesting line. Leaving up only the 2/1 means that Unctus is barred from using Gildan Elise as a drain heal option this turn.
That is true. Ooh, okay.
3 tablets, okay. Roll, slow it down. we don't need this many. The Unctus does
Shadow.
come.
Not what he wants to see. Unctus though. I mean, the rest of the hand is so good. I think it is relatively okay.
Agreed.
See the fuse here. This is the first fuse of the game for the Sin Zero.
Picking which one is most important.
You'd have Congregant to give you whatever you're missing too.
Blade goes in. And just spending the necklace, knowing that Congregant's going to give you one next turn anyway. Sorry, the goblet. The goblet, yeah. So, pretty good.
Extra play point. Norman, though, this is very, very strong. Gonna go for the draw.
What is he looking for? There's the one of Lilanthem in the list, and then we're going to go for heal. No Guardian Golems mentioned, means this is a very easy cleanup for the Congregant on Shadow's next turn. Albert drawn.
Albert, in case he needed more ways to close out the game.
This might just be a Valse line. And sit. Yep,
fuse. Control the hand a little bit. Only give one piece of information at a time as well in terms of the fuses, instead of just dunking your hands into the Sin Zero and limiting your plays. Spreading it out one by one not only is good in terms of, general gameplay, but it's also very good for the Unctus to be able to have a fuse to see every turn.
This Valse does get answered pretty cleanly by Edelweiss, but what's the follow-up? You got 4 play points left afterwards. I suppose you could just Penelope.
Yeah, Penelope's an option. Sage Light, I feel like in this matchup is fine to commit to heals as well, especially because you know that your opponent's going to be trying to get you down to the 12 borderline of Albert lethal.
That's true. You know that once the tablet comes down, there's a certain ceiling on how much damage is actually in the deck left before they deck out. If you just keep yourself above that water line, that might be the way out, right?
This could be a Sage Light to heal, and then you do have your emergency Gilnalises. The only thing is that Gilnalise requires your opponent's participation in a cooperative healing experience.
It's a very interesting way to put it, but you're not wrong. All right, out comes the Congregant, and I'm expecting a Goblet fuse into the Sin Zero this turn. No, plus a cast. Okay. There's Kagemitsu. Yeah, and then the Devotee gives you another boot, so that's one for Sin Zero as well. Currently inside Sin Zero is...
This should be all of them.
No, wait, that's 3, right? Because he... Oh no, it was
Goblet.
He had Goblet earlier, right? So this is still only 3. Oh no, it's 4.
We have 4. Okay.
Oh, that's
So
right. He hovered over the Goblet, I think,
it.
and then he fused Necklace. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good. Or he either
He
got it.
got it.
Yeah. Okay.
Sage Light picked up. Earth Sigil's only at 2 though.
Now this is a little bit concerning. This healing from Penelope is actually healing nothing at the moment. Just gonna use it for the draw potentially.
I think you just want more sigils. This problem is that like your Lanthem is not having enough pressure. The Ryo's gonna be very cool, but the problem is that you also don't have your Cagliostro. Ooh, that's a good pickup.
That's a huge board. This means that they are... Well, they I think they're going to Sin Zero this turn regardless, though. So is that actually that impactful? Oh, milling a Quick Blader? Did that matter? No, I don't...
The game, yes, I think, because
it's the only...
is like, if they're trying to play around Albert, that's that one extra damage sometimes that can make the difference, right?
I agree. And like, was the Goblet worth keeping over that? When you could have fused it away? I wonder.
Those are the questions.
Oh,
then.
no, I guess the goblet was taken from the devotee. So, no real choice, I suppose, but it is an unfortunate one. It's just those two tablets taking up space in hand, man. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We are here at the borderline now. 8 defense remains. Norman picked up, though, right on time to give us some healing. Gilnelise is also a source of healing. She would give you 5. And then could be paired with an Edelweiss to take out the Sincero. And then you could still use a Sage Light to heal up as well. That gives you exactly 8 play points used this turn.
You could do Edelweiss. I think it is the line you're talking about here. But
committing the
full commit super. I guess it's because this is more healing, and then you use the evolve point on the Norman. The super on Norman doesn't increase the amount of healing, but it does on Gilnelise.
The only question I had for myself was the Fanfare Gilnelise buff. I feel like that could have gone onto the Edelweiss potentially as well, in case you're not expecting AoE. But I guess if you're expecting Albert, then that would have gotten taken out by that. So likely just playing around that.
That's the Albert consideration, I think. Yeah. Okay, that's 1 chip healing from the Sandal phone, so we don't have to play the Norman now, I don't think. If you use Gilnelise instead, you go up to 19, while being able to play Granagita and other cards alongside.
Atomic Flare pickup is also very good here in that it is going to give you that extra damage buff too, but Norman looks to be committed to.
Do we see the evolve to summon the Guardian Golem, I wonder? No, just, okay, getting a stack. Up to 19.
Wish to save that last evolution point here.
The last evolution point is probably going to come in clutch, right? Because if Albert doesn't kill, you just need the evolution point to take out the big body, and then you're sitting pretty because they're out of damage. Their literal deck is running out of cards.
Yep, with 5 remaining. This Albert is a little bit awkward as well.
Only taking out the Granagita. Norman and Edelweiss still on board if the Albert is played here. Even the returning slash only takes out another one of the bodies, leaving something up. And you don't want to be leaving anything up going into a turn where Unctus can Alchemic Flare and Sandalphone you, and you know that that's an option.
100%. 4 cards left. Albert hits the board.
Returning slash hits. Edelweiss.
That is not where you wanted it to go. I think regardless of the play, this could have been a potential Albert to trade away the Edelweiss first before slashing.
That would only keep 1 defense on Albert. I don't think it matters in long-term scaling, but I think that was optimal. You know? Because you didn't want to leave anything alive regardless, because anything left alive gets targeted by Alchemic Flare plus removal plus Sandalphone. So,
speaking of which, we have our 2 Sandalphones in hand now, and we are very much approaching the stage where they will both become usable at full power. Only 1 Earth Sigil on the board, no Cagliostro to be seen.
Is this Gilnelise target your own Valharia to heal for? Make sure you're out of range.
Ooh. I do like that. You do also get the Voracity here as well. Draw first.
Our journey will never end.
I think it's Gilnelise. Just take out the Valharia, it's not doing anything now. And then just self-evolve the Gilnelise, run in, go back to 18. And you should be out of range of everything.
How many Alberts have we... Thing is, if we didn't see an early game Albert, and we already... This is an Albert after tableting, I think Unictus might be going off of the assumption that there just isn't a second one in this deck anymore. So the damage burst that you're playing around, it doesn't have to be as high. However,
Kage Knightly Ardor is 10.
Oh, it's 14.
14. Putting Unictus down. to 9.
This is a
Oh, sorry, to 5 math.
big
And then
gamble.
Sandalphone's still not active.
He's basically if you don't have any healing, this is lethal in 2 different ways. You have Veracity as well as the tentacles in the hand right now. Technically, there's also +1 damage right now from the blade. I respect this play from Mishadow, showing that synergy with the 1-ofs in the deck that you fetch through the tablet.
That's the beautiful thing about having tablet as one of your main pieces, right? You essentially get to toolbox whatever pieces that you think you're gonna need.
Yep.
And there it is.
Oh, the pop off.
Unctus tried his hardest to escape the lethal range, but the new technology of Kagemitsu Knightly Ardor was able to secure the damage since after the Sincero and after the Albert were already expended. What a beautiful deck building in practice right there.
Dude, Mishadow, what a pleasant player to watch as well. All the pop-offs, all the reactions, all the emotions on his face are so fun to watch. But you could see there, like the moment that he didn't have the 1 extra heal to try to get up to 7 was basically where it all was decided. Crazy.
Yeah,
crazy,
that was a
crazy finish.
Really cool match, which was really sick. And I'm really happy we got to watch essentially 1.5 sets there. That's even more Shadowverse action for us. So I'm pleased with that. Now we are just going to go ahead and check on with production to see if we have another one or if that's the end of round 2. But guys, for everybody who's watching at home, to do a quick reminder, this is a 6-round Swiss before we move into the playoff round. So there's still a lot of games to go. So even if you were, cheering for Unctus or cheering for the players who may have not have done so well yet, don't worry, they're definitely still in it. So keep that energy up.
Yeah. 100%. We still have a lot of our players. We're going to keep tabs on them as well. After every break, we're going to come in and take a look at the standings of every round, who's been winning and who's been advancing and who's in contention of playoffs and who's in contentions of going to grand finals, right? Because that is the big thing you're really playing for, man. If you can be among the top 3 that make it into Championship Sunday from day 1, you are chilling.
Yeah, you're big chillin'. And we'll see what those standings are like when we return from a short break to the next round. But for now, we're going to head off on the short break. Do not go anywhere. But remember, guys, this is an in-person tournament for the players there, so let's give them some time to breathe, to reset,
some
get
water
a snack,
break,
get some water.
In the venue, it's high tension, high nerves. So of course, for our players, they got to make sure that they have the best environment to make the best plays.
That's right. And so with that, we'll be back after this break. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, Shadowverse fans from all across the world, to the World Grand Prix 2025. This is the tournament where we decide who is the best Shadowverse player in the entire world. If you're just tuning in, we're your casters, myself, Different Fight, as well as Ignitius, and we are now coming in with round 3. Round 2 just concluded, and we do have the standings. We do have some results to take a look at as well to see how everything wrapped up here. And once again, if you're just tuning in, that yellow line means that the players above it are currently in contention of advancing to the grand finals on Sunday immediately. Everyone above the blue line, 11th and greater, is in contention of advancing to the playoffs, which will be played out after our 6 rounds of Swiss, Igni.
Yeah, that's right. And then everybody below the blue line is at risk. So, but guys, remember, this is only the end of round 2, so it's still anybody's ball game. But so far, we got a couple of pretty strong names on that 2-0 record, including our very own Shinja from Team Twilight Knights from the Shadowverse Open Circuit, but as well as Realel, who we casted earlier during round 1. And yeah, a bunch of other names here as well. Very, very strong competitors in the top 16. Meanwhile, on the next page here from 17th to 30th, we see that Bareric and Alejandro just won their last round, so they're now at a 1-1 record, so they are going to be able to claw their way back in. And then we have Unctus at 0-2, Kionis at 0-2, Ars at 0-2, as well as a bunch of other really strong names like Ando, Ranaran at 1-1, Junan Saga, and BVC. Yeah, looks like it's a pretty cutthroat competition, guys. Remember, these are the 30 best players from around the world.
Yeah, man, it's crazy to see, like, Junan won the biggest rage of the entire year, like one of the biggest tournaments for Worlds Beyond, period. And even that's not enough. You know, you get a 0-2 start. Luckily, 0-2 doesn't mean you're out. There's still 4 more rounds, and from 30 players, the chance to, make a 4-2 run and get into the, the playoffs cutoff, I think is definitely quite likely. So that's the state of the rankings after round 2. And I think we might get some matchups to show you as well in terms of what we have going on for this next round. Ooh. We do have Shinja, our 2024 Masters Cup champion, against Realel, who was second place in Raid Shadowverse Spring. So
that's 2 players who qualified from Shadowverse Classic head to head, and despite qualifying from Shadowverse Classic, they're showing that they did not lose their edge, right, with a 2-0 on each record.
Love to see it. So we have 4 matchups of 2-0s facing off against each other. Only 8 undefeated players remain already at the end of round 2. This will go down to just 4 at the end of round 3. So there's going to be, when you think about it, it's going to be 4 at the end of round 3. It's going to be 2 at the end of round 2 and only 1 at the end of round 5. So there's going to be, honestly, even if you go X2, your chances of playoffs is pretty high, I think.
That's right.
So even if you're 0-2 right now, definitely don't give up.
Yeah, you got to lock in, guys. Speaking of, let's take a look at the next page of matches here. We have Rick versus DFM Mill, Neuru Bareric, Ando Ren versus Mango, and then on the O2 side, NBVC Gust, Hou IEVRs21, Saga Junan, and the game we are going to be watching, Unectes versus Kyonis. And again, to be clear, O2 in this tournament, that doesn't really say anything about your caliber because everybody in this tournament is cracked. But whoever wins this one, I think it has a chance to make it to the playoffs. Whoever loses is going to be significantly harder. So this is a pretty high stakes match we're going to watch here already immediately around 3. To give you some, let's take a look at the deck list, I suppose, for both Unectes and Kyonis. Now we did watch Unectes a little bit earlier last round. We caught half of his set, but again he is playing Earthright Runecraft on one half, as well as the very interesting Lashena Portalcraft on the other end.
That's right. That Leash in the Portal is very cool to see. We did get to catch a glimpse of it at the very end of its game, closing out with that Chaos Legion, which turns out to be a one of. Pretty big surprise there. And of course the Luo to try to just target down a lot of those storm decks right now in the format, right? Try to turn off some of that aggressive plays from things like Sword. So definitely cool to see. But of course, he's not the only player that we're going to be watching here. Let's take a look at our very own Kyonis as well, representing the SVO region, one of the very final players to qualify in general, bringing, of course, the tried and tested Loot Sword together with Earthright Rune. Anything stand out to you, Igni, about these lists?
I think Kyonis brought, some of the more standard lineup, but I will say he's also on that technology of that Kagemitsu and Knightly Ardor that must have made the circulations in the pro circles, and we saw how powerful that can be. You think you're out of gas with the Alberts gone, with the Sincero gone, but then suddenly from the top rope, Kagemitsu coming in clutch, a hero from the sky. But then I just want to talk about the background of these players a little bit, Chris, because this is not Kyonis' first rodeo. In fact, he, many, many years ago, back in 2017, just fell short of qualifying to World Grand Prix when Shadowverse Classics competitive circuit was just starting out. He made it to European regionals way back in the day, and now 8 years in the making, he's finally on the world stage, and this might be the make or break game of whether he goes to day 2 or not.
Yeah, exactly. So this is going to be really cool to see. Of course, getting to watch the SVO players duke it out on the international stage is also very, very fun. Just because of course, a lot of the other pro players coming from the other regions, right? We've got Taiwan, we've got Korea, we've got, the NetEase region as well. And of course, Japan, where a lot of the competition is flourishing constantly, right? And, whether it's people coming in from the Pro League, whether it's people coming in from online qualifiers, offline qualifiers, there's so many different ways to make it into this tournament as well. And even in the SVO as well, we had the kickoff, we had the last chance, and of course, we had the regular season as well. So really cool to see everyone. And of course, make sure that, if you have a player that you're rooting for, you have someone that you want to see do well, even if they're not from the SVO region, right? There's someone you're supporting, let them know in the chat, let them know on social media, because these players have breaks. They got their 20-minute breaks in between rounds, and sometimes seeing a positive, supportive comment, especially if you had a bit of a bad beat, can be what gives them that, the lifted spirits that takes them further and helps them get that dub in the next round. So make sure to support your favorite players. And of course, there's also going to be an in-game voting, I believe, happening later in the weekend, where you get to vote for who you think is actually going to take it all and get yourself a pack as well of the next upcoming set.
If you guess correctly. So, lock in.
That's right.
Which could be pretty cool. I also want to say, just to give a bit of background on the players we're about to discuss here, we talked about Kaionis, one of the only players here from Europe as well, coming from France, which is pretty cool. And then Unctus was the runner-up of the SVO Championship, the Shadowverse Online Championship in 2025 August. And so that's not even that long ago from now, versus a player who also just squeaked in at the last moment from the SVO LCQ. So these players should be very well prepared with the current meta, but the competition is very, very stiff, is all I gotta say.
Yep, that's for sure. And I mean, especially looking at, the entire tournament in general, there's a lot of players that are also backed by teams when you look at it, not just, in Japan, but also, of course, SVO. We've got a whole bunch of teams as well, in the Korean scene as well. They've got some really big name teams. And what's pretty interesting is that one of the players that we don't have on stream during this round that is also having a pretty good showing so far is Agunomu, right? So he's from team Yokohama F Marinos, and they qualified through the pro scene, through the pro circuit. But from their team of 4, they could only send one player into the World Grand Prix, and he's the captain of the team too. So I don't know if he was, we don't know, at least I haven't checked how he was chosen, but it might be because he's the captain. But his team is also full of high caliber players like Tabata, who's been really good in Rage, also in the physical version of Shadowverse as well, with Shadowverse Evolved 2. He had some really strong finishes back in the day. There's also Mizuni and Basa as well on the same team too. And sometimes even if you're, let's say, you're under a team, you've got one player you're sending to Worlds, and then it's like the whole the whole team that really is supporting the player and giving them all the resources and all like the practice, all the scrims to try and make sure that they have the best chances at World Grand Prix as well. So seeing these players that have that team behind them can sometimes be really cool to see if that makes a big difference or not.
100%. I also did an interview about a week ago now with some of the players who qualified through the SVO region, and they all said the same thing. They're echoing the same sentiment as you. Every single one of them said, I would like to thank my practice partners. They shore up my weaknesses. They give me insight. So really, it's a beautiful way to underscore the social aspect of card games. Even when you're alone on that big stage, you know that you have everybody behind you, pushing you from behind, and that's really what card games are all about, man. Now the players
100%.
are getting ready at the moment. I believe we have about a minute or so before the players sit down and get ready, reset their mental, getting into this match, especially because they're both 0-2 right now, so this is pretty high stakes. Before we jump into that, though, I suppose with the remaining time we have, let's take a quick look at what the round pairings are once again to see if there's anything that pops up, catches our eye. You mentioned earlier Agunomu here. He's actually going to go up against another 2-0 in Yuto Fujiwara. That's actually one of the matches we watched in person back during Rage Summer, the very last Rage of Shadowverse Classic.
Yeah, so back then he used to go under the username Winter. For those of you that don't recognize the name Yuto Fujiwara, which I'm assuming is just his actual real name, but I think he was like finalist in top 2 in the finals of Rage twice, which I'm pretty sure only a handful of people have ever achieved that in the first place. So very high caliber player from original Shadowverse, showing that even though he qualified before Worlds Beyond came out, he is no slouch in Worlds Beyond, and neither is Agunomu, and neither is Shinja. I mean, look at our 8 players that are 2-0, 3 of them qualified in 2024, and there's only how many 2024 slots again?
Yeah, not that many. So it's just showing that they were not sitting on their laurels this whole time, Chris. They were waiting, biding their time, practicing, sharpening their blades, and they're showing everyone the world over that they are not they're not washed, man. They are here, they are present, and that's really, really exciting to see. Especially, no bias, but as a Shadowverse Open, seeing Shinja there, it's like, that's my boy. I raised that boy.
Yeah,
he's
dude.
Up there at the top bracket right now. Yeah.
Coming from back in the day, we used to have different regions for SVO, and Shinja coming from the West Circuit, which is where I spend most of my time commentating. He was a very common face that we saw throughout, each month, each tournament. So seeing him have a good start to the run, definitely full support for Shinja. But Realel is not going to be an easy opponent, I think, either.
No.
It's going to be another very big name. I think Realel, if I'm not mistaken, he was, again, we talked about it at the beginning, he was a round 1 feature match. One of the strongest Forest players from OG Shadowverse, and looked very good in that round 1 feature too, right?
That's right. He's not bringing Forest today, but anybody who knows anything about Forest crafts, both in Worlds Beyond and in Classic, knows that it's a very execution-heavy deck, or tends to be rather. So if anybody can perform under pressure, it's Realel for sure. Meanwhile, our other SVO qualifiers from this from our circuit here, we see Alejandro versus Shadow as well. Alejandro went runner-up in Grand Finals, now up against the very apex of the NetEase circuit. That's going to be a hard matchup for him too. And it really does affect your mental when you're in a tournament going to the X2 score. So all these 1-1s, they're going to be scrappy, I think. They're going to be trying to make sure they can come out ahead going into round 4. Yeah.
And of course, I'm one of the players that, there's some players that you're going to learn of for the first time watching this tournament and might just become a fan of as well. And for me, I really do feel like watching me Shadow was really cool. So as a player that I already feel like I'm becoming a fan of. And also Beyond, man. If you're playing a game with your name in it, I feel like that's just... It's hard not to root for this guy, right?
That's right. Now, if we take a look at the second half of the matchups here coming into this, it's looking a little bit dire for those bottom 8 players there, because going, like we mentioned earlier, going X3, your chances of making it to playoffs are significantly harder. So I think this is going to be a make or break for a lot of these. Now, keep in mind, guys, even if they fall out on this tournament today, they are still auto-enrolled into the LCQ tomorrow, which is their final chance to make it to Championship Sunday. So their story isn't over, but if you can skip all of that hullabaloo and auto-qual from today, that's obviously way better on your mental and way less stressful. So, there's a lot of stakes on the line for these players here on the lower half of the bracket.
And it does sound like the LCQ is going to have a lot of players too. I mean, I've literally just my own friends like IRL that got into the LCQ as well, and they've been grinding away, trying to have as much of a chance as these players. They're going to be, anyone that doesn't make it to Sunday from day 1 is going to be playing with these players basically, right? So they're trying to grind these next couple days, or these last few hours really, before tomorrow, to try to stand a chance to get into that top 8, because again, we showed you that the prize money distribution earlier, and if you just make it to the top 8, that is already going to give you a pretty handsome sum of cash just for showing up to the top 8, basically. And there's going to be one player from that LCQ, and it could literally be anyone.
Really exciting stuff, guys. We are about to head into the match. Once again, we are spectating Unctus versus Kaionis, and an O2 versus O2. So the stakes are high. Whoever drops this goes X3. And again, like we mentioned, making it much harder for them to qualify to the playoff round at the end of the day. Kaionis, once again, competitor all the way back from 2017, now on the world stage, 8 years in the making. And Unctus with a more unconventional lineup, using that Lashena Portalcraft as well. Who is going to be able to make it through next round, at least on the board, right? That's the big question.
Yeah, I do think the Lashena list is very, very interesting. It's going to be really cool to see the deck in action as well. Not going to be right off the bat, though, as we are going to start off with the Earth Right Mirror.
All right, here we jump into it. Earthright versus Earthright. Now, we mentioned this in the last set as well that we watched during round 2, but I feel like a huge deciding factor, especially in mirrors, of course, is hand quality, but in this mirror in particular, it's Velharia and it's Norman. Unctus, I think, very happy to see that in the mulligan.
Yep, 100%. Gonna be a big help in just being able to, I mean, we've seen how many games where Norman gets to just sit uncontested and swing in 7 damage face, right? And in the mirror might not be as much of a chance of that happening, but that is still going to be a huge pressure play, and balancing those resources is going to be what leads to it.
Turn 2 for Kaionis. Getting the Melvi early is great, of course. Just trying to refill your resources. I think in this matchup, having Sandalphone early is also not too bad. letting you be able to do the burn before they can, and then that helps you set up for a lethal on the turn after with like a Lanthem that sticks or a Cagliostro or what have you. So it's one of those odd ones where it's an invocation there, where the power behind Sandalphone isn't locked entirely behind the invoke. Sometimes it is better to have him earlier.
Yep. It really depends on your hand too. Like, if you have the Morale, it's quite literally you're gonna get the Sandalphone up much earlier. But we are gonna send it back here with the Astrologer and trade it for Norman. That's a pretty good trade.
Okay. Both players having that Norman now. And I was just going to say who's going to get the Valharia, and Unctus answering that question for me with that Witch's New Brew draw.
That is a very good pickup. Now, you do have your 2 play points. Yeah, I think the trade does feel like the right option here, just because you don't... Like, next turn you will be able to answer this board relatively easily, but you do need to put down either Penelope or accelerate your Earth Sigils for this Mirail to actually come down in full. Or you can go for the Enchanting instead, the Enchanting Perfumer, in order to answer the 2/2s. You know your opponent can't evolve just yet next turn, so you can answer the 2/2s by evolving that. It also gives you more Earth Sigils, and you can save the extra play point for Norman on turn 5 then.
Yeah, extra play point Norman turn 5 is really strong. And again, we mentioned this over and over again. Why is Norman the difference maker in a lot of the times in these mirrors? It's because if you Norman first, their Norman can't out your Norman. And so you often just have a board that is able to stick extremely well unless they get the Valharia. So it really, I feel like a lot of this game comes down to who has the stronger mid game.
This guy Cagliostro coming down is also a pretty happy sight for Unctus as well, just because you do get to just take that out with the Perfumer still with the 3 damage right on the dot. Now, turn 5 here. Perfumer could be an option again for Caionis, where you double dip into the opposing Perfumer, then trade into the 2/2. You do have 1 leftover play point to boost one of your Earth Sigils. That puts you up to 7. So that way you are able to commit to a Norman very easily next turn, and you have ways to refill. And that also means that if you pick up any of your heavier commitment cards down the line, such as, of course, the Lanthem, then you also can be a bit further ahead on the Earth Sigils in that front too.
Yeah, I'm a little worried about Caionis in particular, though, because of that endgame not being there. I guess you can draw into it with the Penelope next turn, so that's an option. But it's probably Norman next turn, right? unless Unctus lands his first, and then it makes it very difficult for Caionis.
I do think... I mean, this is the extra play point. This is looking to be the Norman. Even though the Ars Magna does take out the Norman here, relatively uncontested, those 3/3s with Barrier. Ooh, never mind. Choosing to not trade, knowing that the Ars Magna is in hand.
That's huge.
This makes it very awkward. Yeah.
And this is exactly what we were talking about.
Know that they can't clear the barriers.
Normaning into a Norman does not answer the board they've made. And now Unctus is the one that has the reactive plays here. He can actually go into Edelweiss, Granangita, and that should clean up most, if not all, of the opponent's board next turn.
You're so right. Yeah, this is tough because you lose your Perfumer trying to trade away one of these wards. So then is the answer to just leave this board?
Yeah. Literally just sit here, right, is the only thing. The only thing is that sitting here is hard punished if they have Valharia, but you saw them play it, right? So
yeah.
Or you saw them toss it away, I guess. Yeah. So
2 Earth Sigils remain currently. That's one thing to keep in mind, just to make sure to not overcommit and turn off parts of the deck by accident. Takes away the barriers.
Let's keep going for as long as we can.
Ooh, so unfortunately, the way that works out is that the copy is summoned before the Earthright is performed, so you don't actually get the extra copy there. But it all kind of, I want to say it works out, but you do lose out on the Earth Sigil from the Super Evolve. That does feel quite important to lose out on.
I don't know about that line, Chris.
Yeah, I do feel like there was a world of just Edelweising after a play point boost. It wasn't the cleanest of clears, but I feel like you would have done that before trading with the barriers, right?
Yeah, and Edelweiss plus Granagita doesn't even need the play point boost also, so that was a potential opportunity.
Does this swing things back into Kionis' favor?
That felt a bit unclean because, you know, you don't get the second Mirail, and then you also don't get the Earth Sigils from the Penelope. Now you have no resources into your endgame.
Right.
And his Ars Magna cleans this up very nicely.
5 damage to face goes in. Sandalphon lined up for lethal. Things have turned around in a blink of an eye with no Earth Sigils on board for Eunectes. All of your hard effort, it's being undone.
Are we just gonna have to super the Penelope again?
Oh man.
And this is what we were talking about earlier, right? The mid game decides this mirror. And it feels like Kionis came out of that one pretty well.
It was like Eunectes' turn with the turn 5 was really, really well positioned. But then that last turn was definitely left a few question marks up in the air. But let's see how things can be balanced out here. We do have quite a bit of tools to still navigate this matchup quite well, I think. Just because this Edelweiss will still give you the extra play point back. You can Penelope to get yourself another Earth Sigil. This puts you to 5.
The Lanthem off the top is a crazy top deck
11.
for Kionis with 11 stacks and off the rip.
No, I think that if there was a line for Eunectes to make it out, this one card might have shut it out.
That is nuts.
The difference in resources is just ridiculous right now.
Holy moly. How does Eunectes even come out of this? There's no way to clear 5 reses.
Yeah,
and that just means 5 going to the dome, right?
He healed up to 12, but that is simply not gonna be enough, even though right now you don't have lethal just yet. This is only gonna take another turn, basically.
100% you just play the Melvi into a Witch's New Brew into Cagliostro, right? Cagliostro is not at super yet, but is that necessary? The important thing is that I think if you keep the Ars Magna in hand, that gives you a contingency plan for Ryo if they somehow do come back from this. You could also just do this, run in, play Melvi, play Gilnelis, go face for 7, also an option. I think the Melvi... Okay, so it is going to be Melvi New Brew.
Yeah, boost, New Brew boost, I'm assuming.
And that gives you 7 reses off of the Lanthem.
Yeah, she is not going anywhere, dude.
Yeah. Oh,
okay, preserving.
Behold the might of the Supreme Primarch.
Sandalphone milled! Everything milled!
Or he was a Sandalphone in the end, so it's not the end of the world. You don't really play a second one.
Yeah, but... It feels lines were a little... It feels like the resource juggling was not, it didn't connect for Eunectes this game.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
I think here as well, you're going to go for the healing. Ars Magna can take out the Melvi if Grand is going for... I guess Grand to try to... I still feel like you Ars Magna first to make sure this hits the Lanthem, because that's basically Grand getting you 2 clears, but going for the draw instead. Okay, never mind.
I don't think it matters, because getting 2 clears won't actually affect the game pretty much at all.
Yeah.
So you just do this, get the draw, and then hit 2 Ars Magna's face to get yourself back up to 13. 14 with the Invoke. That's another 5 to the Dome for Kionis. No way to clear unless you, commit the Ryo, actually, Sage Light was just picked up. Is that worth playing now, though?
Could be the angle here. You do have enough ways to take care of the Grand Ninjito without having to worry about it, but the Ryo commit looks to be the case. Which one does it hit?
Well, it only
Ars
hits
Magna.
spells, so it has to hit Ars Magna. That's a big part of why he kept the Ars Magna from the previous turn, because he didn't have any other spells in hand for Ryo
The Sage
to
Light would have
transform.
potentially been a target too,
Oh, right! I just said you just picked it up, and I immediately forgot it. But you don't actually have to spend the Ursats here. You can save it for when they make a bigger board,
Yes.
and that also means that you don't increase the cost of your hand, and whatever you draw now is reduced in cost. Whatever follower you draw now is reduced in cost by 3, which is a huge boon once the Ryo is down.
That's right, especially with Grand Jita in hand, that will draw you 2 more as well. So looking to be pretty good here long-term wise for Kyonis. Very strong start so far. Can Unctus try to find a way out of this?
Our journey will never end.
I'm still hungry. I think I'm
Lanthem.
That doesn't do it, though. It's at this point where the Lanthem is essentially immortal. Like, we don't even bother trying to reduce the stack size.
Yep. Unless your name is Cresthaven, I'm not sure if she's going to be taken off the board that easily.
Right, yeah. The Alchemic Flare plus the run-in does clear the Ryo at least. It puts you still in a way where you are not, you know... Wait, no, because next turn... Wouldn't next turn simply be Lanthem face, Sage Light, Seuphone? And that's lethal.
Oh, you're so right. That is exactly lethal here, Kyonis.
Or just do this.
Grand Jita also works. Anything that can run
Anything.
into the
Literally
0-3.
anything, yeah.
Here we go. 10 damage remains, and Sandalphon will be the one to deal all 10 of it, putting Kyonis at a 1-0 record in this round 3 game.
I think the mid-game, what we keep reiterating, that's what decided the entire match. And Unctus had that really awkward turn where the Mireille Rosette didn't summon 2, and then he also didn't get the stacks from the Penelope. So that was a big opening that was presented to Kyonis to snatch that game.
Yeah. But again, I also want to reiterate for the players, the viewers watching right now from home, this is a very stressful, high-stakes environment for these players as well, right? It's currently, it's just them there playing it out, and it's the fact that, everything that you've worked for is all comes down to these few matches. And sometimes it's that, especially decks like Earthright, where it has a lot of different paths and whatnot, you will sometimes just kind of like get hit with like, a bit of like decision fatigue, or, just kind of like overthinking a certain play and things like that. And that's just the nature of competition. So, even if you see some things that you think, oh, I would have done that differently, it's not the same as, playing it out of the comfort of your home, where you really are in this very intense environment.
But Loot Swordcraft, I don't know, Chris. I think it's an uphill battle for Unctus. Not only does he have to win against Loot Swordcraft with this Earthright rune, but remember, he still has to get that Lashena portal through as well. And with Loot being one of the most performant decks in this meta, it's looking like Unctus is going to have to channel a comeback king moment.
That is for sure. Especially this early hand. While we don't have our actual MVP of the deck yet, we are picking up a lot of the loot cards early. Actually missing both Octress and the Sincero. Missing in action.
And the
especially Octress
tablet.
would be really appreciated with this hand.
Yeah, right. I will say, though, at least the Slash was picked up, so whatever threat that Unctus plays down, Kyonis is going to be able to answer plus cycle. Ooh, another awkward turn, though, actually. With nothing on Unctus's board, do you just sink a Slash simply to cycle? What the heck, Dr. Rhymes moment there. That was a bit odd. The alliteration. You could fuse a Boots, right? You just save the other Boots for your Sincero. Confuse the Boots into the Slash. I guess you don't technically have to do it now. If you top deck Octress off the top, then you can start going from there. Just have to be patient and just sit here, I
hold
think,
off
right?
on it, yeah. Just because it's like, the boots is also such a high versatility card that gives you this kind of like, yeah, if you, this basically asks them for, actually I'm not sure about committing it there, because there are a lot of answers on this turn, right? You have the like Perfumer, Edelweiss, quite a lot of like Gilnelese, quite a lot of different tools that answer this. So like on earlier turns, it's very easy to get a big advantage out of a boots like that, but chose to use it instead.
Extra play points Realel Rosette is very strong here. It essentially forces Kionis' hand into a Congregant play this turn. Or, you know, using the Valve plus boots or slash. Ah, yes. Recycle the blade is great because the slash will just get you another blade anyway. And it's important to get all the names you can for the Sincero, right? Or just Gobble, whatever you have more than one of, right? So then...
Especially because doing the healing right now.
And there's Unctus picked up. Okay.
Very big.
Blade to the dome.
Alright, that's the first piece of the puzzle. Or like
See,
one
I'm
of the
a
central
little,
pieces.
I'm a little... I think the Realel Rosette extra play point from Unectes on turn 4 could have potentially been a bit immature in terms of, or premature I should say, because now on the follow-up, he doesn't have a high impact play. If he had like another a play the turn after that would, you know, similarly swing the tempo his way, that maybe have been a better line. But now with just landing this and manual Evo, it's actually a pretty weak turn for Unectes.
Yeah, it was really, especially knowing that they can basically now, Kionis is, he wants Unctus to start to like get the countdown down, but because I think Zeta Bea is going to be stronger when there's bigger targets to take out. I think in this case... You
probably also evolve the Unctus just for more fodder, right?
I do think so. The other thing is Unctus gives you necklace on evolve, so there's like
putting the goblet back is pretty interesting.
Yeah,
that is pretty tough though, because now if you get that off top, it's one of the worst top decks you could get in your deck.
Unfortunately.
Yeah.
Okay, we're committing the boots instead. I was thinking with Unctus evolve, get more loot tokens since you already have Congregant in hand. We don't have anything to fuse with, so that does make the Congregant a little bit weaker.
Yeah, no Sincero spotted, returning slash already spent. No tablet insight is making the draw power of this deck significantly worse, which means that it's harder to find the pieces you need. I think Kionis keeping the Ignominious is in consideration of a Norman getting slammed down here, right? Because at least you have the Bane to be able to take out the barrier. Remember, guys, quick reminder rule. Bane does affect the enemy unit even if they have barrier up. So Ignominious Samurai would be able to take out one of those bodies cleanly. But regardless, it's a little bit of an awkward state for Kionis now with essentially no gas in the tank and only Data and Bea to carry his mid-late game here.
Yeah, this is quite difficult for Kionis just because of, as you said, the lack of gas right now. And I wonder if that's enough to give Unicus a chance here to, even without the Norman, to really, you know, pace out this matchup. And I think this might be, oh my god, I was about to say, this might be the first game we haven't seen a tablet from a loot sword, but there it is.
Got it on time.
Too late, though.
Yeah, it might be too late. I also think that was a pretty good turn for Unectes. Able to establish 6 stacks in that one turn, and then into an extra play point Lanthan the turn after. That's going to be difficult for the sword to answer. Sincero finally picked up, though.
There it is. The man who will soak up all riches to deal the damage to seal this game, potentially. Bars, Congregant though, gonna be eating one of those evolution points.
I think it's Blade into Valharia, and then you see where the chips land. Oh, interesting.
Trade is also valid. You do have your fuse. You do have some spare. Actually, you don't have any spares now, do you?
What I was thinking is evolve Congregant, trade into the Penelope, then Blade the Valharia. The 3 confirmed goes on to the 5/5 Penelope, and then you fuse, and it's another 3, and that's a full clear.
Right.
Now you're leaving a 5/5 up, and I'm a little worried about the damage output, especially once this Lilanthem gets landed. And this also means that you don't even have to commit a super, leaving only one body.
Regular Evo, yeah.
Regular Evo, yeah.
And I think that's likely going to be the case. You have 8
And leaving a
sigils in play.
and leaving a 5/5 to hit your face this turn. It's a little scary.
Especially when it's super evolved too. It's like this is a very like the line of plays could be just Lilanthem trade to drag out the game, but I'm pretty sure you are going to commit this evolve point. But that opens that option for Unctus to, like, at the end of the day, the win con for Earthright is being able to pile up these bits of damage, and it's kind of like similar to Sword, where you want them to be at this magic number of 10. And oh, there we go, we see it. Not committing the evolve point, instead just making use of the fact it's like, oh, I committed the super evolve last turn, but I can profit from it now. Might as well.
And that's not a line that would have been open to Unctus if Kionis traded differently on that Congregant turn, right? Congregant evolve, trade into the 2/2, blade the 1/1, fuse. That would have free cleared the 5/5. Yeah.
That's just how it is. Like, making those decisions is also very difficult in these high pressure situations. So, yeah, but it is also the players who are able to make them that will stand above the rest.
Okay, we do have a Sincero in. I believe this is a fuse. Full fuse? Yep.
Yep.
And then...
Boy, you're slow.
I'm still hungry.
Interesting.
Not even.
What was the
The one-
reasoning behind running the Quick there? Because
So basically,
regardless...
you get 1 extra chip damage. It's regardless of chip damage, I suppose, but you know, this essentially gave you the ability to eat 2 more of their Earth sigils because you took out 1 more Lilanthem. So this should make it harder for her to last longer if they're planning to commit more sigils this turn and something like this Norman in hand, no?
No, because he ate 2 Lilanthems there. He would have eaten 2 regardless, even if the Quick Blader went face. And he would have left the 1/1 up.
In that sense, you would... No, because it would have used the... Yeah, okay, I see what you're getting at.
So now the Lilanthem, so you lose 1 damage face here, which may not matter if you know they don't heal and you draw Albert, but I think the healing is almost guaranteed from Unctus this turn.
Yeah. Ooh. Self-buffing a Guild Release to make 7 heal.
That's a heal 7, yeah.
Touch me.
Perfect amount of damage too.
My potions can help.
Oh yeah, this is gonna help so much. Now down to 12. We're also getting close to that invoke, I think, as well. Kion is here. Used up the Sincero. Now what? And it's like, you have double Vals in hand. But Lilanthem is going to be basically a permanent source of pressure.
And you can't count on Val's living in this matchup because you know there's Sage Lights, there's Edelweises, and then now going to turn 9, there's Ryos too. So it's hard to set up a Val's ambush into an OTK turn after, particularly against Earthright Runecraft.
Most who take the high road wind up dead.
Ooh, we're going for the double Bane instead here. Okay.
Take out the 2 healers. Yeah, and then do you just go face with the 5? Or not even evolving?
This is
now
too off lethal.
Penelope can't super.
This Cagliostro for game doesn't find it. Oh no, sorry. We didn't have the super, so it was 3 off lethal, so it was not Cagliostro for game.
So if you evolve the Penelope, it's 9 damage face, 3 defense left. Even if you find Cagliostro off of Gran Energita,
One
it's
off,
1
yeah.
off. Yeah. In that case, I think it is Edelweiss Graningita for draw. You could actually Graningita first if you're hoping to find a Skybound you want to boost.
Except for, I feel like once you've gotten to this stage of the game, you don't really want to see your Sandalphon.
Sage for heal. Sorry, Norman for heal. I think Norman for heal is the safest play.
Yeah. Still doing 7 damage, down to 5 now.
Albert is found, but
it's not the time for it, I feel like.
With 5 defense, just a single Lanthem swing is enough.
And we know that sword is not exactly known for its healing properties.
That's the
All you
thing.
have is the goblet.
I think the deciding turn was that Congregant turn. Because letting that Penelope swing for 5, if he free cleared that turn, he would still be at 10 defense here.
Oh.
Or not 10 defense, but not but you know, he wouldn't have been able to get free cleared on the crackback from the super evolve trade for free, which meant that he would have forced an evolve out of the Lanthem that turn, and Unctus would be lower on resources here, right? So
that's true.
No, an alternate world line, but you know, these are hard decisions made in the heat of the moment.
Picks up the Goblet Blade from the Evolve effect. Necklace, Vals. We're just trying to
get a ward up.
Yeah.
But we know that there's Sage Light, we know that there's Ryo, and that means it's a cleanup for our Unctus going to bring this set to a 1-1, which means that the decider is Lashena Portal versus Loot Sword. Not a matchup that I super expected to see at the World Grand Prix.
However, that is a matchup that we saw when we caught a glimpse of Unctus playing earlier, right? I'm pretty sure it was specifically him winning with the Lashena against a sword.
That's right. That's right.
So I wonder if we can see a repeat of that.
I mean, Lashena has a lot of healing, right? Between all of the New Testaments from the as we affectionately in the community refer to it, the eggs that come out of Lashena, being able to heal you every single turn. And, you know, that chip healing against Swordcraft, who has a very specific calculus on how much damage they need to beat you. It really throws a wrench in their plans, Chris.
100%. But Unctus here going first with the Lashena Portal. Ooh, very heavy opening hand, very light opening hand from Coyones. What is this?
Yeah, that's a full maul from Unctus, I think. You gotta look for the early destruction / testament generators, right? So specifically, you're looking for the the Lashena spell, the 2-cost Sonata.
Yep.
Devastating.
It's either that or I think especially in this matchup also you're very happy to get your puppet cards because they help you answer some of these earlier boards that Sword presents. You know, they've got the Quick Blade, or they got their 2-1s and whatnot that you can trade away pretty easily. Puppet Lancer will help a lot in taking out Octress as well. So these cards are definitely very good for this specific matchup.
The Love-Struck Puppeteer is going to come down here 100% and take out this Quick Blade. Oh, really? Saving it is interesting. I wonder what the consideration for that is.
It is interesting because there's so many different ways to, you know, I guess the Quick Blader is only going to get to keep stacking on more damage.
Could have saved 1 defense here if they played the Puppet earlier. I guess you could just play Love Struck again and just double Puppet into this. I think you need to save the enhanced Puppet for an Octress drop next turn.
Yeah. All right, there we go. Double
so
Puppet.
That Puppet could have come out a turn earlier, I think. But, you know, it's also a consideration to, like, you know, just keep stuff back until you have all the information. So, returning slash is happening, though. What's the pull? Devotee, not a bad pull, but we're in a situation once again where Coyones is kind of lacking draw power here.
This does feel like just when you try to play loot, this is like half your games, and then you watch the pro players, you watch the tournaments, and everyone is like playing out of their minds, like, wait, what am I doing wrong? So it feels good. Everyone's human. Everyone can have a day like this.
But now for Unctus, this turn, do you just Grand Jita for draw and leave the 2-1 up? I kind of don't hate it, because the turn after you have the recovery with Gilnelis, and you also know you have the recovery with Sylvia in your hand. I think that is the line Unctus is going to go for.
Let's see here now for Kayonis, though. Ooh, aggressive Albert.
Incredibly aggressive. You know, I dig this a lot. If you're not gonna find the draw power for your combo, you gotta put the pressure on, right?
Especially because before the Sincero comes down, you can set up the Sincero, but because you picked up the Lair and you have Congregant, you could get enough chip damage out from like stray blades that could carry you into just winning the game on turn 6.
And this is also a little awkward for Unctus, because if the Gilnelis is the play, self-evolve on Gilnelis puts her to 4 attack, which means that the Gran Jita would have to be traded in anyway, unless... Yeah, because it's not enough play points to play an enhanced puppet from Lancer.
Exactly.
So you're not even losing out on any, you know, you're not... There's no opportunity cost of taking any damage phase here.
Is it time to put down the Lancer? I feel like not playing that earlier prevented you from having a cleaner way to deal with that threat, and that Gran Jita couldn't go face.
But the thing with putting on Lancer though is that it's vulnerable to the blades and such. But
True.
Does that matter? Are you okay with them just using blades to take out Lancer? It's another question you have to ask yourself. It's Lair Congregant for sure. This is super free. Then you just fuse one thing into Sincero.
True.
Yeah.
Having Sincero changes the way this deck plays so much, man. It's actually ridiculous. You have so much more flexibility in managing your hand, in having access to, you know, board clear without actually committing play points. It's really, truly the face of the deck.
Yeah, this is tough for Unctus currently at 14. Well, he does have a lot of ways to answer the threat, right? But we know that there's a lot of burn coming from Kaionis, especially since that Odin top deck that previous turn. And Unctus was not able to generate, again, what we colloquially call the eggs, but the official name is White Psalm and Black Psalm New Revelation. It's very long. So no ways to generate the Psalms. So a little difficult to get that sustain we were talking about earlier. That seems important in this matchup, right?
Yeah. It's like until turn 5 or so, you're quite happy playing with this puppet game plan. Because it's just so efficient into sword, but there is a point in the game around now where you want to start diverting into your original plan with Lishana and the Psalms.
Yeah.
And not seeing that is pretty tough. Oh, we're committing the Evolve to the puppet. That's not good.
Evolve puppet is tough. And the Lancer does come down, but
that's the thing, like, the Lancer it has to come down eventually, right? So I feel like, again, putting that down last turn would have been able to play the enhanced puppet this turn again, without having to commit the evolve point for the regular puppet, I feel like.
True. What's the fuse count on Sincero right now? I believe it's 1 only, yeah? So, and what did it fuse? It fused Goblet? No, it fused Necklace?
If it was Necklace, then we have the rest of the pieces in hand.
You can do 8 now, putting Unctus down to 6, but I think
Just go Odin.
extra play point Odin is fine as well.
The evolve commit, I like it. This asks Unctus to heal up on a turn where he really doesn't want to.
Yeah, this is sort of forcing a Sylvia, right? There's no other clean way. I mean, a Gilnelis, right? Could also do it.
Yeah.
But doing that means you're not spending an evolve or a super evolve on Lishana this turn, which means you're not generating the game plans you want to be generating.
Oh, there is a game changer potentially, the Beelzebub. That being said, Beelzebub is strong because of the Psalms, as some of you already know, but those of you tuning in for the first time, Beelzebub Supreme King is a very strong card because it does a whole bunch of damage to the opponent's entire board. So it's going to do 9 damage to everything or 9 damage to enemy followers after removing their abilities, and then it gives the enemy leader the permanent effect that they will take 1 more damage from everything for the rest of the game. So that means they take 1 more damage from attacks, but they also take 1 more damage from effects as well. And the Black Psalm deals 1 damage on last words, and it basically, you know, resets itself every other turn. So if you get the Beelzebub down, that's 2 damage from every single Black Psalm. You get 3 of them down, it's like 6 damage that you can recur. And things like the Axia there help to reuse that effect as well.
Go on, touch me.
And beyond.
And it's just not, that's not a thing you can do right now, because Soprano, not found. Lashana, not found. It's a musicless world for Unctus's hand at the moment.
It really is. The melody is not there to string it all together. Kyonis, on the other hand, has the Sincero, has the parts and the pieces to do the damage.
Oof, and gets a tablet
missing-
off the back too is pretty sick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just missing that like last bit of storm damage to win the game.
Which hopefully the tablet could shore up, I suppose. But I think if you're gonna Sincero, you may as well do it now.
Especially because Tablet can draw you into so many things that can win the game next turn after doing this 8 damage, right? They go down to 5. If they Sylvia, of course, that's not going to be the case, but if they don't, then you're in a position where finding like a Kagemitsu off of your draw would also be one of the game-winning plays. I will quickly check, though. He does run the 1 of Kagemitsu here. So that could be something.
And the Knightly Order already in hand. I don't think you play Knightly Order if you don't play the Kagemitsu. That's
Yeah.
essentially what it's for, other than, you know, to buff a sneaky little Volst that lives. But yeah, if he can find that, that would be a massive boon. Sylvia would put Unctus back to 9, but again, that also forces a super from Unctus, which he's not. Now he has no way to get Psalms out of Lashana, meaning that he's entirely reliant on Soprano, and he doesn't have that either. Another thing he could do is just enhanced Puppet into Congregant to clear this 8/9, but then that leaves you too vulnerable to Tablet top deck Kagemitsu or Tablet top deck Albert. So I think Sylvia is the only line, but it spends his last Evo, and Unctus is in a really tough spot.
Yeah, exactly. This is not where you want to be using this Evolve, especially when, you know, we haven't seen Axia's Super Evolve being used. Leishan is nowhere to be found. It's overall just pretty unfortunate. There is the Leishan at least, finally.
A little late. I think the tablet's going to come down no matter what here. But then the question is, how do we answer the 8/8? Albert was topped. So if he didn't Sylvia that turn, he would have just lost here.
That's right. Yeah, the 8/8 is actually posing a bigger threat than you'd expect.
I shall return what's yours.
Face. I respect it. What if you just
Yeah,
leave this 8/8 up? What are they going to do? Beelzebub is only 9 damage.
Yeah, it's you are basically, you know, the fact that they don't have any Psalms in play gives you so much leeway in playing more aggressively. You don't have to worry about your own healing as much. You don't have to be as stressed about having to duck lethals.
I think literally just let it live. Yeah, whatever. Deal 9 damage, and then the turn after, Albert comes down, right? For that Saber Strike goodness. Axia is probably the play here, right? To put a ward up for that, to block the Albert. With that 4 defense, it's the best play, but that's tough. I think you have to do it though. I think the Axia has to. Yeah. And then you could play
There she is.
Lashana here, and then just spend the spell onto the Wasteland. It draws while clearing, and then you go 8 phase. That's the line I'm looking at right now. Is there an alternate?
No, I do think that is likely the most optimal in terms of the game plan you want to be doing, but Gran and Jita We don't really have
Yeah.
a lot of we don't have any skybounds in his hand right now.
Just playing the widest board possible here. Let's see. That Axia might just be able to swing things around. That prevents the Owlbear from going to the dome. Has Unctus found the line?
Man, it's crazy that Unctus plays the triple Luo for probably this matchup.
And then never
Hasn't
saw
seen a
it.
single one.
That's right. That being said, that was a really well executed turn from Unctus. Just letting the
Yeah.
Axia come down and then presenting a wide board threat. Kyonis disrespected the 8-8 the previous turn. So now he's got a lot to answer for this turn.
It's also things like the blade usage does come back in situations like this too, because you do have, you know, using the blade on the face, I think it was, could have potentially have been kept to deal that one extra damage, for example. But wouldn't have had enough play points this turn, but once you get to the 10 play points, it's situations like that where those otherwise generic seeming tools can really come in quite clutch. But now,
Soprano
before
drawn.
you know it, Kayon is down to 9. 5 attack follow remains on board for Unctus.
Is there any way for Unctus to deal 4 this turn? There would have been if he kept Chaos Legion in the opener.
Oh, you're so right. Oh my god. He did have it in the opening hand too. Soprano gonna try to draw into it. Sandalphon's not enough.
Yeah, this is a little tough. Best you can do is heal to 9 here. And 9 is not equal to 14. So the Albert plus Boots is looking very dangerous. A threat on the horizon that you know they have. Because Kyonis has been telegraphing it pretty blatantly with the Super Evolve keep.
There is Lishana. The name of the deck. The namesake. Melodious Monody.
Late to her own concert, it seems.
Oh, it's never a good look.
And here we go. Kyonis with the Owlbear. Boots should be able to wrap this up.
Not even with the boots. Kyonis gonna just draw to see what we have in that deck still, and then just savor the
Is he
moment.
tunnel visioning? Hold up.
No, he sees it. The Albert
There
comes
it
down. The
is.
Super Orb is available, and Kyonis is going to take this game and get another dub before the SVO, the last chance qualifier. Just qualified last month and already making a name for himself on the world stage.
A very intense set there for Kyonis, making his record a 1-2 now, so he still has odds to make it to the playoff round at the end of our 6 rounds of Swiss. So big congrats to him. But guys, that is the end of round 3 for us. We are halfway through our Swiss rounds. For everybody
That's right.
watching at home, we have 3 more rounds of Swiss after this, and then one final playoff round to decide the final 7 who are going to day 2 right away. So we'll have the standings for you once we come back from break. But for now, don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this with some more Shadowverse action. Hello and welcome back to the Shadowverse World Grand Prix 2025. We are halfway through our Swiss rounds with 3 rounds of Swiss already having concluded, 3 rounds of Swiss to go. I'm here with my co-host Different Fight to cast the rest of this Shadowverse action with y'all. Chris, now that we're at the halfway round or halfway point of our Swiss rounds, you want to take a look at the standings, see where we're at?
100%. Let's take a look for the 3-0s. This is pretty smooth sailing territory, but for everyone else, maybe not so much. Shinja, Team Twilight Knights, 3-0 on a roll right now, as well as we see Team DNF's reroll also just below the borderline of the 3 players that advance. Yuto Fujiwara in second and El Ganubi at first right now. So our undefeated players, 4 of them still stand. Only 2 of them will remain undefeated at the end of round 4. And it's going to be very interesting to see who will it actually be. But a lot of players in the 2-1 line as well, starting from Beyond, just dropped the game right there, all the way up to Machida, who managed to win the last round and get themselves up to 15th place. But for those of you just tuning in, the blue line is where you want to be above, because the top 11 players for 11 to 4th get to go into the playoffs, which we played out today to see who from these players gets to go into the Championship Sunday, and the top 3 players get to go to Championship Sunday without having to go through that playoff process at all.
That's right, but the standings are still very much subject to change depending on how these next 3 rounds go. So you want to be above the yellow line or the blue line, but you still might be able to snatch a spot from somebody above you, depending on how these next 3 rounds shake out, right? But let's take a look at the lower half of the standings here, just to see where everybody's at. We have, let's see, ours at a 0-3 record there. That's one of our SVO boys from the Shadowverse Open circuit. And then from the players I'm familiar with, we have Alejandro at 1-2 as well, as Bareric at 1-2 as well, as Kyonis also at 1-2. So kind of a tough record to be having. Very, very talented players still clawing down each other for a very, very high stakes matches here. And it's kind of a bloodbath there, Chris.
Yeah, I mean, we can also see even, some of the top Japanese players as well. We've been watching, throughout the year. People like Junan also now managed to find a win, but still in 26. It's still a long way to go if you started at 0-2. Really got to win the rest of these next 3 rounds to try to make 100%. It out. So this is going to be a bit of a difficult one, I think, for everyone on this page. If you can win the next 3, I think it is possible. But if you are Unicties, Gust, Ars, or Saga, I think even winning the next 3 might be a little bit difficult, but you can still aim for upgrades in prizing. So definitely don't give up on that dream. You can always look back at the archive over on YouTube to see what the prizing is. We went over it a little bit earlier, and there's definitely a lot on the line for these players, so you don't want to miss out.
100%. And I also want to reiterate that even if they don't make it to the playoffs this day, technically there's still a chance, because whoever drops on day 1 today is automatically enrolled into the last chance qualifier tomorrow for one last shot at day 2. So regardless, you want to get those reps in, sharpen your skills, and make sure you're sharp, because even if you drop from today, you still have a chance tomorrow. So these players still got to give it their all no matter what. Now, our next matchup is going to be Hou versus Fuete. They're both at 1-2 right now, I believe. Let's take a look at their... Oh, we have they have the matchups here. First on the top half of the bracket. Very interesting to see a lot of the super, well-backed pros, like from Team DNF, Team DFM, Team TK. That just goes to show you the quality of practice partners matters a lot in improving your skills in Shadowverse, I believe.
Oh yeah, 100%. We have a lot of decorated players here as well. Yuto Fujiwara versus El Ganubi for the 3-0 matchup, as well as a Team DNF reroll against Twilight Knights' Shinja. Also going to be going up against each other again. From our 4 undefeated players, 2 of them qualified in 2024. And there were, I would say, 2 of the players that you definitely had to keep an eye out for, even back in original Shadowverse quite a bit as well. But we do have a lot of the 2-1 matchups as well. And we have our first down pair, I believe, between Team DFM's Mill and NBVC. So for Mill, that is a match that they cannot afford to drop. Whereas for NBBC, this is a game that they really want to drop because it might just help their resistance in terms of trying to sneak into that maybe potential 11th place if push comes to shove.
That's right. Opponent win rate does matter here. Now taking a look at the second page of matchups here, seeing how things are on this side, this is where it's really make or break for a lot of these players, Chris.
Yes.
If you go X3, like we mentioned earlier, very difficult to claw your way back into the playoff rounds. But going to X2 still seems very possible. So for a lot of these people here, especially from from all over the shop, Extra Championship from Japan, Rage Championship in Japan, Taiwan Open, Shadowverse Open. I just want to reiterate to everybody watching at home, every single player here is cracked out of their mind and, super, super strong. It's just that the level of competition is also the highest it's ever been for Worlds Beyond. So it is really tough out there. So best of luck to these players here. Hopefully they can claw their way back into the playoff rounds. Going into the next three Swiss rounds here. Now, again, I mentioned that our next matchup is going to be Hou versus Fueta. I just want to give a little bit of background on them as we take a look at their deck list here. Hou qualified to the September online championship in 2025 and was the runner-up there. And meanwhile, Fueta, very decorated player, here bringing Loot Swordcraft and Earthright Runecraft, so kind of the standard lineup. He's a 9 times JCG tournament winner and a 2 times Rage finalist. One of the best non-pros. Crazy.
Yeah, definitely one of the players that it would have been almost weird to not have them in the WGP. Really cool to see them qualify through, winning it all in Osaka, and bringing the tried and tested lineup of Loot Sword together with the Earthright Rune.
And that's kind of just what I wanted to emphasize is like, even if these players are, not having the greatest record today, it just goes to show you, like Fueta, super decorated at a 1-2. That's how tough this tournament is. That's all I'm trying to convey here to everybody at home. All right, next up, over on the other side, Hou is bringing Loot Swordcraft as well. Very interestingly, not only does he run the Kagemitsu at 2, not only does he run Knightly Ardor, but he's even bringing Apostle of Voracity as another way to buff the Kagemitsu for immense violence, face damage, which is a really interesting tech.
I knew that keeping my animated copies was the right move, man. I love the art of this card. I was like, we'll find a way to use this effect one day. It's a +4 attack. Surely we'll see the light of day once. And would you look at that? The world stage is where we see it, man. This is what happens when you have a week of cooking where no big tournaments are happening before World Grand Prix, and these players can just get into the bunker and just go wild with all of their theory and their deck building. Love to see it.
And hopefully we get to see it in action in this upcoming game. But in terms of lineup, pretty standard stuff. Earthright loot on both sides, but the techs are where it's going to come down to, right? And that's where we're going to see the differences. The games are about to begin. They are sitting there in their chairs, in their nice fancy jackets. And this is round 4. Again, guys, they are both at a 1-2 record. They cannot afford, really, to lose any more rounds from this point onwards if they want to make it to the playoffs.
There's also, I think, the first matchup we're featuring where both players are from Japan. So we're going to get to see 2 players that normally would also play within their own region have to face off at the international stage. Not the happiest thing to do, right? You want to, support your fellow players from your own region. But at the same time, Japan's scene is so huge that it also kind of comes down to sometimes, the more local scenes, which prefecture you're from, which part of the country you're from, which community you represent, and things like that. But again, neither of these players has a team behind their names. So they are coming in from individual backgrounds. And this could be, even though they're in a bit of a difficult position right now, this could still be the beginning of their Shadowverse legend. Or, well, for one of them, I suppose, because for Fueta already said, he's already been very much decorated and has been able to do it even without necessarily the, being part of a esports organization, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I also want to say, you know, it's really interesting too. Speaking to your point, Hou qualified through an online championship, where Fueta an in-person one. So very different backgrounds coming into this as well, even though they're both from Japan. So like you said, the scene is so big that there's so many different facets of it that this might still be a novel matchup for both of them here.
Exactly. So I think especially for the people that qualified through online, you know, this might be their first in-person event ever, right? Mm-hmm. There's so much nerves with that. So much like that's like I think the hardest hurdle is when you have only competed online and then you are put into this physical position and put into this place where it's like, all right, now you're being watched by thousands of people, and you know every reaction of yours is captured, and you have to still play the very best of your caliber that you know potentially ever have in your life. That really puts a lot of pressure as we go into this mirror matchup between Fueta and Hou. We have a perfect mirror between these two players as well. Both players on Loot Sword and the Earth Right rune.
I think very interestingly though, I believe, let me just double check. I believe it is indeed Fueta who does not run any Ryo in his list for the Earth Right. So that could be a huge difference maker for the first for that mirror in particular. And in fact, both of their lists, despite being the same archetypes, are actually significantly different.
Yeah, so I'm curious to see how this will play out. I do feel like the sword lists in particular are very, very different in terms of ratios. I do think that I believe on Fueta's side or Hou's side it is. Need to, you know, when we have two of the same deck list, got to make sure you tell which one is which. But
right,
you know, you also have some of the small differences in terms of like even ratios of things like the Supplicant of Usurpation and the Sword list too. But more on that later once we get into the sword game. Let's take a look at this Earthright mirror.
I also want to really bring up, this is incredibly important in the mirror in particular. Hou runs 3 Valharias, and Fueta runs none. So that's a huge difference. And that means that Fueta might have a bit harder answers against an enemy Norman, but maybe the rest of his game plan is consistent. That's the sort of trade-off you have to make when you're deciding on these ratios, right?
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be quite interesting to see how that plays out. I feel like Valharia especially feels like it's made for this and the Abyss matchup in particular, right?
That's right. No Valharia, no Ryo. Will the techless options from Fueta end up actually making a huge difference in this mirror? I think we are going to see the Cagliostro come down here. Just generate more Earthright. It's really important, especially since you already have the Lolanthem in hand. As much as, okay, now we both got the Lolanthem. Now it's going to be very interesting mirror-wise.
Yep. This is going to be battle of who's got the resources down. We keep repeating this point, but it really is the resource management that it comes down to, right? We've seen some games where not being able to manage not just the sigils, but also the board space has really come back to bite Earthright players. And so being able to not just manage all of that, but not, give into pressure of, making a play that seems good on paper, but might not be that good in the long term is also going to be one of the things to balance in this matchup, as this Alchemic Flare takes out the Cagliostro pretty easily.
Are we just going to see a Mireille reset drop here? We are going to see it, but I am a little concerned about stack count going into a Lolanthem, especially if we top deck a Norman here. This means that we do not have double Norman activation if Fueta draws it off the top.
Yeah, this is a little bit tough on that front, as this Norman is about to come in on turn 5 here.
Double Golems?
Double Golems, I think it's gonna be.
Yeah, it makes it hard for Fueta to answer this. Again, remember, no Valharia, which would have been crazy good here. And that makes things tough.
It's not even that she's not in the hand. She's not in the game for Fueta right now.
And does get the Norman, so the Mireille reset on the previous turn means no double Norman activation this turn.
Oh, you're so right. This is Also very tough. The trade does help a little bit in the Ars Magna being able to take out the Norman without much effort. Are we gonna first catch it on the Edelweiss here? Where does this hit?
I think what you could do now is just use the Gilnelise to take out the 3-3 with the barrier, double ping it, trade the Edelweiss into the 3-3 without barrier, and then trade the evolved Gilnelise into the 7-2, 5 Ghost Phase. I think that is the best line.
I do agree.
Yep, there we go.
Touch me.
Cleaned it all up. No Valharia needed. Valhuria? That's what Fueta said.
I do feel like Gilnelise, like the more the game has been going, the more I feel that Gilnelise might actually be the best card in the game right now from all that we've had so far, right? It's just the versatility, the flexibility, the sustain, the potential OTK that you can actually get out of it. This one card just does so much on all different calibers in this game that it really feels like one of the best.
That's lore accurate, man. If anybody's was playing since Classic, we already know. Gilnelise the GOAT. Penelope coming out here with a super, getting that stack count up very, very importantly, lining up another Penelope up to 9 stack, and that means very cleanly extra play point into Lanthem, I think, is the guaranteed play for Hou next turn.
Yeah, and getting that down, especially when you look at this board state, right? Lanthem on 9 Earth Sigils versus Fueta's lack of.
He's going to have to find a way to generate them. You could do Alchemical Flare, Sage Light for stack, super, take out the Penelope, would put you to 6 stacks for your Lanthem next turn.
That does eat up a super, though. Are you okay with giving that up?
Yeah, that's the problem. That's the problem indeed.
Well, Anthem's going to be very clutch in dealing with boards because their destruction effect is going to be just, you know, especially at the current situation where Ho has already used a super evolve. I feel like holding off on that might be good, but at the same time, every other approach doesn't feel as good, right?
Yeah, it's a little rough. I think it is going to have to be Flare. Maybe you leave up the 2-2, hey? But what this does is leaves a very, very, very scary opportunity for Ho to extra play point, Lanthem, Super Penelope face, drawing not only cards, adding stack, healing, and dealing 5 to the dome. I think that is the guaranteed line. Or you could even just save the super for a Lanthem crackback off the rip. The thing is, I don't think it's as relevant in this matchup because saving Lanthem super, your Lanthem super can't target enemy Lanthem because they have aura. But what it is relevant for is if they Norman. So I think it is smart either way.
Yeah.
There was arguments for either play there, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, I do agree. I think at the end of the day, you're still, even after this trade, you're still further ahead in Earth Sigils. So I feel like it is relatively worth it. The only thing is that for Ho to take out this Lanthem is also going to be a bit of a tough ask without that Cagliostro having her free evolve either.
Yeah, what is the way to take out this enemy Lanthem? It does have less reses than you. If you super your Cagliostro, take out the 8-8, go down to 4 stack. You could trade the 5-5 into their 5-5, go down to 2 stack. You still have to kill it 2 more times. I don't think there's a clean way.
Going for the 4 damage AoE first things first.
Realel Rosette. Well, that still would leave it with 1, right? With 1 res. 1 alive.
Yep.
But you can evolve the Lanthem. That's full clear.
Yep.
Beautiful.
Oh, this is big for Ho. There goes 1. There goes another. And here comes the 3rd without even using the super evolve. You get to keep that for another Lanthem down the line. Now both players are exhausted of Earth Sigils.
Ooh, Sandalphon out of the top. This still feels like anybody's game here. Fueta managed to claw his way back from a pretty disadvantageous mid-game. So, huge props there. And we also have a Sandalphon already active this turn. Do we just see that landing?
8 damage face, and Lanthem doesn't actually revive.
Yep. I think it's the play.
I wonder what the second the Sandalphon was just added, so that's still gonna take a while to get ready. I'm just a little bit worried if Ho can find ways to heal back enough that committing the Sandalphon could be punished.
Ooh, Fueta has navigated this so cleanly from a really scary mid game suddenly into a pretty clean end game. But can Hou recover? We do have a draw in Witch's New Brew though, Chris. He could pull something off the top.
This could be something. It's gotta be something. We need Earth Sigil creators. We have Cagliostro with just the Skybound, not the Super Skybound. Having multiple Ars Magnas could be a way to try to claw back into this.
Velharia up, but that's not doing anything. Fueta got the no Velharia list, looking like a good decision. Sage Light, that's healing.
That's a good pickup. Cagliostro just for the Ars Magna and the Evolve. It does clear, but the problem is that you are leaving up a very weak board with just a 2-2.
That's right. If you heal to 9 here. Oh, this is dead to Sandalphone, but we know the Super Skybound's not active yet.
Cagliostro also just on regular Skybound as well. That would produce you with 4 damage for now. Still not enough.
I think it's a good start, though. What you could do is just Cagliostro, get the 2-stack, get an Ars Magna, and then you can Norman, right? Then you have a full board. They also have to answer. They have to spend their turn answering. And you set up with 2 Ars Magnas plus Sandalphone the turn after.
That does sound very good, actually.
I think it might be the Norman. You don't even really have to spend the Evolve on the Norman either. Just summon 1 Golem.
Yeah.
Transform your skills.
Yeah, not
looking really strong.
Does mean that Lilanthem does take care of this board, but it doesn't matter too much who Ryo picked up. Ryo does have targets, but
you can Ars Magna, then Ryo. You would only heal up to 10, putting you in range of
the second Sandalphon.
The second Sandalphone with an Edelweiss to clear the Ryo, because all they would have to do is engage stack Edelweiss, Ars Magna, trades Edelweiss, Sandalphone, and that's lethal, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Ooh, that is tough. Fueta with that clutch Norman putting Ho in a sort of guaranteed pincer. Ho heals up to 9. Sandalphone Super Skybound art is
not active. However, does this Edelweiss take us there?
I don't think so, because he only invoked it 2 turns ago. This Sandalphone in the bottom there. I don't think there's a line to have it active this turn. Otherwise, it would have been an instant slam. Because we saw it being invoked, right? So it's definitely not there yet, because we've just reached turn 10 for Fueta.
Hovering over the Edelweiss, that is one of the ways to take care of this, but that is going to be very much eating up your remaining sigils that you don't really have too many ways to generate.
Time's running out. Only a quarter of the turn left. Fueta has to make a decision. One of the outs is potentially engage Norman. Oh, he's going to go for draw.
Ooh.
He's running out of time.
Is this the golem? Yep.
Yep. Can he make the trade? Oh, he made it.
Christ, for a second it looked like he didn't.
Got me. He got me stressed out here, man. Fueta. The Velharia does come down.
Yeah, we're gonna be drawing our cheap things that we got discounted by Ryo. It's really just barely on the brink.
You probably Neuru first, see what you get off the top.
Let's see it.
Doesn't do much. You can send away the non-active Sandal.
Oh my god. All 3 Valerias.
Edelweiss for 1! Puts you back to 7 play points here.
Okay. Oh, and you can go for the AoE damage.
You Valharia. No, you just
Sage Blade.
Valharia. You need to heal. I think you need to heal.
Oh, yeah, true.
So Valharia goes here, double trade,
And then you just trade.
and then you have enough for Sage Light heal now, plus engage.
Pretty
Still
good.
in it, but that's the last
Up to
super from
13.
both sides.
Oh, and that was pretty close. Gilney's picked up finally as well. Because there was also an angle of Gilney's double Ars Magna would have also been 9 damage there. Or sorry, not 9.
Yeah, it would have been 9. That's correct.
Oh, yeah.
But what's the outs for Fueta right now? Is it Penelope Edelweiss would get Sandalphone active? That would clear most board and then do a lot of damage face, and then you maybe finish with Gilney's the turn after. Is that the way out?
I guess so. Like, the one good thing for Fueta is that he's got enough sustain to get back up to even 20 this turn.
Huh.
Ooh.
Board lock.
He's gonna... Oh.
That is so heads up. I didn't even see that line until he did it. Wow.
That almost confirms it now, because if there's no Sage Light, there's no way to heal. And whereas Fueta can just go Sage Light for AoE damage, that takes care of the board. There's no more evolves to try to dodge it in any way, and Sandalphon has confirmed 10 damage.
That was such a smart line from Fueta. Goes to show you why he's the 9 times JCG tournament winner and 2 times Rage finalist. That was an insanely strong line. Well
Just
played.
like that, manages to close it out with a Sandalphon, finds the perfect way to win this game. Fueta not giving up until the very end and wins the first game of round 4.
That was very impressive.
Legit. It's moments like this that are always so pleasant to see. Just those perfectly timed board locks that you know you will not lose. You're basically putting your opponent in this checkmate situation of no matter what you do, it's just another turn for you. But for me, it's confirmed victory.
That's right. And Fueta was looking pretty dire in the mid game there too, but was able to bring it out with very, very smart plays from around turn 6 onwards, and just was able to take that game. Man, incredibly well played. What a pleasure to watch.
Yeah, genuinely. Absolutely incredible. Fueta now only needs one more win here to get another dub in the Swiss rounds and lock in round 4. Ho, on the other hand, needs to win with both the Earthright and the Loot Sword. This is going to be a very uphill climb.
All right, full toss from Fueta there. Fueta's like, where's my tablet? Give it to me. We've seen what happens when you don't get tablet.
Give me my tablet.
We do not want to be
zero.
We
I
do not
need
wanna
my
be in that
gas.
situation. That's what I'm saying. Exactly. Ho, on the other hand, does have the Witch's New Brew for the turn 1 into a Penelope.
So good.
Yeah, this is a pretty strong opener with the Realel Rosette. The Realel Rosette being able to be extra play pointed out too is also really big.
I don't know if you caught it, but you could see Fueta was like, he drew this in 0, and he's just like, yes. You can see he's like, nod of approval.
That's kind of what I love about these events too, right? The energy is different in person. I'll tell you right now. I can tell you that firsthand too. Back in the day when I did my very first Rage, you know, even though Shadowverse is a digital card game, like actually being seated across from your opponent and like it's a different feeling.
Right.
And for us being able to see their expressions on the cams, it's very, very cool. It's the human element of card games that I think is one of the biggest strengths of the entire genre.
100%, without a doubt. That being said, though, now for Fueta,
It's not too bad, right? You just fuse the Gilded, take out the Penelope, and you can even put the Supplicant down. And this hopefully draws you your Octress the turn after. Let's see what it pulls.
oh, that does happen. Not quite.
Not quite. I think it's still Supplicant, though. Yep.
Yeah.
You have to fuse now, otherwise you overdraw. Yep. There you go. And we're good.
All right, smooth sailing so far for Fueta from the start. Ho, on the other hand, It's got generators and a little bit of damage. Technically AoE damage, but you don't want to be using this early.
This is actually quite not quite. It's a very weak turn from Ho here. If you commit an extra into Edelweiss, your next turn you don't have the access to Muriel Reset. If you don't commit the Edelweiss, then all you're doing this turn is Sage Lighting. Caught between a rock and a hard place a little bit.
Yep. At the very least, because of the play point refund, you are able to get the second sigil here.
Unctus came on time.
That's good. And you have two... You don't have a way to take care of the Edelweiss, so if you commit the Unctus.
That's true. That is true.
No boots in hand either. For like Kagemitsu boots to run in.
Yeah, I wondered, did Sincero fuse boots that last turn? Or was it a... Oh. Is there another way to do this?
I mean, there's like double blade, there's quick blader blade. So many blades.
But neither of those puts the Unctus on board. Which I'm a little concerned about.
I think you have to give up on it.
I guess this is fine. And then next turn you have Unctus evolve for more loot fodder, so... Probably the safest play for Fueta here.
The only downside here is that now because of the way that the Earth Sigils have been working out, you actually cannot play the Edelweiss. I mean, you can play her, but you are going to run out of your sigils here. So this might just be a Vilharia. Doesn't feel great though.
It's a little weak, right? I think it's because he was forced to spend the extra the turn previous. Like, if he had the extra now, imagine a Rizal Reset into this would have been quite nice, but again, Fueta just putting the opponent into awkward spots, which is a big part of the game, you know? Presenting questions that the opponent has to answer, which impedes what they want to do. That's the entire back and forth flow of Shadowverse.
Exactly. All right, choosing to not play the Penelope, saving her for potential super evolve down the line, maybe.
I think with against Sword, any healing is, you know, a port in a storm, right? Especially, we saw Izudia heal like 20 on round 1 and still get got by a 40 damage out of Loot's Sword, so, yeah.
Here comes Unctus, the second of the faces of this archetype.
That's right. Blade go
the
face.
OG classic.
I would want to just lay down a layer here, I think.
Yeah, you get a bit of that flexibility, and then this way you got to play a loot, you get to fuse a loot, so you're overall doing pretty good in terms of your game plan to get the Unctus crest counted down.
Yeah, and then next turn you just do it again. And you can also get boots from Lair for Kagemitsu next turn now, which is actually a pretty big deal. Realel Reset doesn't feel great here, right? Because one of the bodies is going to get taken out by the 5-2 stat line. Ooh, it's a
I
bit
guess it's just because you have Sandalphon in hand.
Yeah,
Sandalphon as well as the Alchemic Flare.
True.
This could be a Zeta Bea.
I'm thinking so. You can even evolve the Zeta Bea, do 5 face, I think.
Yeah, you push them down to 11. Next turn, you go down to 3, Fuse go down to 2, even you play a loot go down to 1. So unless you draw into a second Sincero, there is no way to get the Unctus token out. And even then, if you had to play the loot for, you wouldn't be able to play it next turn either. Maybe saving the evolve is fine here then, because you don't have lethal next turn yet either.
Yeah, well, next turn you're count down 3, Fuse 1 Sincero. Would the only way to... Yeah, you'd have to pop the layer and then spend it. But I'm thinking that you kind of do want to get the crest down so that you can just play the other Unctus this turn, right? Or in the coming turn. So I'm trying to think of the line there. Meanwhile, on Ho's side, no Norman, Realel Reset down. Is it going to be Penelope Super just to get the resources topped up and heal yourself back up to 50? And I think it kind of has to be, honestly.
Yeah, I do think you're starting to see that Fueta is happy to play down the more storm-oriented cards, start doing just raw damage, and you don't know what's going to come up next. And it's like, can you sustain Storm into Sincero into Albert? I don't know.
Ooh, okay. I like this. I like this. Back up to 17, keeping the Penelope and the super in case he gets something off top like a Norman or the Lantham. You know, not having to spend all of his most precious resources here. Interestingly. Bit of a pass turn angle for Fueta here. Not a whole lot to do.
Yeah. Even the Kage is like, it's about the only thing you would do. Ultra doesn't feel good. Congregant isn't doing much. Sincero is just doing damage, but not enough to make it feel worth without having anything to hit on the board.
Kage's super face would be brass here, but with all the healing in Ho's hand, I don't think it's the greatest play. Of course, Fueta doesn't know that though. Maybe it's time, or do you just let it sit? He's thinking about it.
Oh, we are going in.
Oh.
Down to 11. So next turn you do have 12 damage confirmed. It comes down to whole healing out of it.
And we know he can though, that's the thing.
Yep. There's the Penelope, gonna be the first piece of the puzzle here. Back up to 13.
And then it's probably just Edelweiss plus Sage Light, right? Back up to 17.
Yep.
You gotta take out the Octors though, so it has to be Edelweiss Sage Light, I'm pretty sure.
And Edelweiss giving an evolved body for essentially 2 play points really is
And 2 for 1.
something else. Yeah.
Very strong. It was always strong, it just needed the shawl around it, right?
Yeah. I mean, people were even playing it in like spell boost initially when we had like those, you know, hybrid lists and
I
so
remember.
on.
Yeah, back in the day. But now Earthright's king.
Back in the day, a whole 6 months ago.
I'm old. My back.
Prehistoric gamer.
Prehistoric gamer. Old man emoji and just the picture of the Legends Rise expansion art.
Skull emoji is Renaissance Chronicles.
Heroes of Shadowverse, right?
Oh my god.
All right, fusing in that final piece. Getting that remnant of hollowness. This is going to be a clean 8 minimum. I don't think you have to spend the hollowness if you don't want to. Alternate line is like putting down a layer and then putting a necklace up. Okay, we're doing it.
We're going in.
All right.
That being said, we don't have the damage now, so
It's kind of off tops, right? That's the entire thing. With no tablet, this is the position you put yourself into sometimes. And with no super, Kagemitsu can't even go face. Kagemitsu gets Storm on super, not regular evolve.
that's right. That being said, an Albert could theoretically
Manifest.
even uh-oh. If you do put up like, I mean, this deck doesn't really have many wards outside of what Norman gives you. So that's not really going to be even a question of Albert needing to get over something. We find the Albert, we win. There's only so much healing right here. It's literally just the Ars Magna and the end of turn from Sandalphon, so it can go up to 7. But Albert can evolve manually, not super, and that's still 10 damage.
Run the math by me again. Is 7 less than or more than 10? Let's find out on this next top deck.
We have it. What's off the top?
Ooh! Almost! Ravening Lair is 6 damage. It's so close.
It's so close. Oh my god, this is... So the Congregant gives Goblet and Boots, so it's also not...
That's not it.
Not it, you need a Blade. And then it's like, using the tentacles here when you're not maximizing on the healing. But at the same time, I feel like you do want to just run the tentacles down.
Yeah, I think it is true. I think you do just play Tentacles.
And then
pop
you
Lair
again,
for...
you just close your eyes and wait until your turn wraps around.
You just Tentacles and you just ignore the 2/2. 100%. You can even... yeah. go for Blade and Necklace, and then Necklace your Kage. Oh, interesting.
Face me.
I don't know. I kind of liked Blade there because it opens up the opportunity of if they don't have another heal, you just get another Blade generator. Now that's no longer an option.
Yeah, you had the one-off potential. The scary thing is here, passing on an empty board means that they're free to just deal 10 damage to you, and that evens out this matchup a lot when you have 2 Sandalphons in hand.
That's why I think Fueta should have gone for the Blade. It might have been his only way. Of course, Fueta doesn't know that there's no other Penelope in hand, right? Penelope could have recovered him back out of Blade range, etc. and so forth, but I think I would have liked to see Blade there.
Granangita.
All right, toss something away. Probably Valharia.
Gonna be... Yeah, she's not really... I mean...
Oh, actually, or you just extra play point Sandalphone now. Oh, I think Ho is concerned about his defense total, though. What's he looking for? Sage Light?
Thing is, if you're scared of losing to Albert, nothing really protects you other than Norman.
That's true. And there's no way to get Norman down right now.
Yeah.
I think it is just extra play point Sandalphone then.
You play to win. You have to play to win. Ho is making the gamble here. 10 damage comes in. Fueta. Oh, he's actually closing his eyes. He's gonna just see what's on the top.
Octress generates
a Blade.
But it wouldn't be enough. The Sandalphone heal puts him out of range regardless.
Because the heal, yeah.
I totally forgot about the Sandalphone heal. That means that there's no way out except for Albert that turn, which means that without the tablet, this is what happens, Chris.
It really is. I think your best bet here is to Congregant. You're gonna have to take out this board the hard way after setting up this crest, and then pray that you can get this second crest down.
You just
at the
heal
same time
with Goblet as much as possible here.
Ooh, pretty good hit. Goblet. And then Octress trades off. You still have your evolve point, very, very importantly.
But
14 damage is safe.
This is so close to lethal for Ho, but not yet. It's not
yet.
Sandalphone's
not active yet either as well.
Yeah, true.
Ooh, but the super is pretty painful.
Go back to 5. Cagliostro drawn.
Ooh, the Cag. Cagliostro is huge here. This is gonna give you a bit more damage potential. That's exactly what you're missing because you already have the Alchemic Flare in hand. That gives you an extra 2 damage to the leader. So you'd have Ars Magna Alchemic Flare plus the Sandalphon for game.
That's if Fueta doesn't recover, though. Send back Lanthem. It's pretty useless at this stage in the game. Okay.
Back anyway. 16 sigils. What's off the top? Is it an Albert?
What's off the top? It's not Albert, but it could be. Returning Slash could draw it.
This has to be Albert. Here we go.
Oh
man, Fueta's going through it. He can technically lose this game. He still has one more chance, but when you're this close, it really, really stings.
Heal back up, but okay, you boots on the Kage. Yep.
And you get it's also really huge. He has 5 damage on this hand right now.
If he took Blade!
The Blade! Oh my god!
Wait, hold up. Oh. Okay. If he took Blade, it would have been lethal, right? He could have evolved the.
But dude, hindsight is 2020.
Yeah,
man.
and the previous turns might have played out differently too. So fair. Fair is fair. But still, man, what a twist of events.
All right, only one remains.
15 though? Can Ho even make it?
15 is not... No, you don't have Ars Magna, so your only damage output this turn is Sandalphon, Alchemic Flare, I guess
Valharia to... Oh, Norman!
That's a big pickup. Oh no!
Oh my goodness!
His hand is empty. You just go in. You can just heal up. You can Alchemic Flare the other thing and trade with Norman, go up to 7. You actually are out of Albert lethal range.
I think you have to play for Here's the I think you do 1 heal, 1 ward. That's the safest bet, right? No. Yes.
What?
No.
I think double heal is safer.
Double heal puts you to
heal.
9. Albert Evolve is still lethal.
You're so right. I could somehow completely miss that he still has the Evolve Fueta is still in the Albert to win range.
But 1 heal,
Does he
1 ward.
see it?
1 heal, 1 ward would have also
he
not.
doesn't have the
1 heal, 1 ward would have
shot.
also still been vulnerable to Albert. Yeah, because Albert AoE would take out the barrier. So no matter what he did, it was all down to does Fueta draw the Albert or not, and Fueta does not.
And he doesn't have a fused target. Oh, this is pain.
This game is crazy, man.
I can't. No, Fueta. Bro, I feel like Fueta's going through it like his tournament life is gone, dude. This is game 2. You won game 1. You can still run it back.
Yeah, but you know, putting it all on a sword, loot sword mirror is gonna be tough too.
Oh man, just to save himself and his tournament life in what was an
Ooh.
absolutely insane game 2 of round 4 right there.
Unreal.
Good God.
And now we're down to the loot sword versus loot sword match. Chris, this is where the text might end up making the difference here. So to reiterate, I believe Fueta has the standard list, 1x Ardor, 1x Kagemitsu. Hou, on the other hand, very strange technology with the Apostle of Veracity at 1x, Kage at 2, Odin at 1, Ravening at 1, and Ruby at 1 as well.
Yeah, and even like some of the other like usual key suspects are at lower copies, right? We got Supplicant at 1. You know, we have Layer 2 is pretty common, but Albert also at 2 here as well. This is going to be very interesting to see. Keep in mind also, Fueta's Swordless did run Albert at 3, by the way. This is... Bro was genuinely just unlucky to not find it.
Well, it's just what happens when you don't get the tablet. You know, return the slab, as they say. You silly dog. Return the slab. That's the only way through. All right. Loot Swordcraft Mirror. Will the Apostle of Veracity technology be the difference maker? Goodness, if it is, I'm going to pop off. Slab! Wow, it's almost like insult to injury, Chris. 3 slab, 1 Albert in the mulligan.
He's like, oh, were you looking for these?
Goodness.
Not where we wanted to see them, and we see Ho with the God turn 1 opener of the Quick Blader. That's gonna get essentially 2 confirmed damage no matter what. And that this set has been ridiculous, man.
Yeah, this has been a nail biter from frame 1, with when Fueta was able to navigate a pretty disadvantageous mid game all the way into a victory. Then the Albert never showing up to work on time, and now it all comes down to this loot versus loot, and both players not having any draw engine. I wonder if Fueta should have kept 1 tablet.
Yeah, I do feel like 1 would have been valid just because it gives you access, but I guess, is there just a fear in that this will end in deck out in that sense, or what was the thought behind that mulligan?
Fear is the mind killer. Sword does not have that much healing. Go for the pieces is my understanding there. However, both players do have quite a bit of mid game here at least. I wonder with double Albert hand, will Hou go for just aggressive storm? I mean, we've already seen him play Quick Blader after Quick Blader here. Maybe he'll pivot to just tempo plays instead of waiting for the combo to show up, right?
Yeah. Draws his own Quick Blader as well. Gets to save the extra play point for quite a bit here. This does give you... Ooh, this is a very safe Unctus next turn.
Yeah, pretty weak turn from Hou there.
No the
Unctus.
devotee also with the boots.
Okay. Maybe saving Unctus for next turn with the Evolve. Making sure he has loot fodder for a Sincero off chops, but let's see.
This is a very awkward turn for Ho. No evolve point, no fuses. I mean, Congregant Slam is gonna
for
be
fodder.
the play, but
Yeah,
it's
it's the
just
only-
literally there to make your tokens.
Yeah, it's the only thing to do there, though. Meanwhile, Fueta actually got a pretty good mid game. You just do this, get your loots up. You even get to spend one of them, probably necklace. Or
No, going
okay.
for the heal instead.
That's fair.
That's valid.
Valid.
Next turn's also extra play point, Zeta Bea.
That's what I'm thinking, right? So even if Ho'u plays aggressively here, dropping down something to go to try and get Fueta down, the Zeta Bea pretty much answers anything. Meanwhile, if Ho'u plays too slow, there's actually the very funny possibility of a Knightly Ardor doing something. So,
Oh. Surely not, right?
another big thing, Chris, in this matchup in particular, is the Knightly Ardor ability to heal 6. That might get
Yeah.
you. That might get you out of range of the opposing route.
That's like, it's so easy to tunnel in on that first ability just because it's so flashy, but you know, it's the fact that you have this random access to barrier that Sword technically didn't have. It's like, maybe not so much in this archetype because you don't really go wide as much, but being able to have access to that heal, as you mentioned, is so huge.
Right, and the the fourth option as well being evolution
Recover
point
play
recovery
points and evolution point, yeah.
could be a thing as well. Yeah, pretty interesting.
All right, but we're really going through, thinking about what is the play to be made here. Is the answer none?
Just pass? No, you cannot leave the Octus up. That's too much damage. You might just play Returning Slash, like fuse Returning Slash pass, right? That's an option.
Yeah.
Because Returning Slash will just take care of this 5-2 body. And hopefully it draws you into your Octus. Well, maybe you just fuse Returning Slash, play it first. If it draws Octus, then just land that, right? And I don't think you need Ignominious in this matchup.
Right.
Like, it could be useful for clearing a Sincero body, but still, I think it's... Oh, hold up.
I think we might be having some technical difficulties here, as I did see we had the turn timer expire, so maybe there might be some issues just between what we're seeing and what the players are seeing.
Could be. Let's try and get
just
the
a quick-
observer back in.
Surely a quick reconnect to get us back in. So hold on for a moment, everyone tuning in. We appreciate your patience. But both
Again, it's
players
a lot
are-
of moving pieces, guys. These players are currently in person over in Japan at the moment, in a venue, in a physical venue with everybody else as well.
Yeah, I wonder what is the situation at hand. We'll try to get an update from production if possible on any information that we can get. It's been a very, very exciting matchup between these two players so far, so definitely want to see it all the way through the end.
Oh, we're
looks
back.
like
We're back. I think
Looks
I
like
think
we
it
did
was
have a bit
just
of
a
desync.
observer desync. Yeah. So
Yeah.
thank goodness the game is carrying on as is. But yeah, it looks like a couple things have happened since we last checked in. Tablet played on Ho's side, and Fueta
Congregant?
able to get some damage in as well.
Yeah, so they look way too locked in for there to have been like a reset or something.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely
It's like
not. It was just
we
just
must
an
be going
observer
through a
desync.
desync.
Yeah, just an observer desync, guys. So no big deal. We're back into it. Let's see. How do we handle this turn as Ho'u here? Turn 7. 3-3 and a 1-1 on board. You're down to 15. But we see no Sincero in Fueta's hand, which means that Ho'u also knows there's no Sincero. Because with Octus Crest up, Fueta would have 100% been fusing each turn. So Ho'u knows, basically public knowledge, that there's no Sincero in Fueta's hand, right? So how do we navigate this from here?
No, going for evolving the devotee. So choosing to not use, or like there was an angle to set up a boots onto the Kagemitsu there, but chose to forego it. Also didn't draw from the tablet, if I'm not mistaken, as well. Currently only holding on to 2 different types of loot.
Drawing on the
Moving
tablet
from
is
3.
risking overdraw, right? If you get the
Yeah.
loot from the devotee, so yeah.
Fueta here does have Octus Crest already up, but Everything else is a whole bunch of tokens with nothing to fuse them into. No congregant to give you a payoff for them either.
It's games like this, Chris, where the play patterns become really interesting. Because it's when the decks are not operating on full cylinders, where the players are put into unfamiliar patterns, where we see if their decision-making can shine through. We're seeing an Unctus with a necklace.
Super evolving. Don't get to see that every day in the first place. Oh, I like it. Remnant here to 11.
This puts Ho'u in Albert range if it's off top for Fueta.
Yeah. That being said, though, on Ho's 8th playpoint turn, you would assume that a lot of their big damage plays come from 7 playpoint plays, right? It's like Tentacles, Odin, Sincero plus the token. So that gives them the 1 playpoint to use the goblet that is in the hand.
I think
and
so.
And that heals out of Albert range, so I wonder if there was a
way to do 1 more damage there?
Or just to hold the token maybe for another turn.
And exactly as you said, it's Odin plus Gobletto, putting Ho'u out of Albert range and putting Fueta down to 14. And we know there's Knightly Ardor in hand, plus double boots. Kagemitsu super, Knightly Ardor, double boots is 12 damage. No, it's 14. It's 14 exactly. So Fueta has to heal.
Yeah, has to heal, has access to heal, very importantly, quite a lot of it actually. But the thing is, this could be Tentacles. What if you go Tentacles on the Odin, heal yourself up, Quick Blader face, put them to 12 so they start quaking a little bit, expecting a Albert. And then you're at 19, so you're not losing to their Albert or the play that you mentioned earlier as well. Although that just means that they can just commit to the play with the Knightly Ardor, and then the turn after they have access to not just Albert but also the extra play point to buff it or anything else.
Interesting. So Tentacles face trying to get the damage in. We're not answering that?
This is just game, isn't it?
That's game.
Just takes this.
Knightly Ardor will buff the Kagemitsu. It's leftmost Swordcraft follower.
Yeah,
so
he's reading it.
Knightly Ardor will buff the Kagemitsu. Kagemitsu will swing 14 plus 6 is 20 damage.
He's got the lethal. Just gotta check all the cards. Gilded Boots onto the Kage. Second Boots onto the Kage.
Oh, we have an observer issue there. Oh no, we got it. We're back. Good. Thank goodness. I want to see this in action.
Face me. To me.
There we go. The 20 damage. Ho manages to land it and takes round 4 in a 2-1 victory over Fueta. Ooh. That was a crazy set. Lots of up and downs. So you can see the exhaustion on his face too. Man, that was ridiculous to watch.
I'm exhausted. I'm not even playing. Watching that was crazy. Some of the highest level lines I've seen in a while there, Chris. The board lock against Earthright, super heads up. The initial play, the loot versus the Earthright game as well. Not being able to find that Albert. And then finally, Ho'u with that Kagemitsu double attack lethal. If you said that a couple months ago, people would have called you a madman. But seeing that in action now, kind of crazy. So really great match from 2 very talented players there.
Man, Kage has been really just scaling so well throughout these expansions in general. I feel like it came out and everyone was like, it's just kind of like a rally generator, and that was it. And then now it's like all these random cards come out and suddenly he's doing 14 damage. Like, what's going on?
That's right. It was really, really cool to watch, guys. Once again, that was 2 very talented players from the Japan scene. Ho'u, the runner-up from September Online, and Fueta, who qualified through an offline tournament, the Extra Championship Osaka, but also qualified 9 times in JCG, won 9 times in JCG, and 2 times Rage finalist. So the caliber of player is just unreal. The fact that Fueta is now 1 in 3 is beggars belief, honestly.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
It is actually quite insane to think after seeing that caliber of play, especially is but that's just how it is. This is the best players in the world. It's a very exclusive tournament, and that's just how the nature of competition is going to go. However, we still have a lot of other players that are in contention for those qualification spots for grand finals or for the playoffs, and we're going to see how they are faring after our break and get to see what other players are going to be getting one step closer to making it into grand finals as well. But don't go anywhere. We're going to go for a break and then come back with round number 5. Welcome back, everyone, to the World Grand Prix. This is, of course, the culmination, the ultimate battle of Shadowverse legends from across the world. If you're just tuning in, you are coming in for round number 5 of 6 of Swiss rounds. We are your casters, myself, Different Fight, as well as Ignitius, the one and only, the legend himself.
Whoa.
And we have the pleasure to watch a lot of other legends battle it out on the world stage, and we've already had a lot of games so far. We can actually take a look at some of these rounds and the results thus far in terms of how we are doing. Ooh. And once again, if you're just tuning in, anything above the yellow line is in contention for an auto advancement into the day 2 of competition, which will happen on the 28th on the Sunday, and everything above the blue line is in contention for advancing to the playoffs, which will happen after the 6 rounds of Swiss later today. So right now we see that everyone above Fini, we have 2 players with a 2-2 record still in contention with Beyond and Fini, and then our 3-1 players, Elganubi, Agunomu, Shinja, Orelon, Mishado, and Ren, as well as Yudi, are all looking very good right now in terms of advancing to the playoffs as well. For all the 2-2s, though, we see Alejandro digging his way back up onto page 1 of the rankings, which is very good, into the top 16. So a potential one more win could put him pretty comfortable into advancing into the playoffs here, Igni.
That's right, and we'd love to see that too. Just a quick reminder for everybody in the chat, 30 players today, each one of them very, very skilled at Shadowverse. So every single player here today is fighting for their life every single match, it seems. And as we see here, only 2 undefeateds currently remaining, and they're about to get matched up together here. Yuto Fujiwara, who is Winter, what used to go by the name of Winter, and DNF Reroll. But, you know, still a lot of people are still very much in contention for that playoff spot. Let's take a look at the second page here, see who else is in the running. We have Neuru, Nekogat, Ho, Rick, and NBVC rounding out the 2-2 records. And then 1-3s, it's Kaionis, BB, Rs21, Unectis, Fueta, Bareric, and Junan. And then at an 0-4, it's Gust and Saga. So just to remind everybody at home, even if they drop today on day 1, there is still a chance, because anybody dropped today from day 1 is auto-enrolled into the last chance qualifier tomorrow for another chance to be able to make it to Championship Sunday. So they still need to get their reps in. They still need to win as many games as they can to, one, advance their pricing, but also keep their skills sharp, because they are still in the running if they are able to claw their way through to last chance qualifier. Once again, that is tomorrow. But that being said, if you can skip all of that hullabaloo, that's where you want to be, right? So taking a look at the matchups here, of course, we have our 2 undefeateds going up against each other there. And then DFM Yuri versus Orolon, 2 very strong Japanese players, but as well as a couple of other very interesting matchups. And the one we're going to be looking at, guys, is going to be Alejandro versus Neko, SVO Grand Finals, 2nd place versus Taiwan Open champion.
From 2024 as well, so that's going to be very exciting to take a look at. And of course, I think these 2 players are also among the ranks of those that, if they win these next 2 rounds, they should be able to advance to the playoffs. So this next game is everything's on the line. It's all the marbles.
That's right. I feel like everyone on the X2 margin is just on the edge, right? So it's pretty tough for all these players in the 2-2. Especially for NBVC here, who's pairing down into Kaionis. That's going to be a really crucial game for both of those players as well. Meanwhile, though, still very interesting matchups here. And I just got to say, Junan, I think, won the biggest rage ever, right? For this year, at least. And, he's struggling out there today. It just goes to show you the caliber of competition. Every single one of these players is one of the most skilled in the entire world. So very, very tough. Very, very tough day.
Yeah, looking at the chats of like the different streams, again, a reminder that this tournament is being streamed in 4 different languages, and you can enjoy it, with all kinds of casting. But just looking at some of the chats across like the different countries, it feels like, while people are rooting for their favorite players, they're rooting for people from their region, they're also catching on to, some of the more spicy decks being used, right? I saw some people in the Japanese chat going like, oh, can we see the Zudia guy? Can we see the Zudia guy? So it's an understandable sentiment for sure. I think being able to catch some of those exciting decks that you don't see every day is definitely one of the fun parts of World Grand Prix as well.
Well, now we're heading into our round 5, guys. Penultimate round of Swiss. Alejandro versus Neko. Let's take a look at the deck list. Alejandro, I believe, is going to be bringing Runecraft and Havencraft. So Earthright Runecraft, not really a surprise here. Meanwhile, the Crest Havencraft bring is a bit of a shocker. I believe Alejandro qualified both through his a monthly event and through Grand Finals, second place, using an Abyss Forest lineup, so really switching it up for the day of World Grand Prix here.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be very exciting to see. Haven, I do feel like, is pretty well positioned, more so into Earthright in the late game in particular. So I'm really curious to see if that theory actually does work out in practice as well. But of course, let's also take a look at the list being brought by his opponent, Neko, of course, the Taiwan Open champion in 2024. And would you look at that? It is the same lineup. Two of our few Haven players actually will be matching up against each other, but their lists are quite different, Igni.
That's right. So Neko, we have the Rodeo package being able to pull amulets from the deck, but the amulets that they're pulling are different. For Neko, it's De La Fee, Luminescencer, and then Tablet of Tribulations. And for Alejandro, instead of Tablet, it's Dose of Holiness. So those individual techs are really going to come down to the wire of who ends up winning these mirrors. And like you said, there's only 5 Crest Havens in the entire tournament today, so having 2 of them up against each other right now is a little bit dire. I feel like one of these guys is going to advance the playoffs and the other is not. So pretty make or break game that we're about to watch here.
Exactly. There's only 5 Crest Haven players in this entire tournament, and 2 of them you're going to be seeing right here, right now. Here we have, a rare side of Alejandro without
the
his signature hat.
The hat, man. I will say, though, they're looking locked in. Players are currently, guys, an in-person event in Tokyo for this day 1. And if they make it through here and make it to the competition tomorrow and the next day, it's going to be moving to Yokohama. So lots going on. The energy is definitely different in an in-person event. Alejandro earlier told me in an interview we did over on a promotional video for this event that this is basically the furthest he's ever gone in competing in any game. So pretty incredible. And he also told me that other than Shadowverse, card games not really his forte. He just really, really loves Shadowverse in particular. So it's going to be really exciting to see if Alejandro can, tussle with the big dogs up there on that grand stage.
Yeah, like, isn't he like one of your big supporters as well? This guy just loves Shadowverse.
That's right. Yeah, he's often in many different.
Familia.
Yeah, he's in many different stream chats, watching different streams. Just stop trying to embarrass me. What is this? What are you, my dad?
Dad watching his son at the basketball game.
Yeah, but it's really, really cool to see, the opportunities that Shadowverse creates for people. Right? This is a player who is first time ever taking esports to this high a level. Meanwhile, Neko got, not a slouch by any means. Champion of Taiwan Open 2024. So qualified through Classic, but still champion of that entire region. That's definitely means something.
100%. And now we get to go into it. It's going to be the Rune Earthright matchup here between these 2 players. The Havens are going to sit in the back for this game. Let's take a look at these opening hands.
That's right. Okay, Earthright Runecraft Mirror. Okay, keeping the new brew on turn 1 is totally understandable for Alejandro. I feel like we keep bringing this up every time we see the mirror, but it really does come down to, in the mid game, Velharia or Norman, and then in the end game, the Lilanthem stacks, right? And looks like, on one hand, Alejandro's got the Lilanthem before Neko does, but Neko has that Norman that he can play in the mid game that might be a problem for Alejandro if Alejandro doesn't draw his Velharia.
100%. This is going to be, again, we've seen literally battles of concepts. Velharia versus no Velharia. Here we do see a 2 versus 1 count between these 2 players. Ryo is 2 apiece in both. However, Lilanthem is 1 to 2 in difference here as well. So going to be very interesting to see how those little differences in ratios will actually play out. And, every single list, sometimes you look at it and go like, oh man, there's so many people are using, this deck or that deck, as it does end up having the greatest chance to win a tournament. But the decisions behind certain specific ratios or how much of a card is put in competitive card games is usually a result of meticulous training, practice, play testing, scrimming, and the choice to play 1 copy or 2 copies of certain cards tends to come with its own stories as well. And it's being able to not just see those stories in action in these games, but also hear about some of the reasonings from the winners at the end of these tournaments is also something that's very fun to know about. Just the preparation process that goes into these big tournaments.
I will say though, only one Lanthem in Alejandro's list, but he got it. Maybe that's the entire thing, man. She always shows up on time. Meanwhile, the Sandalphon getting drawn here right on the turn for Muriel Rosette is also pretty big.
Yes, 100%.
Let's keep going.
All right,
Let's keep going.
slamming down the Muriel Rosette. Gonna lose one of them, but as you said, Sandalphon in hand makes that pretty good. Alchemic Flare as well. Generally speaking, a pretty late game card, but I mean, getting the 2 extra chip damage is never a bad thing.
Now, here's the big question. Can the Valharia show up on time?
Yes, sir. So, for the
actually,
record,
Valharia here is not even that great, right? Because it doesn't have the super yet. So.
True.
Yeah.
It's not on time just yet. Alejandro hovering over the Sage Light here. What would be the backup play after that?
I don't think it works because it would if you had one more play point, Sage Light plus Perfumer would have been really good, but just not in the cards here. So I think the Perfumer plus the Alchemic Flare is probably the right decision. And then you just sit. You can. Oh, actually, yeah. If you trade here, you set up for a Sage Light Teachings the turn after, which is pretty okay, I think. Okay.
Yeah. And this puts Neko into a situation where they can't Sage Light without losing their sigils. So they're going to have to try to find a way, such as the Edelweiss, which does mean you do lose her if you run in with her, but she will take out both of the targets while still keeping you a sigil intact.
Well, what you could do also is just to play Edelweiss and then Alchemic Flare, right? Immediately after. That would take out both, and then you just go 3 to the dome. You have a full board. It kind of forces a Sage Light on their end, which does eat their stacks into their Lanthem the turn after. I think it's actually not a bad play.
Yeah, I think this is good for going wide. Going wide also just makes Normans a little awkward, just because it is, a play that usually you are trying to do while you are getting ahead and building tempo, not so much trying to respond to your opponent's tempo.
Very nice. Here. And no hesitation from Alejandro there. Let's just take a look at what's on the top. Valharia drawn.
Right
is there
time.
a way to clear this without spending the Sage Light? Because if you can maintain as much stack as possible into your turn 8, that's game winning in this mirror.
Doesn't. So we're gonna actually gamble on the Astrologer potentially.
What could it pull though? I think it has to be Sage Light regardless though. There's no other way.
Yeah, Granite Jade is not active yet. Otherwise, that would have been an option.
Oh, that's
Alchemic
a big
Flare
pickup.
Is one of the options. That lets you get away with a lot less damage, but looks like still gonna commit the Sage Light.
I think this is still fine. You just land the Lanthem next turn no matter what, right?
Yeah, it's that plus the Alchemic Flare is your sort of, ceiling in that sense. So if you manage to get them to, they're on the cusp of 10 and they think they're safe, then that'll help you get out of that with the extra 2 damage. And of course, with the Cagliostro already in hand, maybe Alejandro is planning his game plan in the sense of, okay, I have a lot of Earth Sigils here. We can just slam down the Lanthem. And then once we have ourselves in the Super Skybound, we can go in for the Cagliostro. And then this will give me constant Ars Magnas together with the Alchemic Flares. And then, in that sense, Alchemic Flare plus 2 Ars Magnas is going to give you like 16 damage to close it out. And then it just comes down to if you can get that extra chip in and whether or not Neko has the healing.
It's a little awkward for Neko though, right? No Lanthem into the next turn. No stacks. And we know that Alejandro's got a...
great either.
And having to super the Valharia just to take out a 5/5, that feels not very good either. This is a slam anthem, no hesitation at all. I think you also don't spend the super. I wouldn't. I think wouldn't evolving the Lantha manually with a regular Evo, it would still leave it pretty healthy, right? And then you could super on the clapback, right?
Exactly. That's what I was also thinking as well. But let's see, Ryo comes down. That was very much an important pickup. Lilanthem here gonna get to chill. Cagliostro is now live, I think only with her regular Skybound though. Renangita will take care of the Ryo.
Super Skybound is active.
Ooh.
So you just have to evolve the Velharia, get rid of the 9/9 face to the... Yeah, that's really strong. That's 15 damage.
This is a huge turn for Alejandro. New brew for the draw. Alchemic Flare picked up. That could be more damage. We are going to be in Skybound on both of them next turn.
And that's already lethal if Neko doesn't heal.
There is 6 damage in this hand already, just from the Cagliostro plus the double Alchemic Flare.
True. I will say surgical game from Alejandro there. Basically textbook every single turn. And you can tell that he's practiced this matchup, right?
Yeah. On the other hand, for Neko...
Now I want to say Alejandro, relatively new player, but great practice partners. Friend of the community, Jif, has been sort of taken Alejandro under his wing as well. So, you know, within the community, Alejandro has a lot of friends backing him up here.
And I feel like having Jif on your side is arguably... He's like when the superhero has the gadget guy in the back. He's the data and the gadgets guy. He's our go.
That's right. This watch shoots lasers.
Ars Magna in hand, but Lilanthem standing strong, and
Neko's
this
hand.
is gonna be a very powerful finish here for
That's
Alejandro.
Right. Alchemic, and then just the Lilanthem straight to the dome. Surgically precise first game in this set.
Very well played. Neko, the mirror is always tough regardless, and I think Neko still put up a great fight, but Alejandro just played that so well.
Mm-hmm. Goodness. All right. Can Alejandro lock in on this next one? Crest Havencraft, not the meta darling it once was. Took a little bit of a hit in power ever since the Benison nerf. Still, though, especially in certain regions like the NetEase circuit, people believe in its power, and 5 players here believe that it can take them all the way. Can Alejandro show that to be true? Can Neko show that to be true? Let's see what Neko's queuing in. Running back with the Earthright instead.
Ooh, I'm curious. This is the matchup that I really wanted to see. You know, between the ability to actually banish the Lilanthem, which, I mean, when you know that that's going to happen, I think when you're on the Earthright side, you just don't pivot into that game plan as much. Dedicate your sigils to a different resource. Ooh, we do see Wilbert in here as well. So that's also pretty good to see. That one of the criticisms I've heard with Wilbert lately, and why you see, you know, for example, on Neko's side, he only plays 1 because you just don't have time to evolve it anymore because you're playing so much rodeo these days.
Yeah, it's tough too because there's so much more targeted hate for Wilbert these days, including a new card coming out in the upcoming set, Blossoming Fate, which, guys, pretty exciting. Only comes out in 3 days from now. The new Unkay Goldbloom is also targeted banish for Wilbert as well. So maybe the time for Wilbert is over. But one last hurrah right here, Chris, for old Willie.
Well, one of these 2 players is going to have a good chance at making the playoffs too. So could potentially see a grand finals Wilbert. Oh, but strong start here for Neko. Aggressive start, but the hand quality for Alejandro has been excellent, I'd say.
Yeah, fantastic curving out too. And just like no hesitation, which is really good to see. You know, when you're a new player coming into competitive gaming, right? And you go to an event at this large of a scale, nerves is definitely a factor. And we've seen it time and time again in Shadowverse alone. So seeing Alejandro being able to keep his cool is really heartening, I think.
Yeah. 100%. He's been doing a great job here as well. But Neko is trying to ask questions here with this aggression. However, you know, as much as you try to aggress, it is very much the game plan, especially in the early game against Haven. But you know that, you know, they've got so many tools to heal out. Even after the nerfs, it's still Now we have the luminous sensor that can heal you back 4 as well. And
A bit
I
of an
think
awkward-
Yeah.
I was just gonna say, with Alejandro's apostle effect up, you'd want to not attack here, but there's no clean way to clear this 5/5 without doing so, right? That's the current conundrum.
There unfortunately is not. There's no way to put down anything that would, or you can take it out technically with the Gilnalies, but that's not exactly what you want to be doing. That does heal you back up to 20, so.
But if you do
in a
that,
sense,
you don't draw your Marwyn.
that is true. Or just healing and passing.
That's not Marwyn either, though. The Congregant, I mean. Yeah, that's tough.
Yep. Congregant at least will give you pinpoint removal, but here comes a pretty potentially wide board from Neko.
And this is not answered by Blinding Faith either. If that Norman comes down, makes 10 million men, how's Alejandro gonna manage this?
Yeah, that's tough right now. Even with the shiny disenchantment, that's only going to be 4 damage going somewhere.
How many vessels does Alejandro run? All 3? There's a chance. Ooh, the Marwyn pickup is huge, though.
That is big. You do have technically, I think you first Evo trade one of the 5/5s, then you go for the 50/50.
Well, you can't because there's a ward in the way.
Oh, you're so right. Then this will have to be the 33% roll.
I don't think there's any good hits.
No.
That's tough.
Oh, but you do have the Grimnir effect.
Ah, that's true. So, but you can't use Blinding Faith here. Not enough play points.
Yeah. I suppose. So he could. No, but I think he runs out of play points. It's so tough. Yeah, so this could deal it to the Norman, and then this will deal the 4 there.
And then this leaves up
you
only.
trade-
Yeah, this is the best way.
Yeah,
That is
and
a
you
full
get the
clear,
Grimnir.
just enough.
Whew.
But and crucially, that also saves the Torrent of Despair for the Lantern that comes out of turn 8.
Huge, absolutely huge. Norman, Volume 2.
Norman Volume 2. What is he, an album? Would have
back
loved
again.
to see the vessel here, but unfortunately,
Yeah.
no such luck.
No such luck indeed. You don't really want to be committing Super Evolves 2 turns in a row. Torrent. That's not bad though.
Not
Congregants
too bad.
Take out the Norman.
Ruined perfectly good materials.
Okay, drawing into
Okay.
the Devotee, not the greatest, but thinning the deck anyway with Congregant is always appreciated.
Neko just not giving him any timing to play the Wilbert.
I think this is exactly what you were talking about earlier, Chris. Sometimes you just don't see the timing, and he just ends up stuck in your hand, and that's why people are cutting him down to 2, even 1 copy.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, here comes Granagita. These wide boards. You know, the deck does have tools to answer them, but Alejandro is not seeing them.
Oh, Faith
Blinding
here.
Faith.
There's no salvation.
This is the time. Wilbert super. Sit or just play the Devotee. You go up to 5 crests. Unfortunately, oh no, yeah, this works out exactly.
Perfect
That's right,
clear.
that's right.
Oh, and
and
hits the 50-50 too.
the ward hit the 50-50. Brilliant. Okay, so very, very important, guys. For people who are watching at home, it's very important to get the Grimnir effect before the Marwyn crest for exactly that reason. Otherwise, that would have not been a clean clear.
Yeah, it's situations like this where that sequencing of acquiring those crests really, really does matter. And now Neko put in a bit of a tough spot.
Alejandro's been playing extremely well, I will say.
Yeah.
Almost like it's very, very precise. I think he's definitely put in the reps in from what I can see.
All right, Cagliostro coming in with a super, or the super Skybound art here to get the crest as well.
It's not clearing everybody, though. I believe Alejandro is the player that brings the 1x Jean. Doesn't see it, but it would have been pretty clean this turn, hey? If it was in there.
That's true.
Yeah.
One more turn until Gilnoise is fully active here with 2 of them in hand. That's usually a pretty big finisher in these Haven lists, not being able to attack to get your full effects off. You could just set up the Delafile just to have it on the board.
Yeah, Supplicant would
Supplicant.
heal. I think you do need the chip healing at this point. Just in case of big sandals.
Big sandals.
Behold the might of the supreme.
Speaking of which,
Gilmill's fine. He has another one anyway. I think that's fine. Big Sandals is active, but yeah, that is going to be a lot of damage, right? You just Alchemical Flare the 2/6, and then no matter what, this is 10 damage to minimum.
yep, you're putting on pressure for that second Sandalphon that your opponent, well, Alejandro, will know is in the hand here. Full clear together with big phase damage.
Does Alejandro have enough healing to get out of range? 2 Ars Magnas, 1 Sandalphone. That's 14 damage in hand. Just with only 8 play points.
Sandalphon's not active yet for
Oh, that one was just invoked.
another
You're so
2
right. You're so
turns.
right.
Yeah, 2 or 3 turns, depending on what we do with the evolve points.
Yeah, that one was just invoked. So Alejandro does have time if he can find the opportunity to heal here.
This will be a big heal turn indeed.
Chew and swallow.
I think you also Gilnelise again to get the 6 heal up.
I like it.
Blinding Faith and sit. No damage through the crest effect, of course, because the attack did go through.
Yeah, now the one painful part is because Neko is at 16, it's actually 1 off lethal with this current hand. Potentially. Thing is that for this, for Neko, he just needs to buy time in order to be able to do the Sandalphon quadruple Ars Magna lethal plan.
What's
That's
what-
18 damage.
Why not just Gilnelise
All I can do is ease
2 Ars Magnas plus Veracity? Is that not a? It's not a line. It gets you stats on board. It gets you out of range. You're up to 18 defense, and you're dealing 9 to the dome. And then you generate another Ars Magna the turn after, giving you 14 with the Sandalphone turn, right? I think I would have maybe liked to see the Veracity there, because Veracity with Sandalphone is really awkward because you just can't play it in a single turn. So maybe I would have liked to see it be played that turn, but
I do
get out
agree.
of range here.
Touch me.
The healing
I think you just play the Veracity then. Yep. There you go. All right, he does end up doing a similar line, which is nice. And then Rodeo picked up. It's gonna
Rodeo.
bring out. Alejandro does not play Temple, so it brings out specifically De La Fee. We've already seen Dose of Holiness, so the only thing it brings out is De La Fee and Luminous Sensor, which heals him to 11 this turn. Oh no, Serene Sanctuary, of course. But still, that's not. I don't think that's out of range.
I don't. Puts him to 11, yeah.
And the De La Fee is gonna have to. Yeah, this is not enough. Wait, no, the Sandalphone is active, right? Yep,
You
there it
evolve
is.
and now it's active.
Yep. Not safe.
Neko.
There it is. Neko able to bring it back to a 1-1 set going into a game 3.
Just like that, Neko shows us what it means to be the champion of a region. He's not just here for Alejandro to make smooth plays and win this set. This is potentially tournament life on the line, as whoever wins this set will still have a shot at playoffs. Whoever loses, unfortunately, it's looking a little tough.
And that is Crest Haven Mirrors to decide the fate of this set, Chris.
Oh, you're so right. I see one player putting their hands together.
They both are. They're both putting their hands
Yep.
together. They're locking in. All right. Let's see it. Game 3. Havencraft versus Havencraft on the world stage. Will it be Alejandro, runner-up of the Shadowverse Open Grand Finals, or Neko, the 2024 champion from Taiwan?
You look wrong.
Let's see it. Opening hands are very important in this matchup. We do see the Grimnir picked up, and Alejandro is going first.
A little worried about the lack of Congregant means that he doesn't have a way to tutor into the Marwyn, but the De La Fee is a draw card, which does help immensely.
That is true. Grimnir. Ooh, speaking of draw cards.
Kind of would have liked to see that tablet out of the Rodeo, right? So that you don't get the malice of the fanfare. So a little bit unfortunate, I think, from Neko to draw that this turn.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Marwyn is picked up for Alejandro, though, which is huge.
Yeah, that can easily slam down next turn. And then it comes down to what else you want to commit here.
I think it's the De La Fee pass. Yep. Very expected here. Get the draw engine up over on Neko's side to try and pull their Marwyn on time. Yeah, there it is.
Ooh, speaking of which, okay. We're going to be throwing fireballs at each other here. Marwyn damage. Both ways now.
This is quite clean because the De La Fee can snipe the 4-6 with the secondary effect. So no need to sweat about taking the early damage here.
Very good start. Here comes the Marwyn, though. They are going to be
We're down to
trading.
fisticuffs, man.
Brace yourself.
Yep.
Does Neko does run Grimnir, but wasn't able to find it on time, which is a bit unfortunate, which is a slight advantage to Alejandro in this early stage here.
Yeah, that can make the difference, especially now going into this next turn. However, for now, it looks like you might as well just build up crests if you're Neko.
You only have one other crest, though, just the devotee, right?
Yeah.
Oh, really? Okay.
Interesting.
Not bad.
Loses out on a bit of damage here, but that also gives Alejandro a bit of breathing room, being able to put down this rodeo, which will now connect into not just a lot of healing, but also potentially 2 removals with a double Delafield.
Which is really important because that means ways to clear the board without having to attack, which means more damage going to the dome from the Marwyn effect. I would even super the Rodeo here because the Rodeo is going to leave next turn. It's going to get answered no matter what. So you want to be able to preserve these other options on your board for whatever they present, right? Especially if they play a Wilbert. Ooh, I would have really considered super evolving the Rodeo there, but being a little conservative is also totally fine. Maybe I'm a maverick.
I think specifically for this deck, it's fine to be a little bit conservative here. Just because any super evolve is going to give you damage to clear whatever they commit here.
That's true. With the Grimnir up, that's so true. That's a great point.
But Congregant here, trying to find some more of these crests. Supplicant comes down. Now we have 4 crests for Neko. Finally, the damage differentials go in Neko's favor.
The Wilbert is up. Here's the tragic part about Wilbert alone, though. We know that there's a torrent of despair in Neko's hand.
Ooh, you're so right.
But I think still worth to get the permanent crest.
Yeah. Having that stable damage is something that you don't have to worry about dedicating play points just to refresh crest effects.
You could even just like Wilbert and then use the dose to take out the Congregant, and then just go from there. Oh.
Aren't they?
Looking for better options? More salient options? I still think it's looking like a Wilbert turn, though. Yep.
Yep. I think you're okay even if it means losing the Wilbert's last words, as long as you have the crest here, as you said. Luminous Sensor also picked up. You have so much burst healing now. It's ridiculous.
Pretty important, too.
Yeah.
Because there's no real way for Cresthaven to OTK you, really. Unless they accumulate multiple veracities on time, and even that's only 15 max. So having the ability to heal out of range is really important, and that's where the Luminous Sensor being on the board is pretty clutch.
That's right. Now it comes down to how we want to approach this Wilbert. Almost feels like the Despair is going to be kept here, Congregate instead, even without the Grimnir effect.
I guess it's only summoning one guy, so it's actually not even bad.
Lady Himeka.
Yeah, laying down a sensor of your own is probably fine, yeah. I'll give it this.
Okay. Big damage turns here. Shiny's enchantment lined up as well. This could be one of those burst turns that you could line up later down the line. I think Alejandro probably mulling over when this torrent should be committed, given that he has a second Marwyn in hand.
Well, I mean, Neko does play a 1x Wilbert, so maybe he's waiting for that to come down. But I think it's not, as you said, because of the second Marwyn, it's not as important to hold it on too tightly, right?
I feel like there's a world where you could delay your Supplicant Crest's expiration here, and then that also gets you 4 damage in addition. Could even combine it with a Disenchantment, or gonna just potentially destroy with the Delafil instead here. Not keeping it for any potential draw, but opens up the board space. Oh, the big commit here. Basically telling him, I got 13 damage here anytime I want.
Yeah. With the Disenchantments, I think that might be the only way. So now Alejandro is searching for Gilnalisa's, right? To be able to win this game in one stroke. Otherwise, the chip healing is just going to mean that all the damage you do is basically nullified.
Yeah, there's the other painful part is you are kind of also going to have to play the Supplicant next turn after using a Sensor to put yourself back up to 4 crests. Because I think otherwise you might not be outputting enough damage for that Neko can't heal out of for the time being.
Yeah, and still no Giln in hand either, going into the turn 10 dichotomy.
Still another turn for it, but it's getting close.
I wonder, was there a better opportunity to play this Serene in hand on a previous turn?
Ooh, Torrent for the delay.
Sensor pop.
Yeah, I feel like the Serene, as you mentioned, it's a little too late.
I think there's no other play except for Supplicant Serene here. This is the only thing you can do.
All right, 4 damage commit.
And also
Torrent to delay it.
This is where we go into no you move types of situation.
Well, but this is the difference in the lists. We do see that inclusion of extra healing options with this Alifa in Neko's list.
Gilnalise is gotten for Neko. Neko does not have another Disenchantment though, meaning there's pretty much no OTK route for Neko if Alejandro is able to stay healthy. Because 5 from Crest, 1 if he gets 2 Gilnalises, Veracity is 15. He needs a Disenchantment even just to make it 19. If Alejandro can stay topped up, he might just grind Neko out of the game. Maybe.
Yeah. Oh, commits the tablet. Finds the Wilbert right after the Torrent was popped as well.
There's no salvation.
It is a permanent crest, so I think it's worth regardless, but
It is futile. There's no use.
You do have to attack.
we're not dealing 5 to the dome. And we know that for Alejandro, it's as simple as Marwyn into Despair. And he finds the Gilnalise as well, which he is even
huge.
able to play this turn.
Yeah.
And get
That
the
sets him
veracity.
up for ridiculous amount of damage next turn.
Yeah, if you just torrent here, and then Gilnelis, or Gilnelis and then torrent, no matter what you want to do. Ooh, okay. This works fine too. Regardless, you're setting up for a huge burst damage. Because next turn it's Gilnelis, Ravening, pop both Shinings. 8 plus 5 is 13, plus 5 is 18 damage. With a Dose of Holiness being able to take out something on the board as well, potentially. So either Neko has to make a really big board right now or heal above 18.
And we know this deck is not known for making really big white boards either.
Right. He does have heal though. Salefa and the Blinding Faith. Let's take a look at Neko's health total here.
Sleeper comes down first. We're going to see the heal come through.
If we can take a look at the health total, 18,
18,
up to 19. That's just out of range. Just do it regardless.
It's looking like it. You get to evolve, get rid of the opposing Gilnelis. Then you do have your
8,
Veracity.
13. One off, right? Am I tripping?
It is one off.
Okay. Okay, good. I was like, did I do the math correctly? Okay.
Yeah, I think he's committing to it under the assumption that he has got 2 vessels back to back to just blow up the board, do damage, and just do that again and again until there's not enough healing left. 7 play points remain. There's only... You can't even set up the end of turn heal now because your crests are full.
That's right. So the Salefa has to come down just for a little bit of survivability, but we know that the vessel's in hand.
Alejandro! Unholy Vessel comes down. You can see Neko's reaction and the end of turn damage. Let's go, Alejandro. Peace to the camera. 2-1. And he gets it. Round 5. Alejandro advances with a 3-2 record. One more win for 4-2. One more win for that potential playoff spot.
Really clean plays from both players, but I'm extremely impressed with Alejandro in particular as somebody who is new to not only competitive Shadowverse, but competitive gaming in general.
Yeah.
And being able to be that calm under pressure and play off really clean lines was extremely impressive to watch. So hats off to our boy. And hats off, I guess, in particular.
Quite literally.
And that means that, he is going to take round 5 and is able to maintain an X2 record, meaning he still has pretty good odds if he wins the next round of making it into the playoffs after the Swiss. So pretty great. All right. Let's check if we have any other matches still remaining in the round.
Yep.
I know that there are a few pretty interesting matchups. For example, YFM Agunomu is up against Me Shadow, one of the best pros in Japan, versus the strongest player from NetEase. Pretty incredible there. But just getting a hint from production. We have no matches left in this round, guys. I mean, ours did take a pretty long time with that Crest meter.
Crest Havens do be like that.
That's right. So, guys, we'll be back after a very short break with the last round of Swiss. After we come back from break, that is the last round, meaning that the people who auto-qualified to day 2 are locked. So the next thing you see is going to be really important, so don't go anywhere. Stay right here, and we'll be back after this. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Shadowverse World Grand Prix 2025, the biggest Worlds Beyond tournament and one of the biggest tournaments in all of card gaming in general. I'm your host, Ignitius. With me, as always, my co-host, Different Fight, bringing you all the action over the past 5 rounds of Swiss. We are heading into our final Swiss round, but Chris, before we head into it, I want to see where all our players are standing. Shall we take a look?
Let's see it. This is round number 6 coming right up after this, and would you look at that? We have quite a few well-known names. Once again, we keep repeating this, but everyone above the yellow line is currently in contention of advancing to grand finals directly without having to go through playoffs or last chance qualifiers or nothing. However, everyone above the blue line is in contention for playoffs, which will happen immediately after the 6th round of Swiss, and this will determine which of these 8 players, 4 of them, will advance to the grand finals. The other 4 will have to duke it out in the last chance qualifier tomorrow. So you can see here we have Yuto Fujiwara, the only undefeated player at 5-0. Dude is actually built different. Agunomu from Team Yokohama F Marinos with the 4-1 record. Team DNF's Reroll with that 4-1 record. And our very own SVO's Twilight Knights Shinja with that 4-1 record, joined by And Ren and DFM's own Yudi, some of the best players in the game, some of the most biggest trendsetters in the game as well, also with that 4-1 record.
It's pretty exciting, Chris. The matchup we're going to be watching going into this last round of Swiss is going to be Yuto Fujiwara versus TK Shinja, one of our very own, duking it out with the only undefeated. Whoever wins this next round of Swiss is guaranteed, I'm pretty sure, to get the direct qualification. That being said, to triple clarify to everybody in the chat, this round of Swiss we're watching is the final round of Swiss, but it is not the last round we're watching or casting today. After this last round of Swiss, we are going to be casting 2 sets of the playoffs, and then finally at the end of the stream we will be announcing which 7 players out of the 30 that played today are making it to the grand finals without having to go through LCQ tomorrow. So that is it for the first page matchups there. Let's take a look at the lower half of the bracket. See, I believe the 2-3s and 1-4s and 0-5 records is going to be a pretty hard climb to make it. I maybe not possible to make it to the playoff round anymore. That being said, remember guys, even if these players are not making it through, they are automatically qualified to the last chance qualifier tomorrow, so there's still an outside shot for any of these names to still make it to day 2 of World Grand Prix.
Absolutely. So it's going to be really cool to see, just in general, for a lot of people, I'm assuming this is their first experience in World Grand Prix in the first place. We know that Shinja is not his first rodeo, but for a lot of these other players, just the first experience. And maybe it is, even if you don't have the strongest record, it might be the fire that is lit that gets you back into competing in the next year as well. But let's take a look at some of these matchups as well in terms of who's going to be playing against who in this final round of Swiss. As we said before, our stream match will be between Yuto Fujiwara, the 2024 Summer second place, versus our very own Shadowverse Open 2024 Masters Cup champion Shinja from Team Twilight Knights. And then, of course, we also have And Ren and DFM's Yudi going up against each other again. 3 of the best placing players right now are qualified last year, showing that people, the skills from OG Shadowverse did carry over into Worlds Beyond, but there's a lot of the new blood that is also doing very, very well here, Igni.
I want to say like those top 3 matchups are the most high stakes right now, because I'm pretty sure whoever takes this current round in that top 3 matchups is going to basically guarantee into the auto qual. It does depend on opponent win rate, of course, but still very high stakes for these players, because if they can dodge that stressful playoff round, they are sitting pretty. They get to reset, relax, and just get their mental right for the grand finals. If they don't make it into that top 3, they have to lock in for one final dance. So yeah, pretty high stakes here. And like we said, the matchup Yuto Fujiwara versus TK Shinja is one we're going to be watching soon. But over on the other page here, we do still have a couple more matchups that we want to take a look at. Some pretty interesting ones too, even on the lower side of the bracket. It's always novel for sure to see such strong players from different regions finally clashing in a way that they otherwise would have never been able to, really.
Yeah, exactly. We do see here Bareric versus Rick. We have the SVO versus the Taiwan Open.
The Rick match.
As well, yeah, the Rick match coming up. So lots of really exciting games. And again, there's still something to play for. There's still upgrades and prize money with each win that you get. So it's definitely worth for a lot of these players to continue for this last round of Swiss, and just to enjoy the atmosphere of the World Grand Prix as well. And so that is our round 6 matchups. And of course, there was some people also asking, but we're going to have 3 players. The top 3 players will go directly to Sunday without having to go through the playoffs. And then we're going to have a total of 8 players in the playoffs, of which 4 will advance to Sunday as well, for a total of 7. And then the last player to go to Sunday will be decided in tomorrow's last chance qualifier. And that will be not just the players that didn't make it from today, but that will also include people that applied to the lottery that are just regular players that are in Japan, whether it's for holidays or living there or for whatever. And we'll be able to also play in the last chance qualifier. And one of those players will make it. So it might be a seasoned veteran. It might be somebody we've never heard of. And that they will have just as much of a chance to, become a Shadowverse millionaire as any of these other players. So going to be very exciting to see that as well. And don't forget, of course, to tune back in on Sunday. We're still got plenty of games today, but mark your calendars for Sunday. That's going to be the championship Sunday for the World Grand Prix, and you don't want to miss it.
That's right. All right, guys, we are going to head into the matchup here. It is once again Yuto Fujiwara versus our very own TK Shinja. Let's take a look at the deck list and see what they're bringing. Over here on the side of Yuto Fujiwara, of course, second place at Rage 2024 Summer, which was the final major for Shadowverse Classic, other than the Masters Cup over on the SVO side. Pretty sick. And he is bringing Loot, Swordcraft, and Earthright Runecraft. Very standard lineup, but as we can see from his record, 5-0, the only undefeated. He's the best at executing it.
Yeah, the only undefeated player. What more is there to be said? This is definitely going to be the greatest wall to overcome for all the players in this tournament. He's basically confirmed to be going into either playoffs or to the grand finals. And I feel like even if he was in playoffs, he would win that set pretty easily as well. So he does have the Loot Sword together with the Earthright Rune lineup. But of course, let's take a look at our very own Twilight Knights Shinja. Of course, the earliest player from the SVO region to lock in this World Grand Prix qualification. And, we've been talking about it on stream as well and off stream, but he did it in style. This guy, he really does have the brains to be carrying himself to the top, and he's proving it right now, being 1 win away from potentially locking in that day 2 slot.
It is also an Earthright Runecraft and Loot Swordcraft lineup, but the techs are a little bit different, which is a story we've seen time and time again. Very interestingly, I believe it is Yuto Fujiwara, who doesn't even run Perfumer in the list, which is really crazy. And then on the Swordcraft side, Mr. Yuto is running 2 rubies, and as we can see here, Shinja is not. So will those techs be the ones that come down to the wire? Who can say, right? That's the big question. And like you said as well, Shinja qualified through Masters Cup 2024. For a project I was doing, I had to rewatch that tournament to see how Shinja qualified. And if any of the old heads in the chat know, Azure Blast OTK, Shinja is big brain for that one. So that's all I can say there.
Yeah, 100%. I think the SVO spirit is definitely in full support of Shinja right here. It's great to see him again. And we do see the classic Fujiwara Yuto, the quick little power nap before the game starts.
He's like a shonen protagonist.
Dude, if you guys watch the Rage tournaments where this guy's playing, you know what to expect.
Yeah, he's a bit of a showman, honestly. Let's be for real. And we're heading into the match here with an Earthright Runecraft Mirror. Now, once again, Shinja, no stranger to World Grand Prix. I believe he did play in the previous World Grand Prix prior to this one, all the way back during 2021. So the rerun, 2-time Shinja in World Grand Prix, kind of crazy. So he's definitely got one of the better track records of competition here. But Yuto Fujiwara is no slouch himself.
Yeah, 100%. This is going to be crazy to watch. Yuto just... this is something you're going to have to learn about him. First things first, he is going to give ourselves the quick little stretch, make sure he's in the right place here for this game, but he also is very meticulous about his plays. He makes sure to calculate out every single option, every single turn, and you can see that he's going to be just showing everyone the reason why he's the undefeated player in Swiss right now.
Yuto Fujiwara tends to use all the time allotted per turn, and that's because in his mind's eye, he sees all possible futures, and there's one where he wins, and he's trying to get that world line and manifest it into reality.
Damn, the way you put it, he's actually just the manga protagonist.
But it's how he plays. I'm not even gassing him up. That's just what happens.
Literally is describing as is told.
Mm-hmm.
Here we have a quick little look at their opening hands here. We have Normans on both ends. We have Sage Lights on both ends. We have some 2-drops. We have basically very equally matched options in general.
Looking like it, yeah. We talked about this over and over again because we're seeing it a lot, the mirror in this match, in this tournament, because 26 out of 30 players brought Earthright Runecraft, of course. But in the mirror, I feel like in the mid game, it's decided by Normans and Valharias, and in the end game, it's decided by the Lanthams, right? And right now, they're looking pretty evenly matched.
Yeah, 100%. Right now, it's also a question for Yuto. Where will he use the extra play point, right? I feel like keeping it for the Norman is usually very strong, and as we've said before, first player to put down the Norman tends to get pretty far ahead because it's very hard for them to answer each other.
That's right. A Norman into a Norman doesn't answer, and that's why the Valharia has been tacked in a lot of players' lists. Let me just take a look at each of the players here. It looks like Shinja is running 2 Valharias, and Yuto is running all 3. So very interesting there. Forgoing even Perfumer just to run another Valharia, knowing that in the mirror, it's one of the most clutch options you got.
Yeah, and we've seen Perfumer a lot throughout this tournament, but we've also, haven't been watching the best player in the entire room at the moment, the only undefeated player. So perhaps he'll be the one to show that. In this closed environment where, you have to assume, I've spoken to a lot of top players from different card games, and when it comes to these kind of like invitation-based tournaments like a World Championship, it really comes down to reading the room and seeing not just what the players from your region are playing and what's popular in your region, what they are experimenting with, but to also think about what do the players from other regions tend to play? What is popular there, right? So perhaps it's also looking at, SVO being won by Zudia, and this guy qualified with Zudia. Maybe he's going to bring that too. How much are you going to put respect on that, and how much are you going to actually tech for it, or how much are you going to try to just dedicate to trying to predict one specific pattern of decks that are going to be brought in this 2-deck format, and just building your list to be able to be the best one among those.
Mm-hmm. And we saw right there, Yuto Fujiwara analyzing all world lines. Everybody strap in and get used to it, honestly. And honestly, I actually think it's really respectable because especially in a tournament this high stakes, making sure to think through every line possible. I mean, we see it from his results, right? 5-0. It just goes to show you that it is truly valuable. Use the time allotted to you.
Yeah, it's not just that, but it's the fact that he's been to the finals, the very grand finals of Rage, twice. And, he did come second in the tournament that he qualified at, but there's very few people that have ever achieved that feat in the first place throughout Shadowverse's long history. And so he's definitely, his method is tried and true.
That's right. That being said, Shinja, also 2-time Worlds player. So both players know
like SVO accolades too.
Yeah, so many. So each player knows that the other one is an absolute demon. So they're gonna have to bring their A game if they want to secure their spot in the top 3 auto qualification to Championship Sunday.
Now Yuto, going over the options here. Evolve Point is available. The Edelweiss does answer this board quite easily and gives you 2 play points to work with, but there's nothing really to commit to that either. Likely want to keep the extra play point for the Norman next turn, as we spoke about earlier. So perhaps it's just an Edelweiss and generate a Sigil.
Other option potentially... Yeah, I think your line is probably the most likely, but... I do worry. We do see Realel, Rosette, and Norman up coming in the hand, right? So what's really important is to just make sure you have enough sigils to maximize your mid game.
Touch me. Touch me. The tribulation.
We see here, went for the Gilnoise instead, making sure that
Yeah.
he pass on the most amount of stat and also heal back up to 20 to undo a lot of the early chip that Shinja's been dishing out.
See, I think that is the consideration, because if he played the Edelweiss, he would have been lower on sigils going into Muriel Rosette Norman curve. So definitely a consideration there, I think. Next turn might be extra play point Norman here from Yuto Fujiwara, because he knows that Shinja doesn't run as many Valharias as he does.
I wonder if Shinja seeing the extra play point not used here will put down the Cagliostro in order to present not just the stats but also to get the Ars Magna to take out a Norman that has traded over. Oh no! If the Norman trades into the Cagliostro, it's gonna get taken out in the first place. So I feel like this is a pretty good play. Looking ahead.
Yeah, not bad. And then it gives you that Ars Magna, like you said, to
The tribulations
deal with what's on the receiving party. Especially like being able to use just one play point to take out a barrier actually is pretty valuable.
Yes. Now then, is Yuto gonna go for the play we've spoken about? Will he be going for the Mirail instead?
Muriel Rosette with only boosting the Skybound of Gran and Jita doesn't seem the
feel like
most impactful to me, especially if they then go for their Norman the turn after, and then you're the one who's on the back foot and having to react, right? So, but of course, if they Norman, Yuto has the 2 Valharias, which is what he put at max copies, so maybe that's part of the plan.
Another option is you can technically go for the again, it's coming back to the Edelweiss, but she would be able to survive at full health, and the Valharia could be used for the extra play points for the draw, but I feel like that's not the point of the Valharia in this list. So all lines really come back to the Norman. Let's see if Yuto agrees with that.
Looks like he's going for it. Now the thing is, this will leave you with 2 3/3s with barrier. The Norman himself is going to go down unless he doesn't trade. He does go for it. Knowing that Ars Magna exists, I suppose. But no Valharia from Shinja. I mean, he wouldn't have access to the Valharia Super anyway, so it's fine. So Perfumer plus Alchemical Flare takes out the full board while adding 3 stack. Probably the best line.
Alchemical Flare will not have its extra
Yeah.
leader damage, but that's not something you're looking for in this situation. You just need to get rid of these barriers.
That also means you're not playing your Norman, though, which is a consideration, but Shinja is going to go for it.
I gotta say, we've had a lot of different metas throughout these first few sets of Worlds Beyond, and we've gotten to see a lot of different mirror matches. I feel like the Earthright mirror has actually been one of the most fun mirrors to actually watch. Like, there's so many moving pieces, there's so many different game plans. It almost feels like 2 different decks in one, intertwining with different playstyles and different win cons. And it's like the current edition of it is just very enjoyable to watch, no matter how many times you see it.
Yeah, I don't disagree, especially with the evolving text that we're seeing players slot in, right? And ratios. You know, how many Witches New Brews do you run? How many Perfumers do you run? And most importantly, how many Valharias are you running?
Yeah, it really does feel like classic Shadowverse almost, with like how the lists would evolve week after week based on whatever is trending.
Okay, going into this turn 6 for Yuto Fujiwara. Honestly, a little bit of a weak turn here. No mid-game power play. Muriel Rosette, you only live with a 5/5 copy, not being able to take out. Yeah, and then if you use Muriel Rosette or Edelweiss, you're running low on resource either way. Is the option just Edelweiss Sagelight for stack? That's probably the safest route, but then it doesn't leave you with a play next turn either. Valharia see what's in the box first, I suppose is fine.
Ooh, another Norman picked up is nice. That being said, you don't really have a way to get rid of this 5/2 without either going heavy into your sigils or committing that evolve point, which you definitely don't want to do. So this is looking to be just Edelweiss, generate, no, not generating a sigil. We're going for the Valharia to draw, throwing into the Sandalphon. That's not actually bad.
With 2 Muriel Rosettes in hand, it's actually, yeah, you do start being able to accelerate the Skybound art gauge there.
I'm just a little bit worried about the sigil count here.
True, right? Especially if Shinja, I think this turn for Shinja very possibly is Penelope Super and try to dig for Lilanthem for the next turn, right?
Yeah.
Other options is Muriel Rosette plus Granagita also answers the board very... Oh, sorry, Muriel Rosette plus Alchemical Flare answers the board very cleanly.
Keep going.
Plus Penelope too, no? I feel like Penelope to dig.
That's what I'm thinking, yeah.
The 1/1s.
I did mention that earlier to try and find the Lilanthem, right?
Yeah.
But
look, Alchemic Flare is going to be the choice instead. Preserving the Evolve Point. Again, just the existence of a Super Evolve Point puts pressure on your opponent to not use theirs haphazardly. And Shinja is putting on that pressure that might force Yuto to actually use one of his on something like a Norman here.
yeah, he's slightly disadvantaged in hand size, but he's got more resources, he's got more board, and he's got more health at the moment.
Ryo picked up. We do have a spell in hand too.
There's no great way to deal with this board from Shinja. Obviously, Granagita can double in, but if you do that, you're not drawing through your deck, and your late game is looking pretty weak with no Lilanthem and no stacks. So that's a bit concerning if you're not using the Granagita for draw.
Yeah, it feels like that has to be one of the options considered here. Also helps with the Sandalphon count too.
But if you don't Granagita for draw... Sorry, if you Granagita for draw and you don't have the answer to the other Muriel Rosette, you do just lose. So this might be the play, but it leaves
Very
Yuto
reactive.
Fujiwara with nothing. And the Lilanthem off top! Oh, that is big! Does Shinja just slam it? Let's consider.
I think you do. You have this constant pressure and the fact that you will now always have answers to big boards through the Super Evolve of any of the copies that remain.
That's a
think
huge
there's-
pickup.
If there's any timing, I think this is it.
The other consideration is to Norman, but I think Lilanthem is much stronger, knowing that Yuto still has extra play point up, and there are how many Ryos?
she's
Two
coming
in this
down.
list. It is Lilanthem. I think that is the correct play, but once again, huge props to both Shinja and to Yuto Fujiwara for really thinking everything through, knowing that whoever wins this is guaranteed to Championship Sunday.
Exactly. This is quite literally all the stakes on this one match. Here, no Earth Sigils for Yuto. Gonna have to make them the hard way. No Skybound on this Cagliostro either. Just a little bit too far away.
This
Granagita
90-year-old...
can take out 2 copies of Lilanthem.
Right, but that's not
That's
enough.
not enough.
Lilanthem has 4 reses, meaning she has 5 lives here.
For now.
This old-fashioned Earthright serves sigils. Yeah, this is tough. Do you have to bank on Ryo tempo plays? Because I don't think you're winning the board game. Is the only out for Yuto to Ryo now, and then Granagita the turn after, and just try to roll into unanswerable boards?
Looks
It is
like
gonna
it
be it.
is. You called it into existence. Ryo elimination manifest. Manifesting the ersatz elimination. Going for the destruction as well. Just to get 1 copy off the board. Penelope picked up though. That is also pretty big.
It's identifying when
one.
you have to pivot, right? And Yuto saw he's behind on resource, he's behind on board. There's only one way to win, and that is to
This
make
is game.
boards. Yeah. This is game, but I was just explaining the thought process there, because now he can just evolve the Lanthem and go Sandalphone, right?
He would be one off. So he's one play point off from winning, actually.
He doesn't have the evolve. So this would put the Sandalphone to 14 gauge.
Yes.
And he doesn't have the play points for the 15th because Granangita. This is still fine, though. And then you just, seeing the Ryo out, you just play Guardian Golem here, I think.
Yeah. Oh my god, this game is so intense. It's ridiculous. Shinja also taking the time to consider it.
It's either Guardian or draw, but I think after seeing an Ursat's out, Guardian is pretty safe.
The craziest part is that if after this Lanthem gets taken out, you can just super evolve the next one. Oh, but 2 Cagliostros at 1 cost each.
That's pretty big, but there's still no getting through that Lanthem through 7 stacks, I don't think.
Yes, there isn't.
I wonder. I think it might have been unnecessary to play the Ursats last turn, because you weren't getting through the stacks anyway. You would have been able to play Granangita for 1 less play point, leaving you with 5 this turn instead. Instead of the 4 that you're playing now.
And it would have punished this board with the
And it would have punished this board.
Too. Is Twilight Knights' Shinja going to be able to put a dent in Yuto's invincible armor here?
Perfectly good materials.
That's right. Yuto is indeed the only undefeated today at a 5-0 record in Swiss. But if anybody can dent the impenetrable, it is Shinja's Radiant Sword. I don't know why I turned into an RPG narrator there. I'm feeling
the fan
emotional.
artists will enjoy this one. But you can see it right there. Shinja gonna go for the Sage Light Teachings.
There you
for
go.
The AoE damage and Sandalphon to close it out.
Clean.
As Shinja takes the first game against Yuto Fujiwara, the undefeated last man standing.
Incredibly clean. That means Shinja now has 2 chances to win with his Loot Swordcraft deck. Loot Swordcraft, let me take a look at the list here, has the new technology of the Kagemitsu Knightly Ardor. No rubies, 1 Ignominious Samurai. Ignominious Samurai actually pretty relevant against Earthright, right? Being able to take out the big barrier, take out a Ryo. So all of that is, I think Shinja is pretty well positioned. That being said, do not count Yuto Fujiwara out at any stage of the game.
No, 100%. This is going to be a big comeback story if he manages to do it. Quick little power nap for Yuto as well. This is just, again, we've literally seen him do this IRL.
That's right. Back during summer 2024, me and Chris actually went down to the final Rage of Shadowverse Classic, and we were able to watch Yuto Fujiwara's top 8 run there. And let me tell you, he's certainly a character, certainly a showman, but he has the skills to back it up. That's all that matters.
Oh, I like that Shinja still has his Masters Cup champion flair in there as well, representing.
Okay, going into it, Yuto Fujiwara has honestly a really strong curve here with Brew into Penelope. Just needs, I'm gonna say it, Chris. He just needs the connective tissue on turns 3 and 4 to lead into the turn 5 Realel and Rosette. Meanwhile, Shinja, we've seen this time and time again. If you do not have the tablet, if you do not have the draw engine, you could very well be cooked or chopped, as the kids say. But pretty aggressive start from Shinja too, which lets him maybe pivot into a more aggressive game plan.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see here. Aggressive game plan against Earthright does not always work out as you would expect it to. It's because it is a deck that is capable of so much healing. The moment those evolve points unlock, that's also when their healing capabilities unlock as well. So let's see here. Extra play point to get out the 2-1 here.
Very heads up play.
Usurpation.
That's great, because that means next turn he has a loot to fuse into Slash to try and draw into Sincero or another Octus on time, plus a Quick Blader. And then very likely play from Yuto is either a Penelope or an Astrologer. So this takes out the early play from Yuto while advancing your own game plan. Yuto, though, doesn't take the bait. Goes for an Alchemical Flare instead.
I'd like to see it, but Shinja can pivot again, as you said, into an aggressive game plan here. Quick Blader with the boots. 2 damage will still be dished out. And will continue to put on pressure.
Yeah, I think it is just double quickie here. Oh, even using boots instead.
There we go. 2 damage. This does get answered by the Gilnleys, though.
That's true. That's true.
But do you want to use the Gilnleys here? I feel like you don't. That being like, just because it's like you are going to be losing out on one of your big healing options.
Mm-hmm.
That being said, Penelope is not helping you deal with this board otherwise, so it's a little tough. I feel like trying to answer this 2-1 with the Gilnleys may get punished.
I feel like this is like both of these decks are decks that are the decision tree is kind of unreal starting from basically turn 1, right?
Yeah.
And Shinja putting the boots on the Quick Blader there has many different implications. One, he might be saving a Quick Blader for a to pop a Norman barrier from the Guardian Golem. 2, he might be putting the 2-1 body there to contest a Penelope drop on that turn. So if Yuto played Penelope that turn, he'd be able to trade the Quick Blader and then immediately drop Octress, which then demands an answer from Yuto the turn after, and knowing that Yuto already spent an Alchemical Flare turn 2. So like from turn, basically frame 1, they are mind gaming each other into forcing them into awkward decision trees.
Yeah, you can see that Shinja's stuck in one of those decision trees right now. Already committed to damaging this Gilnleys. So now it's come down to it. Are we using the Quick Blader or the Blade to take out its remaining defense? It's going to be the Quick Blader.
I think that makes sense. You save a Blade for a potential fuse into another top deck slash, as well as the fact that if we're taking a look at the list here, yeah, we also have Octress already in hand, so saving the loot for, potential ways to accelerate the Octress crest also makes sense to me.
I like this Cagliostro for commit though. This presents enough stats that the Octress will need a necklace essentially, or you're gonna have to go into the Zeta Bea.
Sincere off top is pretty big. I think.
Oh yeah.
So either Zeta Bea now, you're left with a 1-1 and a 3-2. Go face for 1 or 3, putting them down to either 17 or 15, or you play Octress this turn. It's your really free opportunity to evolve that Octress. You do lose the body, you're back on board, but you have so much fodder for your Sincero going into your super turn. That way, once you're on turn 6, you just go Zeta Bea into Sincero. It gives you a more clear line of lethal. Mm-hmm. But do you value the pressure instead?
Yeah, the only downside is that the answer here is basically Realel into both of these, and they're both going to remain and get a lot of value out of them. So going for the Octress instead is a little bit difficult. And this Evolve as well, I feel like, is very aggressive. But again, it doesn't change the fact that Realel just answers both of them without really taking too much damage.
Yeah, and we also see a Sandalphone in hand as well, meaning that the Realel is actively advancing the win con. Meanwhile, if Realel Reset comes down, they both live at 2 defense. Octress Evolve is not enough to take either of... Oh, well, it takes one of them out, but not the other, because Octress doesn't have the way to clear. I guess she does give you a blade, but then that means you would have to invest 2 blades into taking out the other body, and then you have no fodder for your Sincero, with very little draw power in hand right now, too. It's looking like a bit of a precarious position for Shinja here.
Yeah, this does look a little tough. Might depend on the top. Another Sincero is not what we needed.
Actually not what you want to see. Octress Evolve double blade leaves you stranded with no play next turn, basically. I don't think that's it. Is it then Zeta Bea? You pass a turn?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about. Much like how Yuto is passing the time with another quick power nap. This is potentially. But you lose so much of the pressure from Zeta Bea that you've been building up towards with that aggressive start to the game. There was a part of me that was thinking about last turn Unctus to put a necklace on her to have her survive with 1 HP. And that way, Yuta would have been forced to Ars Magna for the 1 HP remaining on the Unctus, and then wouldn't have been able to play the 5 play points for the Realel. Not gonna trade, but I don't. Yeah. Are we doing double blade? It doesn't look like it.
You just can't. It's not enough resources in your hand, especially with no tablet. And I do agree with you, Chris. I think I would have liked to see the Unctus played earlier as well. Because now that was a really awkward position to play it in, and you're leaving 5 attack up on board too.
Yeah, but that's the tough part. We know that the Realel was in that hand, but for Shinja, he was trying to play for maybe different options.
But I feel like you kind of have to expect it against Earth Threat going into 5, though.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. It's tough either way. The 5 is definitely connecting face, but then what are we doing with the rest of our turn? If you're Yuta Fujiwara here. Gran and Jita for double draw. Seeing that how slow they're going, you're building up your resource count here is an option. I don't really like any other play. Double Cag in hand, actually. You might just land a Cagliostro here with a Penelope. Get bodies up. Okay, he's going to go for the draw. But it was worth considering, for sure, for sure. I think you just play Melvi. You save the... Oh, really?
Does have the second Penelope here. Ooh, regular evolve.
Why not play the Melvi there, then? Oh, I guess because you want the stacks. In case you, In case you Edelweiss off top? But I'm not sure, actually.
Congregant pickup here is actually really not that bad. This actually helps you to deal with this board while building up your first big Sincero.
Give me that. It's mine.
This is
Letting them
a...
go.
This is a... feels like you're caught in a hard place here if you're Shinja, given the current
Actually,
lines.
you can blade onto the Penelope and then fuse it into 2 different Sinceros, and then this is a full clear without using an evolve point. No,
I think you should just blade face though, instead of fusing it to 2 different Sinceros, because you're never gonna get double Sincero active.
Everything hurts.
Yeah, that is probably correct, but still kind of left without a paddle here, going into turn 7, 8, 9. And we've seen this multiple times today, actually. You know, when the draw power isn't there, sometimes you just don't have the puzzle pieces to navigate turn by turn. Whereas it feels like Runecraft is really, really good at always topping up the resources and having options each time it comes for the player to play.
I hope my potions can help.
Penelope comes down again here with a super evolve.
I can't be a failure forever.
Ryo picked up.
That's really strong. I think Realel Rosette here presents the widest board and sort of forces Sincero. Sincero... And then you also have the Sandalphon already in hand. I really think it's fine. If you Realel Rosette, though, it kind of telegraphs that you don't have the Lantham. Is that information you want to give?
Does it that much, though? Because you're only going down to 6.
I suppose so. Maybe it is just a Realel Rosette, then.
Against loot, I think that's okay to be at 6 before a Lantham.
The truth shall
It's going to be
set you
Cagliostro
free.
instead.
Another Ars Magna added to the ranks.
It does heal ya and deal ya. What's the Sandalphone Super Skybound art at? Because we've seen Penelope evolve, we've seen Realel Rosette, so that's 3. We've seen
A regular
Super,
Penelope evolve
and then
too.
Cag. So that should be at least 5 count.
Yeah. So another 2 turns after the next one.
Yeah.
or if you Realel next turn, then that's going to be essentially just ready.
Kagamitsu is not what you want to be seeing here either. Shinja's put into a really awkward spot here. I think Fujiwara Yuto. Is Fujiwara the last name or the first name?
It's the last name.
Okay. Is Fujiwara Yuto gonna make it? I think this is it's looking like a pretty clean game for him. Shinja's trying to analyze the outs here, but I think the early game could have gone differently. If the Unctus was played a little earlier, might have been able to avoid the awkward turn into that Realel reset. But of course, hindsight's 2020, and we have caster vision here. But yeah, at this stage of the competition, any missed opportunity is a weakness that the other player can exploit, right? That's the point I'm trying to get across.
Ooh, banking on a top deck Albert here.
Banking on top deck Albert when they have an Ars Magna in hand, though, from that other... They played 2 Kags. Cagliostros, I should say. Let's not be rude to her. Yeah. But, you have the other Ars Magna. So I'm not sure if that was that was it.
Trying to think what else he's aiming for, because everything leads to 12 damage together with the Unctus token becoming live next turn as well. And there's no lack of healing for Fujiwara Yuto.
Could just be Norman double heal. This completely shuts out any chances that Shinja has to win the game. And Yuto, seeing the tentacles, knows that that's a reach play, right? So just cutting out that entire opportunity here by the root is, I think, a totally fine line. You just play the Melvi too. You get 2 sacks. Why not?
Yeah, the other strong part here is that Shinja will have to commit to the Sincero here, which you can get to 3 fuses. That'll give you 6 damage, plus you can Super Evolve attack into the 7/7 Norman to deal a 7th to the face. It's not doing enough, though.
Yeah, I think that's gonna have to be it. There's no other line, though. There's just no other line. If it's not Sincero, there's no clear either, and that's your first problem. So I think you're right. He's kind of boxed in, right?
Ooh, slash just to get both.
That's 4 fuse, but that's 12 damage, but 12 is not equal to 20. And we know that Yuto has the recovery on the clapback, and that sandal phone should be almost active, if not active already.
Behold the might
Let's see it.
Supreme Primarch.
It is indeed.
Yep.
So it's simply Edelweiss, Ars Magna, sandal phone is super lethal here, right?
Yep. He does have it indeed. This will be a game 3 set. It looks to be.
Don't choke. Although I'm pretty sure Yuto's got it. He's just making sure that he sees the lines. Okay.
Edelweiss comes down first, gets you back to 2 play points. Now you still have 6 to work with.
There it is. He's got it. All right, bringing the set to a 1-1.
I will not falter.
Fujiwara Yuto, the undefeated legend. Shinja managed to close out that first game, but he doesn't go down without a fight. A game 3 set. Can Shinja take it over the undefeated Fujiwara Yuto, or will Yuto himself manage to stay undefeated all the way into the first place seed into the grand finals?
Once again, folks, whoever wins this set is basically guaranteed in top 3, meaning an auto-qual to Championship Sunday, bypassing not only the playoff round, but also the last chance qualifier tomorrow. So stakes are high, tensions are high, blood is pumping. Who's going to make it through in this next match? It's going to be a Loot Swordcraft mirror, right?
Yep, it is going to be a Loot Sword mirror. In terms of techs and differences in their lists, Let's take a look here.
Yuto
players.
is playing the 2 rubies, and Shinja is not. Shinja is playing 1 less Odin as well. And he's playing 1 more Albert. Interesting.
Oh, Yuto also plays the Gilnelis in his loot sword, which Shinja doesn't.
That is interesting as well. That is actually quite a notable and important tech too. That adds healing, has potential burn. All right. Players are getting ready to head into the final game of the set. Guys, once again, this is the final round of Swiss, and then I'll just give you a quick rundown of how things are going to go from there. After round 6 of this Swiss, we're going to take a 15-minute break, so a very short one, into the final playoffs, and we're going to be watching 2 of the playoffs. And at the end of the entire day, we'll give you a gander at the 7 players out of the 30 today who qualified for the grand finals on Sunday.
With rain comes death.
All right.
I view
And before that playoff match, we do have this final game of round 6 in Swiss between 2 players. Whoever wins is guaranteed into the grand finals. I think for Yuto, even if he loses, I want to say he's guaranteed at this point. Here we go. This is going to be the game for the ages. Loot sword mirror match between these 2 to determine who gets to go to the grand finals. We have a pretty aggressive start again here from Shinja with that quick blader. Extra play point likely going to be saved for the Octress. For next turn, does have Supplicant as well. Yuto, on the other hand, does have Devotee. For next turn, does have Octress, and most importantly, has Tablet. We haven't been seeing that in action lately. We do see tablets in both players' lists at 3. One of the most important cards to seal off, finding those combo pieces and seal the deal with both the Octress as well as the Sincero.
This is an interesting state of things, and it's only turn 2 as well. Yuto thinking through better to lair and slash or just devotee here is, I guess, the question.
I do feel like devotee is very easily answerable, and you can also expect the extra play point Octress from Shinja next turn. Like slash might be the play here. And again, the tablet in Yuto's hand might be a very big difference maker this game.
100%. We've seen it multiple times this tournament alone, right? The player who has the draw power can end up getting all of their pieces. And the reason why Tablet's so good in loot in particular is because you only need a certain threshold of damage to win. Ooh, interesting. Not committing the slash, just using the blade instead. I guess the slash would be kind of an overcommit. And you can save the slash for after Tablet, right? To make sure you get the key pieces too.
Don't dislike it. I do feel like extra play points Octress here would punish the Tablet quite a bit. It looks like we're just going to go for the Supplicant.
Pretty slow turn here. Both players just building up their resources. The only big difference is that Yuto has the infinite draw engine and Shinja does not, and I think that's going to be that might be make or break.
That's right. Yeah, this is I think Yuto's thinking about whether it's the Tablet, whether it's the Octress. I think it is between those 2 plays. I think it's Tablet. It's so easy to play early game when the tempo making plays are not available due to play point limits yet. And while Octress does present good stats on board, it could hypothetically be answered by a Vals, a Devotee, quite a lot of different things. It's going to be the Kagemitsu instead.
I like that. Octress gets answered by Slash Trade for no benefit. Tablet puts the tempo too far into Shinja's hands without you having an evolve on the next turn. I think Kage might have been the best possible play.
Okay. Let's see how it adds up for Yuto here. While Shinja thinks about his play this turn. Again, this one game will very much determine which of these two players gets to call it a day after this game.
It's not an easy matchup either. Maybe the hardest hurdle to climb between these two players.
And they've also been playing all day long. Like, they clocked in here probably very early in the morning. You know, the round started at 10, but it was much earlier probably for them to come in, and it's already closing up on 6 p.m. Whole day of games. And for those that remain in the playoffs, there's still more to come.
Is it the time to land the tablet now? You kind of can just ignore this 1-2, can't you? Do you have to
I
answer
think
it?
so.
You could also just tablet plus slash here. Generate the blade as well. And then the turn after you have Octress into trying to find your fuses. I think tablet slash is not bad.
Tablet Slash is not good. If you really want to go for the ignoring option, you can also play Lair here, while you do have the leeway for it.
Shinja does have a really Albert heavy hand, it seems. It is going to be Octress. This makes sense because this lets you fuse your slash and then immediately start counting the crest down. But that's an Albert. So that means post-tablet, there'll be a second Albert in the deck, which could end up being a brick, but that's a problem for 5 turns from now. Yuto Fujiwara, I suppose.
Yep. Shinja now picks up the Zeta Bay. I think this turn initially it was very much we're just gonna go Octress, but now there is a world where you might consider it. Although I do feel like keeping that for extra play point turn 5 does feel a bit stronger, especially if you expect Yuto to make some tempo heavy plays next turn.
I don't think Lute that really does make tempo heavy plays for the most part. It's mostly reactive stuff with Congregant. So I wonder, is the line here like Octress, Evolve, Fuse, Blade, extra play point? Yeah, Fuse slash extra play point Blade? That would count your crest down by 2, draw you a card, and leave you a 5/5 on board. Which is, I think it's not a bad outcome.
I shall return its noise.
Okay, let's see if that's going to be the case. Octress comes down, Evolve is committed. Here comes some more loot tokens with the blade going to face.
Oh, okay, an even more aggressive line.
Again, if you're being served double Albert, you might as well do something with it, right?
That's right. Life gives you lemons. You
All damage.
go face. There's something in there. Somebody polish that up, all right? My Shadowverse Evolve or Shadowverse Worlds Beyond themed stand-up set. All right, so Kagemitsu is on board. Not a bad way to just like make sure you have the resource available into your super turn is to Devotee Boots the Kage now. I don't hate that. Because then it reses back on the turn you unlock super. And that's pretty big.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't dislike that. I don't dislike that. This tablet is not finding its landing just yet. And it's for a good reason, right? It seems like the more straightforward play, but it's these minuscule decisions that really set the pace. Oh, okay. We're not sacrificing the Kage here. Instead, picking up the Goblet. Now Yuto's going aggressive.
I can kind of see that. I think the consideration is that he knows there's Blade in hand. So if he leaves the 2-1 up, it's actually kind of an easy clear. There's Congregant. It's easy to clear, but you're not advancing your game plan if you do so.
Yeah, we have a fuse. We have Congregants that could potentially be an option. Zeta Bea just to take out one of these targets. And push face is another option. Kongmin it is.
It's a little awkward when neither player has found their Sincero. But that being said, Yuto has way better odds to draw it because he's going to be drawing twice per turn. I think as soon as next turn. I think next turn is the tablet land.
Using boots. Ooh, are we drawing here with that extra play point?
If you don't use it, you use it, right? So extra play point might just be it might just be blade phase.
Yeah, I think that's also very respectable.
I think this is the turn the tablet comes down, but because Yuto Fujiwara not advancing damage to the dome, not advancing, Sincero game plan. I think he's got to look for some of the pieces here to actually be able to win this game. So far, it's been just treading water at the moment, right?
Yeah, this is a little bit of a difficult one.
I think it's tablet Vals, and then you pass. And you draw a card, obviously.
Oh, man, dude. Of all things to draw into. Yeah, I think the play you just suggested looks to be the conclusion that Yuto is going to draw from all of the world lines that he's examined. But the hand is getting a little thin. The tablets will help.
I think you just put the second tablet next turn. Like, unironically, you have the Kagemitsu coming back, so you always have a body to trade with. Like, that gives you some leeway to tablet next turn. And then you have 2 draws per turn, and you can actually try and find some of your pieces.
That is true.
But
This
Shinja has a very aggressive line here.
Zetabea,
It's either that or just Albert Evolve Slash.
that too. Albert Evolve Slash does... I mean, in terms of damage, they're the same. The only thing is that you get more stats to stick, making it a little bit harder because Albert doesn't get taken out by the Vals damage if you evolve it.
I think it is
looks
gonna
like
be
that's what we're
Albert.
going for.
And
Sincero picked up.
That's big. That's big.
Octress. Countdown is only 2. It's ready for next turn. Lair is on the board. This Evo might be more important than you think.
Keep up.
I think more than slamming down a second tablet, Yuto needs more goblets.
Not incorrect. Shinja's going super aggressive here, and with not only the Sincero, but also the Kagemitsu picked up. Every card in his hand is just doing damage on damage on damage on damage.
Oh my god, what a pickup though, the Gilnelis!
Gilnelis is big. Heals back to 15 with Goblet 17. And clears the
huge.
Albert.
It clears the Albert. You go up to 17. Next turn, Sincero plus token puts him down to 3.
Get rid of
And then-
Tablet 2.
We do have, for Shinja, the most straightforward game plan here is just Sincero, token next turn, and then turn 8, playpoint boost into Albert for game.
You could even, yeah.
And
100%.
Yuto was going to do everything to stop that right now.
This starving world.
Can it happen? Let's find out. It might even be a boot on the Gilnelis, even more healing.
Ooh.
That puts him back
Here
up to
we go.
18.
Go on, touch me.
And that's not including the goblet. There we go. Oh, sorry, it is including the goblet. 18. My apologies.
I think the Sincero here is all but guaranteed. This is 12 damage. 1, 2, 3, 4.
On a big old board, Sincero comes in, rips through everything, super evolve, 4 more damage to face, and don't forget, Remnant of Hollowness, another 4 damage. We need to see a heal 6 here from Yuto, and even that wouldn't be enough, it has to be a heal 7.
Oh my goodness.
Does he
Shinja, if
have
he
it?
didn't pick up that Sincero, I think would have been pretty disadvantaged because he wouldn't have the draw. But you don't need the extra draw if you pick up the pieces of the puzzle on time, right?
The thing is that also... but is there a line where Octress necklace to present enough stats that Albert does not clear.
If you Ultras Necklace heal to 8, you are just out of range of
One
Odin
off.
as well.
Yeah. I feel like it has to be Ultras Necklace and a heal. What do you do with the rest of your play points?
If you're Ultras Necklacing and healing, you have to spend the Usurpation just to deal 4 to Sincero so you can even trade though. And that feels really bad. That's a play to not lose. That's not a play to win.
Could you not use the Vals instead?
You go Ultras, Vals, Necklace, and Goblet.
just
That's
enough,
true.
no?
That's true. That is enough.
Feel that which is empty.
Supers, Valses, necklaces.
This
Okay, I
puts him
think
out of
this-
range of Odin,
This avoids everything as much as possible.
but this is a
Zeta
pretty
Bea.
solid Zeta. No, wait, this is lethal. Kagemitsu, extra play point, super
Oh,
well.
he
That's
just has
exactly
it with
8.
the Kagemitsu. Shinja, Zeta Bea, and Kagemitsu combined 8 damage. Healing to 8 was not enough, and our very own SVO's Shinja slays Yuto's undefeated record and manages to find himself a spot into the grand finals.
Pretty incredible set there from two incredibly skilled and storied players. Really great to watch. I think with the execution, and you saw them think through every single turn, definitely a lesson that people on, myself included, could pick up for their games. And that's part of the joy of watching this high-level competition, right? I believe that was indeed the last game of the round because these players are thinking every turn through, man.
Yep.
So, guys, that was the last round of Swiss, but do not go anywhere because we still have 2 playoff matches to spectate. And once we come back from this short break, only 15 minutes instead of the usual time, so a shorter break, we'll come back and we'll tell you the 3 players who auto-qualify to Championship Sunday. So stay tuned. We'll be back right after this. Hello and welcome back to the Shadowverse World Grand Prix 2025. Chris, we've just got done with our 6 rounds of Swiss, which determined the top 3 who are auto-qualifying to Championship Sunday. Honestly, let's not, preamble too much. I just want to see the results. Let's take a look at the standings.
And here you go. The top 3 players who will advance directly to the grand finals on Sunday are Yuto Fujiwara. Even losing the last round of Swiss did not shake his first place seed.
Insane.
Next up is Yokohama F Marinos' Agunomu with a 5-1 record after winning that last round of Swiss. I think you could actually watch that game on one of the other language streams. And finally, our very own Shadowverse Open Twilight Knights Shinja just beat Yuto Fujiwara to lock in that 3rd place spot. It was actually way more close than we thought. And DFM Yudi is the other X1 player that just barely didn't make it into the top 3 cutoff and will have to win this playoffs match.
I will say, guys, as you can see from the scoreboard here, there are no undefeated players. That is how intense this competition is. And as you said, Chris, the top 3 players, Yuto Fujiwara, YFM Agunomu, and TK Shinja, are directly qualifying to Championship Sunday already. They are done for today. However, between 4th and 11th place, we now have the playoff round. 1 round, whoever wins each of their matches goes to the day 2. If you lose this match, you have to try again through LCQ tomorrow. So very intense stuff, and the quality of players here are insane. DFM Yuri, the first ever Worlds Beyond Master. DNF Reroll, champion of Korea 2025. I'm not going to go through everything, but Shadow, champion of NetEase. And then, of course, our very own Alejandro as well, just making it in at the 10th slot. This is going to be intense.
Is going to be a crazy one. And the way it's going to work is that we're going to have 2 of the 4 playoff matches happening at the same time, which, again, a reminder, this World Grand Prix is being streamed in 4 different languages, 4 different language streams, and we're kind of distributing the games between these streams. And so on our stream, we're going to be watching, first things first, Team DNF's Reroll versus Alejandro. And then on the other streams, you will be able to see Team DFM's Yudi versus Neuru. And then afterwards, we're going to take a look at the second set, which will be between Elganubi and Ren, as well as Shadow 51 and DFM's Mill.
That's right. This is the final round of competition. Whoever wins their match here goes to Championship Sunday. Whoever loses has to play in LCQ tomorrow, which is just another day of intense competition. So no matter what, you want to win here with all of your heart. So this is going to be really, really high stakes games. And once again, we are going to be looking at Reroll and Alejandro here. Shall we take a look at the deck list before we jump in, Chris? They're pretty interesting ones, okay? We've already seen Alejandro earlier today, but DNF Reroll really want to show off what his lineup is, because I believe he's known in the community for being kind of an anti-meta threat maker. Here we see Korea Open 2025 Grand Finals champion, and he is bringing Evolve Swordcraft and Puppet Portalcraft. No Earthright Rune, no Loot Sword in this lineup.
Yep, he is one of the anomalies, I think we can say. We had 26 Earthright players, so only 4 that didn't bring the deck. He is one of those 4, and he made it all the way to the playoffs, and this is going to be very exciting. I've really enjoyed playing with this specific sword list. Loot has a very concrete game plan where you have specific win cons, you have your Sincero, you have your Octress, and then you have ways to adapt with the loot package to find wins aside from that. But this sword list is a lot more traditional. It's a lot more on just evolving your stuff, trying to get your Skybound arts active as early as possible, and the Skybound art that makes it all worth it is Seophon, Leader of the Eternals, who will evolve all of your unevolved allied followers in the field with a Skybound art when you play him, or super evolve them if he's on super Skybound. And this has a lot of really strong combinations. You know, just playing this with like a Luminous Magus gives you a board full of Super Evolved wards. Everything can also trade, so you can get like 5 chip damage from the Super Evolves. It's a lot. And of course, Igni, there's also Puppet, which is the first time we're seeing it in the tournament today.
That's right, Puppet Portal Craft. It's the only Puppet Portal Craft out of all 30 players, and only one of 3 Portal Crafts in general. The other 2 are Lashena Portals. Insanity that Realel was able to bring such an unconventional lineup, and not only make it to the playoffs, Chris, but made it in 5th seed, which is 5th seed out of the entire player base. So he's 2nd seed of the players in playoffs, which is unreal. That is extremely impressive, and a very aggressive version of the Puppet Portalcraft build as well, using 2 Show Night Kings, Reborn Night Kings, which is of course that 3-play.21 Storm when Super Evolve is unlocked. It has Barrier, right? So that's just another early gameplay to deal a bit of chip. Very cool. We also see, of course, 2 Beelzebubs and another technology here, specifically against other Storm win cons like Loot Sword, that Luo coming in clutch. So DNF Reroll really living up to his reputation of bringing in something that is counter to the current meta.
Exactly. This is basically his biggest strength, is being able to watch the playing field, watch what is the actual meta, and then adapt to that as well. So he's actually the best performing X2, so the best performing 4-win 2-loss player, which secured him the 5th seed, is what we call it, the 5th slot in all of the players at the end of the Swiss rounds. But of course, we do also have his opponent, our very own Alejandro, who is bringing the very so popular Earthright Rune that we've seen a lot of. This will be one of the few sets where we don't get to see the mirror match potentially take place, and which we also saw earlier in stream, of course, the Crest Havencraft Igni.
Yeah, and only one of, I believe, 5. Let me double check. Yes, 5 Crest Haven Crafts in the entire tournament out of 30 players, and just making it into the 10th slot here, between 4 and 11th. So definitely an intense one. Definitely one that he's going to have to compete with all his heart here, and not against a weak opponent either. DNF Reroll, just to be clear, champion of the entire Korea circuit this year. So really, the competition is fierce. Now
that is right. I think we also have the other playoff that is going to happen at the same time on the other streams. But we can take a look at their deck lists on our stream as well. We might be tuning into their games a bit later, but here we have, of course, Team Detonation Focus Me's Yudi. This is a team that you've definitely heard of in other games as well, but he is bringing the tried and true Loot Sword as well as the Earthright Runecraft lists. You know, he's, again, we mentioned this before, but he's the first player to get Master rank in Worlds Beyond, and he's just a general trendsetter all in all, right? So Yudi, you know, he's a very big influence in general. He streams, he makes content in the game, and oftentimes a lot of the lists that he experiments with end up becoming like template lists in the entire community, not just in Japan, but just worldwide.
That's right, and it's truly gonna be a tough one for Yuri because he has to win this, and it's really tragic because he just did not make the auto qual 3rd spot. He was right there at 4th, knocking at the gates. So, you know, if Yuri is gonna be going into this final playoff round, he's really the favorite to win. But let's take a look at his opponent for this round as well, and their deck list here. I believe it is Neuru. Now, what do we know about Neuru, online champion from the November tournament?
Literally last month.
Very, very recently, right? And I believe just made it through at the at the 11th slot. So just made it into the playoffs. Can they steal a win from Yuri? I mean, with these deck lists, it's a very similar lineup, right? With the Loot Swordcraft and the Earthright Runecraft here.
That's right. So it's going to be cool to see. Of course, on the other side of the bracket, you're going to get to watch, you know, the battle of the quite literally the best decks in the current format. On our side, we're going to be watching this clash between Reroll and Alejandro with some very unique decklist choices. But of course, all the players are going to be giving it their all because you just have to win this one set to be in for Sunday. So this is arguably one of the most important games of their entire careers, especially if it wasn't looking like they were going to make it into the top 3 position from round 6. Then I feel like a lot of their concentration and efforts were going into, all right, just make sure I don't lose my stamina, don't lose my concentration before I actually have to go in to the playoff round, because that is where I punch in my ticket.
That's right. Man, and just looking at the tournaments these players qualified from, it just tells such a story, right? Some of them come from the online side, some of them come from the offline side, from Japan, from Korea, from Europe. It truly is just underscores the global nature of this competition, and seeing them all clash here, seeing it all come to a head in person in Tokyo, it's truly something else.
Yeah, it's also a little bit bittersweet for Yuri though when you think about it. It's like, I'm pretty sure the result of Shinja versus Yuto essentially determined whether his win in the last round or like his score would be enough to make it in or not. But you know, Shinja managed to clutch up and win the set. I think if he had lost, it would have been Yuri advancing to day 2 and Shinja being in his position playing against one of these players, maybe completely shaking up this bracket in general.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was getting at earlier as well when I was mentioning Yuri's just knocking at the door there. I mean, he's got the 5-1 record just like the rest of them, but because of the tiebreakers, he's going to have to fight for it one last ride up against Neuru. All right. But I just want to mention as well, we took a look at this page earlier, but there is a second page of rankings here, and it's all the names that, you know, aren't going to make it into the day 2 immediately, everyone below the blue line, but they still have a chance. So if the player you were really rooting for didn't make it into the top 11, do not worry. Their story is not over, because everybody who drops from day 1 today gets an auto qualification to the last chance qualifier tomorrow, where they have one last shot at making it to Championship Sunday. So they need your energy more than ever. So do not stop cheering for them.
Yeah, that is right. So huge shout outs to all the players that qualified. So you can see all the way up to 30th. Saga, even though Saga came 30th, they're still walking home with a cash prize. And same goes for Gust, Junan, Fueta, who we saw on stream earlier as well. Bareric, of course, representing the SVO region. Unistes, BB, Machida, Rs21, also one of our SVO players. Kionis, another one here as well. Managed to get that dub in the last round. Realel, Ho, Rick, and Neko. A lot of players that we got to watch on stream, either on this stream or one of the other streams across our 4 different languages. Once again, this tournament is being streamed in English, Japanese, Chinese, as well as Korean. So feel free to look through the different channels and see which games you want to look back on, especially from the Swiss rounds, because there was definitely a lot of different ones that we were couldn't show in their entirety.
That's right. And make sure to just look it up on, your favorite browser, Shadowverse World Grand Prix. You'll find the official website as well. And also, quick reminder to everybody at home, after the LCQ tomorrow, once the top 8 is confirmed, there's going to be a prediction event as well in Shadowverse Park, where you can get a pack for guessing right for the upcoming set, Blossoming Fate, coming out in just 3 days. So make sure that you experience the stories of the players not only today, but also through their previous tournaments, the interviews they've had online. Decide who you're rooting for, and then go ahead and vote for them in Shadowverse Park starting tomorrow, which I love. I love that the Shadowverse Park lets the community engage with the competitive side in that way. But hopefully you'll be able to see that in Park as early as, like I said, tomorrow after the last chance qualifier.
Yeah, so it's going to be... And once again, just a reminder that, of course, the prizing in this tournament is nothing to scoff at. So once again, we looked through the results, but you can see what the results actually connect to in terms of prizing. So even if you went 0 win 6 losses or 1 win 5 losses, you get 50,000 yen to your name. And on top of that, of course, you also getting 2 wins gets you 100,000 yen and a 3-3 record, which we basically saw everyone that didn't make playoffs, their best finish was 3-3. So you get 150k in yen, And on top of that, you also get to still play out in the LCQ tomorrow. But everyone that we're watching from here on out is going home with at least 200,000 yen to their name, or, anything better than that, basically, depending on their finish on Sunday.
And I mean, that 100 million yen marquee is what we're all competing for. That being said, it's nice to be rewarded for your efforts throughout the year. So, just showing up gets you a nice little 50K. But yeah, like you said, everybody we're watching right now is at least 200K yen.
That is right. So I think we're going to have the very exciting, very stress-inducing matches coming up here. Once again, if you're just tuning in, a reminder that this is going to be the playoffs. These 8 players are currently fighting for a chance where only 4 of them will be able to advance to Sunday, and the remaining 4 of them will have to join the rest of the crew in playing through the last chance qualifier tomorrow, and there it will be literally until the last man standing. Last man standing will get to advance into Sunday and fight with the rest of these 7 players that will make it, and anyone that doesn't, well, they can say they've been there. And if you are in Tokyo, if you're in Yokohama, if you're in Japan, do consider popping by the venue, as there will be a lot of in-person events, actually. And there's exclusive merch, in-person events, real park chests happening at the venue itself in Pacifico, Yokohama. So definitely check out all the details there as well. I think they're all on the social media. And again, I think we already talked about it, but don't forget to also vote on who you think will make it, because that will also give you a pack if you guess right, which is always very, very nice.
Now the players are getting ready. 8 remain. Only 4 will go through. One final dance for today before it's all over. We're watching 2 of the games, so they're taking it in batches essentially, where 2 matches will be played and then 2 other matches will be played. So we have 2 games left to spectate over on this stream. So guys, we still have 2 great sets of Shadowverse left to go, and it's going to be really interesting to see who is going to be the ones who make it through. And man, Alejandro, obviously we grew up on the Shadowverse open side of things. We are the casters for the international circuit in that sense. So really feels quite rewarding to see Shinja make it to the auto qual. But this is Alejandro's last chance as well. Or, more sure chance if he wins this match that's coming right up here. Again, though, his competition is not easy. Let's take a look at the matchups one more time. And honestly, can we take a look at the decks? I just want to reiterate what they're playing going into this between Alejandro and Reroll, because the matchup, the lineups are pretty unusual. Once again, for people who are just tuning in, Reroll has the distinct honor of being the only Puppets Portal player and the only Evolve Sword player. World's most unique lineup in this tournament. So really excited to see how this shakes out. A bit more context, he's kind of known for being anti-meta, being previously bringing Ward Havencraft when it wasn't popular, just to counter the popularity of Roach. So that's pretty sick. Meanwhile, on Alejandro's side, shaking things up because he qualified with Abyss and Forest both times, both during his regional and into the grand finals of SVO, but now playing the Earthright rune and the Crest Havencraft. And to some degree of success too, making it into the 10th place slot.
That's right. This is going to be very exciting to take a look at, as I think the both players should be getting seated pretty soon and ready for these games. There they are. We have, of course, Team DNF's Reroll versus Alejandro. It's going to be a very exciting match that will determine who makes it into Sunday directly and who has to still fight tomorrow.
Please make your voices heard in the chat. Who are you cheering for? Because let me tell you right now, I'm not usually a superstitious man, but in competitions like this, the players do feel that energy. So let's bring it in, guys.
That is right. Very excited to see how things are going to go here between these 2 players. 2 absolute goats of their own communities.
And it's very interesting too, right? DNF Reroll, champion of the Korea circuit, as well as part of a competitive team. Alejandro, very new to competitive gaming in general, and making it this far.
That is right. And it's time to kick off our playoffs. And here we're going to see Alejandro start off with Haven against Reroll's Puppet Portal.
Yeah, this is the most unique matchup, I think,
Of the day.
possible in today's lineup. So pretty sick. Nice early game from Reroll as well, with Lovestruck and Lancer leading in. The only problem is no mid game currently. I think really looking for Zvi as soon as possible, right?
Yep. Essentially just trying to get some of that, wait for it, connective tissue.
Oh, he's done it again, folks.
He's done it again. How does he do it?
Meanwhile, on Alejandro's side, we got both Marwins, but we don't have the other, especially importantly, permanent crest. I think it might just be a Serene engage to try and find Grimnir on time.
Yep, looks to be the case. Grimnir is very much important, trying to fend off some of this aggression early.
And aggression it is, right? Because Reroll extra play pointed into a 2-drop just to get the body on board as fast as possible.
Yeah, that is, I mean, with the hand that he's been dealt, I do see it. Just because, I mean, you don't have your mid-game in hand outside of, like, Sylvia, I guess. So you might as well try to put on the pressure here.
Yeah, and Sylvia is more of a
Pocket
reactive
Lance.
tool as well, right?
Exactly.
But don't touch.
Ooh.
Shadows of my
Wow, really counteracting this aggression as much as possible with the random destruction. But it's not going to stop anytime soon. Reroll, pushing on the gas.
What does Alejandro need? The Grimnir is picked up, but I think he was looking for Blinding Faith there, if anything.
Yeah, that would answer this board and really slow things down because there's not much follow-up from Reroll once this board does get taken out. Has to go for some heal.
I'll be everyone's strength.
Puppet, Enhanced, Evolve Face. It's the only way through.
Uh-oh.
That's big, though.
This is so huge, dude. This is already 5 damage on board. This is becoming 7, pushing Alejandro down to 10 already on turn 5, going into Alejandro's turn.
And Reroll knows there's no Blinding Faith in hand because Alejandro would have played it last turn.
Yeah. Ooh, this Marwin doesn't feel too good.
Yeah, that's only clearing one body.
4 damage remains on board. It's gonna very quickly become 6, and Lyria keeping that barrier with the 3/3 body is only gonna get more annoying.
Putting Alejandro down to 4. It's only turn 5 for Reroll.
It's all gas. Just keep on going. Reroll now managed to connect into 6 play points for next turn to have a Sylvia, but if this board were to get answered, it would put him in a pretty dire situation. But the thing is, because Alejandro's going first, he doesn't have Super Evolve yet to even pair it with something like the Grimnir.
And it also would have been awkward anyway because the Marwin crest is up before the Grimnir's is, so the activation sequencing is out of sequence.
Ooh, that's a big hit.
It helps, but
Stand start to heal and pray.
this full clears and we're back with Alejandro being at 9 defense. But this is going to be a Sylvia for draw.
That is a big turn for Alejandro, though. It's just a body on the board, which now you have the play points to take care of. You don't have to worry about as much. It's time to get into healing mode. The thing is that Reroll has the top end in this hand as well.
Yes, with 2 Beelzebubs and an Orcus in the hand already. And already putting Alejandro down so low. Although this turn is slightly awkward. I guess you do just play Yudi here.
I'll be your mentor.
Yeah, you're not pushing aggression, but it doesn't matter when you have lethal essentially lined up for the turn after next.
And I do respect this, playing the 1 puppet so that the De La Fee is not a guaranteed free clear. Meaning that Alejandro has to invest some other resource into making sure he doesn't take 3 to the dome. So honestly, a pretty heads up puppet spam there.
I like it, I like it.
Although Alejandro's got a bit of honestly great stabilization tools now. Between Blinding Faith and then Censor the turn after.
Yep, this is going to help to slowly peel back into this game. But even then, will it be enough? Because again, with Orcus, you already have so much damage output just because you're, just from her alone, she's 8 damage. With the puppets, that's usually going to be at least 9. But if the Beelzebub gets played next turn from the extra play point, then add +1 to each instance of damage there.
I think Alejandro has to heal past 12, because if he doesn't heal past 12, he puts himself into range of Orcus extra play point Puppet Cat.
True.
It is going to be Beelzebub. Once again, putting the one puppet out there to make sure that the De La Fee isn't a free clear. Vessel lost, but I don't think it actually is that relevant.
No, I don't think it was in that instance. I think now, again, you have to think. Orcus is going to make you a total of 10 damage just from existing now. Since you're going to get 2 from, I guess, technically the Super Evolve trade doesn't necessarily have to happen if there's nothing on the board for her to trade into. So 2 from the Lloyd, and then you're going to have another extra 4 and 4. So 10 damage is going to take place. Grimnir hits the board.
I think it's instant slam Beelzebub here, though, because the Beelzebub also turns off the Wilbert last words. Extremely simple turn for DNF reroll, and it's almost guaranteed super lethal. Orcus is now dealing on her own 13 plus Super Crash, 15, and that's if Puppet Cat isn't gotten. If Puppet Cat is gotten, it becomes 21. Right?
That is more than enough. Yonali's going to try to heal out of this as best as she can. And even then, this is going to require the Grimnir Crest to finish off.
I really find this so endearing. The human element of... I almost said human elephant. That doesn't make any sense. The human element of playing competitive card games. We see the dichotomy between this set and the set we just watched. Previous set with Shinja and Yuto Fujiwara taking every single second they possibly can. This time around, reroll. He's practiced these lines. He's the counter meta pick. He knows these. He's played these games before. So he's playing the lines extremely quickly with extreme certainty, which I think is also really, really, it's confidence inducing watching him play this way.
100%. Ooh, okay. Still staying up on the defense here with 19. All evolve points now used for Alejandro, though. This is going to make things, even if this isn't the turn, it's going to make things quite awkward going forward to respond, especially because one of the vessels got burned earlier in Overdraw.
Yeah, the vessel did get burned in Overdraw. I think the bigger concern for me regarding Alejandro's hand as well is the lack of cycle now. Especially going into... Because now every hit that reroll does is so much damage. And you're going to be needing the healing as much healing as you can get, right? Which is a little bit of a concern.
Reroll going through the motions. Not quite lethal here.
Can't quite find it. Yeah, this is a bit of a pinch. You could go Odin. I kind of want to find a way to Odin away the Shining Disenchantment, because I think that was a vulnerability that Alejandro left up. But
yeah,
looks like it's not going to be this turn. Could be a medical grade puppet to answer the 2-2 angle.
Oh, look at that. 3 damage running in just from trading with the Super Evolve follower, though.
And that means next turn with Enhanced Puppet in hand, Orcus is 5 plus 5 is 10. Plus 3 is 13. Plus 5 is 18. Orcus run in is 3 damage. That's 21.
21 again.
21?
21 indeed. The kids these days wouldn't get it.
It's okay. They're obsessed with different numbers now.
That's right.
If there was a 6-7 on the board, I would bring it up. But no target for the Orcus to run in. And that means no target for the Puppet Cat to run in either. Alejandro purposefully not playing a body so that it wouldn't be a problem. But DNF has the backup with the Odin taking out the Shining, which not only reduces the amount of burn Alejandro has, but also the amount of heal. That's pretty big.
That being said, Sensor can heal back up to 20 pretty easily.
But if
Gillis
Alejandro
also-
plays literally any target, the Orcus is going to come in with extreme violence.
But you can just set up another sensor and effectively just pass and do your chip damage. But is it just a waiting game now until reroll manages to find...
5, 13... No, it's lethal now. 18?
Oh. Yeah, you're right. Because all
Orcus-
it's missing is the 3 damage from the Clash.
Yeah.
So this should be, with the enhanced puppet, that is indeed 18 damage, right?
Yep, that's 5, 10, 13 with Lloyd.
That's exactly
plus
18.
5. That's exactly equal.
There we
He's
go,
gotten it.
Orcus.
Folks.
Hits the board.
That's right, Alejandro. I think he forgot the enhanced was in hand from the medical grade. And you see him reacting there.
And here comes the enhanced puppet, giving DNF's reroll that first game dub of the playoffs, putting him one step closer to Championship Sunday.
That was an incredible curve from DNF reroll too. The deck really responding to his deck building there, like being able to have all those aggressive options. And that entire game, he didn't even draw Show Reborn Night King, right? Like if he had that, it would have been even more pressure put on Alejandro too.
Yeah, really strong finish here from reroll in that first game. But again, this is a best of 3. Alejandro still has a chance if he wins his 2 games back to back. But for reroll, it's just winning with the sword, and it's not a loot sword.
That's right. Evolve Swordcraft is the deck that reroll has 2 chances to win with here. Very interestingly, the only evolved sword in the entire tournament. And there's the Seohwan picked up early. We can start boosting that Super Skybound gauge.
That's right. Although it is a card that you want to see later for the most part. It doesn't really do too much on the earlier turns. There is
true.
a card that does do a lot in the early turns, though. Zirconia.
Going second as well is pretty big. And the Magus too. This has potentials for a huge snowball. That being said, going up against Cresthaven, it's maybe the one class that can handle all these boards coming out one after the other.
Zeta Beo.
It's Zeta Beo.
Yep. Alright, good aggressive turns here.
Because
That
Zirconia
being
is locked
said-
for 4, right? So
Yep.
Alejandro's got to be
Faith.
careful. If you spend that Blinding Faith, the Zirconia can come down essentially uncontested.
And that's exactly what she's gonna do.
This is difficult. There's only so much clear, right?
Yeah, especially this next turn. This is the turn where usually...
That's
Whoa, the Congregant is so big.
That is big. And I think with Marwyn already in hand, you absolutely trade.
Yes. This does help Alejandro. We just
comes
commit the
Magus.
Luminous Magus here, okay.
Evolve Face.
Hovering over it, committing to it.
This is pretty good because it puts Alejandro in a position where Marwyn is not a viable play. And we've seen Blinding Faith out. Vessel means that you don't get punished for not clearing the 4/4. So rerolls putting it on that play, putting it on that line.
Yeah, it's a very low commitment play as well to ask them for a Vessel too. Or to, not just ask for a Vessel, but also make them delay their Marwyn.
I think with that in mind, I think Alejandro is making the best play here.
This is definitely one of them. The thing is that...
What if he just sits?
Ooh, this list does not play Odin.
There's no Odin in this Evolved Sword, that's correct. I was wondering, was there an out to just sit down there and not answer that board? But instead he is going to go for it, which I think is still fine.
We do see a pickup here of the Rodaria,
I think that's
Of course.
pretty good.
a card that was the first self-evolving card added to Worlds Beyond, and is going to show off that ability here. Not just yet. Going to be a manual evolve.
But does get the AoE in, which is extremely important. That pickup was
yeah.
pretty big, because that answers this Wilbert board very, very cleanly. especially with a Boots being able to now take this out and still connect 4 to the dome.
Yeah, this aggression needs to continue on and on and on.
And the more that Reroll puts Alejandro in this position of answering his aggression, the less opportunities Alejandro has to advance his own game plan. No Marwyn drop, no damage to face, just only spending time being defensive is really, really difficult for Alejandro to claw back, especially when you're up against Swordcraft. You're spending all this time trying to stay alive, and you know that they have cards like Albert in the top end.
Yep, that is a finisher that has secured many games just today in a different archetype of sword. The Marwyn, though, finally hits the board for Alejandro at long last. Ooh.
This is a 66% for a good target. Hits the wrong one.
Well, you can see Reroll celebrating.
That was a
He knows that-
66.7% chance of hitting a pretty good target. So unfortunate there, because now that just means...
Ooh, so normally, if it wasn't for the Grimnir crest, he could have Gilnelis for 2 more damage. Devotee to get a boots. It's not quite enough, but it's getting very close. Reroll. You could see the celebrations. I feel like Granangita here is
I think it is
really
Granangita,
solid.
right? It should be Granangita for draw, and then Gilnelis to take off 2 stat from Marwyn, 5 face.
There it is.
I'm sorry, 4 face, of course. I was thinking 5 Marwyn, 4 face. Yeah.
Yep.
All right.
Those remain, though. Now, we have Sensor for some healing, but at this point, Reroll is just trying to find one of the Alberts, one of the 3 Alberts in this list. Zeta Bea will do it too. Those are
It's
also
just-
the 3 of. Sorry, Albert's a 1 of in this list. My bad. Zeta Bea is the target.
It's just a little bit awkward for Alejandro here. Jean would clear and put a ward up, which is nice, but that is weak to Zeta Bea. Other options. Sensor, pop, 3 play points. You're up to 9. You have 5 play points to work with, which isn't enough for Marwyn to spare. So I guess it might be Gilnelis, Super. Get the 5 healing from that, and then the healing from Sensor. You could also Devotee Gilnelis Sensor. Another line there. Oh, this is a little awkward, though.
Tribulations continue.
This loses to Zeta Bea, but it's not in it.
It's not there yet. Lyria doesn't find Zeta Bea. What can she find?
Golden Knight. Super Evolve for the 1 attack.
That is 1 damage.
That also advances the gauge of the Seophone. The Super Skybound gauge for Seophone, close to activation with a Luminous Mages into turn 9.
Alright, this is going to be the do or die turn here. Just a little bit of healing available.
Wrong target, but it's okay.
Can do it again.
That is extremely risky. Loses to Zeta Bea. Amelia has a chance. Zeta Bea not found.
Oh! The chances are slim, but they're still there.
Don't even leave that dust behind.
Oh my god.
The only trophy I need.
Produces a Valse.
Shall continue.
This game has been all push from Reroll, trying to secure that Sunday slot as fast as possible.
Oh man, how do we get a ward up and heal at the same time? Because if you don't get a ward up, you lose to Albert. If you don't heal, regardless, Zeta Bea can come in from the top rope. Alejandro's been making pretty risky decisions here, but so far it's been paying off. I think you can get the ward from the devotee crest, spend the rest of your play points here just healing, and then if you super the Marwyn, the Grimnir crest will take care of the rest, right?
That's right.
That might be the way.
Yeah, and then you dedicate the rest of your play points just for Sensor to heal up. Oh, you can see Reroll is praying here.
This starving world begs for me.
Okay, we're going the other route. Gilnely's Super Evolve. This will
Okay.
also give you the Grimnir crest.
And then you... Ooh, not playing Censor.
Can play, but can't use it.
This puts him in range of Albert. No Albert found. That was incredibly risky by Alejandro, but it might have paid off.
You can see both players' emotions on their faces here in this culminating match to determine who goes to Championship Sunday. Reroll is trying to look through the plays. What is there that he can do?
Remember, there is
Alejandro.
only one Albert in Reroll's list, and both players know that.
That's right. Alejandro just putting down cards that can draw more cards, trying to find more gas to survive in this matchup. Has an AoE board clear, has some healing. But the threats do not stop from Reroll.
Gilnely's... I don't think we're spending that last super, though. I think it's going to be a Gildaria. Are we really? Okay, Albert super no longer an option
Give me
for reroll.
bite.
Ooh, we're going for 2 forms of chip damage from the Super Evolves while healing back up to 20. This puts him to 7.
But the vessel's on board, though.
That's why he's trying not to go too wide. Jean does not clear out the 9/9. You're gonna have to... You could theoretically Jean plus Torrent?
Or just Jean, because the crest will take care of the rest, right?
Yeah, that also works.
Just play Jean Censor. Or Jean Advanced Serene Sanctuary, pop 1 Censor. Puts you to 11 with a ward in play. You know Super Evolve is gone, so Albert Super no longer an out.
This is tough. All
The Jean,
evolution
how
points.
many Jeans are there? I need to know. There's one.
It's just this one.
This starving world begs
Gilnely's hits the board,
tribulations continue.
Pops.
destroys everything.
Here's the
Sensor
problem.
×2.
The issue with this play is Reroll now has the widest board imaginable by playing Mage's Seophone, right? And does Alejandro have an answer to that? He does with the 1x Jean. That's enough, right? Jean does 6.
It does do enough. The thing is that round 2 is going to be just around the corner.
To clarify, this Evolved Sword does not run Sandal Phone. It has to win through board.
Yeah. Even without Sandalphon, he's been making it this far. Having to win with this Evolve Swordless time and time again. And we can see from that aggression just how strong it really is. Commits one of them.
Rodeo, Grimnir.
No Evolve points for that Rodeo. Jean is going to take care of this board. But that is all that you can do with 4 damage being burned.
Another
Seophone
Seophone
picked up.
Gildaria is super strong here. Can also just play the Granagea to refill your hand. It's probably the line.
What do we find from these 2 followers? Another Gildaria and Illyria.
Lyria is pulling either Amalia or Golden Knight.
Golden Knight.
Supplicant gets you to 5. Despair can delay those crests as well. Hits a 2/2. Congregant is fine here to take out most of this board, but the 5/1 sticks.
5/1
But a 0/6 ward is pretty big.
It is indeed, but is there a world where you just go for Gildaria again after Illyria?
Amalia, not quite right this turn?
Yeah, it would have been really good to get a Golden Knight down earlier, but is there even a Golden Knight left? He's already played 2. There is one more.
Espada Galaxia, baby.
There we go. Golden Boots also. Gilded Boots, sorry. In the hand here.
I think you saved
Gonna
that for
be
Albert.
kept. Swings in 5. Down to 8 here for Alejandro. This game.
No more clears.
Rodeo.
It's just
all we
wave
can
after
do.
wave after wave of infinite guys.
Random destruction. See where it hits.
It does hit Espada Galaxia, but you
But it's
cannot
not
be
enough.
leaving all this up.
There's still the barrier on the board. Taking it out. Alejandro doing everything possible. With only a 7-7 remaining, you can see reroll. He sees that there's a chance. He knows
He knows.
this Veracity will take this victory and connect DNF's reroll into Championship Sunday, qualifying from the playoffs.
With such a unique lineup, too. The only evolved swordcraft, the only puppet portalcraft in the entire tournament.
Oh my god. He's done it. GG's in chat for both players. Seriously, that was absolutely incredible. I can't believe what we just saw. Can't believe the caliber of plays. And that was only the first playoff.
That's right, guys. That set was able to finish pretty quickly. So we're just going to jump right into match A, which is being played concurrently, which is in the middle of their set. So we can actually go watch that right now. It is going to be DFM Yudi versus Neuru, the first versus last seed.
That's right. That's
All
right. So
we're just gonna get it set up soon. But yeah, I believe we might be able to see deck lists before we jump into it. But yeah, just to give some background, DFM Yudi, first ever Shadowverse Worlds Beyond Master. We have the list here, and
There we
he's
go.
running, and he's the extra championship in Aichi champion, running the standard lineup of the Loot Swordcraft and the Earthright Runecraft. He was so close to making it to top 3 auto qual, just slightly fell short only on tiebreakers. So it'll be heartbreaking if he dropped this match here. But he's up against a pretty strong competitor as well, Chris. Tell me about it with Neuru.
Yep, Neuru coming in here as well on the opposing side. The November champion, quite literally one of the last slots possible to make it into World Grand Prix, but managed to do it and is now playing out of his mind, trying to survive here. Let's take a look.
Okay, looks like we're joining in mid-match here, late in
Yudi
game
got the
2.
first game.
Yuri has already won with the Earthright Runecraft. Neuru having to win both with Loot and Earthright still against Yuri's Loot Swordcraft himself. And it's looking pretty good for Yuri given the state of the board I'm looking at right now.
Yep, 11 defense there on Nemuru's side, so very aggressive start, and we do see 12 damage is in this hand. There's 13 damage if the Cincin was fully fused. That is a big question
No,
mark.
because he can't trade, right? Because the Cincin would clear the pool. Oh no!
There's the blade.
There's Quick Blader!
Quick Blader. The lair, there's everything. Does
Did
this
we
give him
join
enough?
just at the last second to just see it happen?
I think we did. I do think we did. Here we go. Fusing up.
My condolences.
Here comes the Sincero. Evolving for another 4 damage. Another
there
4
you
damage
go.
from the Remnant. And the Quick Blader secures Yuri. The day 2. We managed to just catch the very end of that. A 2-0 into a 2-0. These players are crazy, man.
Right? So that's confirmed. Both DFM Yudi as well as DNF Reroll are making it into Championship Sunday without having to go through LCQ. Now, guys, We do still have 2 games left. It is 1 round of playoffs, but we staggered it a little bit because we want to watch as many games as possible. Next up, it's going to be El Genubi versus Ando Ren, as well as Me Shadow 51 versus DFM Mill. We are going to take a very short, just 10-minute break to get the players ready in their seats. And do not miss this. This is the final 2 players who are qualifying to Championship Sunday. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back after this.
Welcome back to the Shadowverse World Grand Prix 2025. You are tuning in to the very end of day one, where we are going to be taking a look at the final playoffs, which will determine which final two players will be locking in their seats for the championship Sunday before the LCQ spot opens up tomorrow. This, of course, will be the final games that we watch on stream. If you've missed out, if you're just tuning in, we have a whole archive for you to check out. 6 rounds of Swiss, another playoff set that we just watched, some crazy nail biters, and some very fast games as well. And now it all comes down to this. Let's take a look at the matchups that we're going to be featuring here in this final set. So as you can see, we had Yudi versus Neuru, where Yudi won, and Reroll versus Alejandro, where Reroll won, and both of them punched in their tickets into Championship Sunday. Igni, what do we have left ahead of us?
We have El Genubi, the November 2nd place Shadowverse Online Championship 2025, versus Ando Ren, who is one of the last remaining players who qualified through 2024 Shadowverse Classic tournaments all the way back in spring. And then also we have Shadowverse NetEase Championship 2025 champion MiShadow51, the pinnacle of the NetEase circuit, up against Fukuoka champion DFM Mill. Both very, very strong players. Of course, MiShadow, the top of the entire circuit on their end, but DFM Mill also a storied player from all the way back in Shadowverse Classic. I believe they competed in Dawnbreak Night Edge as well, which is a while ago for all the unks in the chat. So definitely some very strong players here. And we are going to be watching the MiShadow Mill game first. Let's take a look at the deck list and see what they're actually bringing into this. I believe it is a Sword Rune Mirror. So for MiShadow here, we have the Loot Swordcraft list. Very standard from what we've been seeing. One of Ignominious Samurai, one of Knightly Ardor, one of Kagemitsu being the more interesting technologies that have recently popped up. As well as on the Earthright side, we see no Witches New Brews. We see 3 Enchanting Perfumers, which is pretty wild how we've seen a variance between 0 copies and 3 copies of that card. Really goes to show you how flexible the deck is in terms of deck building. 2 Alanthums, 2 Rayos. So, you know, pretty standard list, I would say. And meanwhile, Mill, tell me about this, Chris.
Yep, so Mill is also coming in with the lineup that we see. Actually, if you tune into the Japanese stream as well to see the other of the playoffs, you will see that it's also going to be the same archetypes too. So here we have, of course, once again, the Loot Sword, as we've been calling it throughout this entire tournament, with some of this universal tech, apparently, with things like Knightly Ardor, as well as the Kagemitsu, that we've actually seen steal games today as well. And of course, the Earthright Rune that, as I said before, has been very fun to watch throughout this entire day. So this will be our final set. This is the Fukuoka champion, Mill, who has been around for quite a bit as well. Used to be a crazy artifact player back in base Shadowverse, making some completely out of the mind plays, and also had like 2 back-to-back tournament wins during the Omens set season as well.
Yeah, for Worlds Beyond, right? Heirs of the Omen, like 2 pretty big ones.
Exactly. So looking forward to seeing how Mill and MiShadow will clash in this final one. Of course, they are representing 2 different scenes, NetEase versus the Japan, I don't know if you want to call it Rage or just official Japanese Shadowverse scene. Well,
it's a bit interesting, right? Because DFM Mill qualified through the Extra Championships, which is a new type of tournament introduced with World Beyond, where it's the offline regional, so have to actually travel all the way to Fukuoka for that.
Yeah, and a lot of the players that did have really deep runs from the Japanese players actually do seem to have gotten their qualifications offline. So it really goes to show that maybe being used to that offline environment and playing in those offline tournaments might give a little bit of a buff in playing in the World Grand Prix. So if you have a chance to experience an offline event for Shadowverse, 100% recommended. It is something of its own.
It changes the way you see the game. Like, as somebody who actually experienced it myself, I played in a Rage one time, and like just being able to sit across from my opponent like that was really invigorating. Now, again, very strong players here. I will say, very interestingly, their Earthright lists are quite different, but their loot lists look exactly the same.
Right. It almost looks like it's card for card, if not actually card for card.
I think it is card for card, yeah. With no Ruby, no silly little games. We're going straight in with the aggressive stuff plus Kagemitsu Knightly Ardor as that secondary backup.
All right, our players look to be getting ready to go into this first game of our final playoffs. DFM's Mill versus Me Shadow 51.
Earthright Mirror here, Chris, and we've said it again and again. Earthright Mirror is going to be the most prevalent in this tournament, and everyone knew this going in if they were studying the meta, right? So how do we make sure that we can take this mirror match? What are the best odds to take this mirror match? A lot of the time, it's Valharia, Norman, and the Lantham as the key pieces. Now, both players here don't really have a mid game, which is a bit concerning.
Yes, absolutely.
Ooh.
Although, hold that thought. Neuru picked up. That's going to help quite a bit as well. Overall, otherwise, Apprentice can do some work. Alchemic Flare can help to answer this board early if you don't mind losing a bit of your damage cap down the line. But getting the first sigil down is also very important in this mirror because, again, we've said it time and time again, this mirror is very much a resource showdown.
We saw it earlier as well when it's difficult to juggle the resources if you're, using the Earth Sigils a little too frivolously. It really makes it so that you can't play these power play curve turns like Realel on 5, Norman on 6. So generating the Sigils early game is really important, making sure you have enough for those power plays that don't refill your stack.
Exactly. Now, over on Mill's side here, does have some plays to choose from. Committing a 2-drop or just boosting the sigils. Again, both players do have the Lantham to go into in the late game. Penelope is the choice.
Just a classic 2-2 improved stack by 2, but no way to capitalize on that stack just yet. I think for Mill, turn 4 is looking like it's going to be a Grand Angita to try and draw into Realel Rosette or other power play. I don't think this draw changes that.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Mill's thinking over it.
Because if you play the Edelweiss here, you're wasting trade power by not having anything to run into. One, you're using your stack that you're not going to refill. And that's awkward, because if you use Edelweiss here now and play Melvi, you have 2 stack. If you top deck Realel Rosette, you want to use it, and then you have 0 stack for a Norman. So I think it is going to be Grand Angita, but, it's nice to think it through.
Grand Angita, you want to dig for your Norman. Trading 2/2s at this stage of the game is completely fine as well. And you're ahead of the stack as well.
Another option is Melvi, Witch's Brew Engage. Oh, hovering over the... Oh, it looks like it is going to be the line. Can DFML make it in time, though?
It's calling it close, but managed to barely...
Does make it
on time.
And rewarded by getting that Realel Rosette off the top.
Here comes Cagliostro without evolving.
I think it is just slam Realel Rosette here, especially with Sandalphone and 2 Grand Jitas in hand. You're boosting 3 gauges that way.
Yeah, this is very, very huge. You could even go as far as maybe committing an aggressive evolve here, but I think that might be pushing it a little bit far. But it's just based on what is in the hand.
Based on what is in the hand, it's actually not a bad call, right? Because by doing so, you essentially get free evolves back from the Grand Jita anyway. So...
That's what Mill is milling over and is going to commit to the Melvi evolve.
Mill is mulling over the Melvi evolve. Somebody call the the children's book writers. Chris has got some bars for you.
On the house.
All right, out comes the Realel Rosette on this side as well, though.
Does get to stay up with a 5-1 in stats. Again, only 4 Earth Sigils. The free evolve is very much appreciated for the Edelweiss. In, again, helping to push these Skybound arts. But is it a bit too much commitment? Grad and Jita here would actually... They would become active now because we've seen 3 evolves. This would be the 4th. And then he'd technically be able to go...
Yeah.
While evolving.
That seems really
so
good, right?
that gets your Sandalphon up very quickly.
And you draw into potentially another power play.
Seeker dons her mask.
That seems really strong.
What I've done.
Oh, I see. Doing this instead so that you have enough stacks for your Lilanthem on 8, which you're absolutely slamming down as fast as possible. I understand that.
I like it. I like it a lot. Perfumer, will it be matched with an Ars Magna?
I think the Perfumer will be evolved here just to build up stack, because Shadow is probably going to extra play point out his own Lilanthem here as well.
Yeah, they're trying to match each other in terms of stack counts as much as possible.
I think you can hold the Ars Magna. It's fine. The 2 deal and 1 heal is not impactful in this state of the game. You can hold it to either ping off a Norman barrier or to transform it into Ursats. So this is totally fine, I think.
Alright. Now this is one more turn for Mill to build up more of these Earth Sigils. Brandon Gita is also a good answer into this board while drawing into more pieces. Haven't seen Norman yet for either player either.
I think now that we're at this stage in the game, it's going to all come down to which Lilanthem can stick in Gilgamesh face.
Yeah. And the first one to play it is looking to be Shadow.
The thing is, though, Mill has 2 Gran and Jitas, which is 4 lives off of Lilanthem if Lilanthem is not evolved. So he might still be able to win that in the long game.
Ease up then.
Ooh,
Perfumer's
Siege-like.
really good. Perfumer evolved. Perfumer gets you to 11 stack this turn. They land Lilanthem the turn after, double clearing your guys. You have 2 Gran and Jitas to get rid of most of their lives.
Care to sample my insect?
Mill calling it a little bit close on the timer, but does manage to do the play. Get to 11. Norman picked up here for Shadow.
Norman is interesting. Does that change the calculus for this turn?
You have a nice way to take out the board by not just trading, but also having the Ars Magna to back it up as well.
That's true, right? You can just Norman evolve, get double golems, trade into the 5/5 Ars Magna, the 2/2. Sort of forces Lilanthem on their end. But I think it is just going to be... The threat of Lilanthem on their end makes the Norman play much worse, right? So I guess this doesn't make sense. Yeah.
If my mouth is open, feed me.
So 3 reses, 4 lives. I think it is just Lilanthem Slam.
I think I'm stuffed.
I think you even super just to take this one out. You know?
Yeah.
If my day
Gonna go into it, trade one of them away. You are ahead in Earth Sigil, so Mill,
even.
he is looking quite good here, especially with a double Grand Jita.
It is very difficult for Shadow to clear all these lives.
Ars Magna not being able to target as well definitely hurts too.
Mill has 5 reses, so 6 Lilanthem lives. There's no shot that can be dealt with this turn.
Yeah, I wonder how far he can get with it. Edelweiss does help, but that is also eating into your own stacks, which you're not too happy about.
Yeah, Edelweiss gets rid of this life, and then it's 5 more to go. Which is oh man.
The truth shall set you free.
Cagliostro comes down, does have the free evolve. And it's gonna be the Grand Jita. Are we gonna see? Yep. Go in with the attack.
I think I'm stuffed.
That is 1 life you can take out with the Cagliostro and then trade 1 more of your own?
No, surely not.
You just go face, right?
Yeah.
Behold the might of the supreme Primarch.
I wonder if that was correct then. But I think I think the Cagliostro had to come down. Because if the Cagliostro didn't come down, his Lilanthem would be permanently moved. And you cannot have that. So... Oh, Sandalphone's already active?
Yeah, I mean, this is the one that's been in hand from the beginning.
Oh my goodness. Well, I mean, that doesn't... It's not relevant until the Lilanthem can get cleared, though. So...
Yeah. But I do think with a double Grand Jita, this shouldn't be much of an issue, no?
Double Grand Jita with only 8 or 9 play points, it would If you trade one Lelantham, yeah. So you trade one of yours.
Yeah, you could have to trade one of your Lanthams, but I feel like it's worth it if it means that you're essentially shutting out their resources for the rest of the game.
If you're supering the Lelantham, does that mean you can spend one Grand Jita for draw as well? You super this, Grand Jita for draw, get rid of one, Grand Jita for damage. Oh no, you can do both. Oh yeah, this is really good.
All
This is really
in,
good.
yeah.
All in, and then 8 face, right?
8 damage. That cues you up into Sandalfall next turn. You're looking good.
This is looking really strong for Mill. That's a permanent kill on that Lelantham, and the 8 is going straight to the dome.
This is so good, and while we don't have any more super evolves, that is the only thing to keep in mind. If the board is not significant enough, Sandalphon plus virtually anything else.
I mean, just in
should be able to do it,
general, this Lantham's not going anywhere, right? Is it just double Golem Turtle up?
I think so.
No supers means Vilharia is no longer a threat, which is why it was consideration to not super the Lanthem last turn and just trade, right? Because now suddenly you're in a bit of an awkward spot.
Gilmey's Found is not fully effective.
I wonder, right, if DFM Mill didn't commit the super that turn.
Yeah, that could have been the checkmate situation, right?
Yeah.
It looked good in that position, but it's also just like how... Oh, you can see my shadows already popping off. But Sandalphon here is not finding a way to the face outside of just 5 very lucky hits.
I think that might have been the entire difference maker. If he just traded Lelantham one time,
Yeah.
still would have been able to play the Gran Angita twice.
Yeah.
Full clear.
Would have lacked the 5 damage, so it would have been a 15 here, so Sandalphon would not have won the game. But you would have been in a completely different position.
He would have been able to clear this Norman, and I think longer term, over the next 2 to 3, connect more damage. Now
we're
it's
gonna see a
suddenly
miracle
really
happen.
awkward.
1, 2, 3, 4. Oh my god!
That, look at Mishadow's reaction. That was so absurdly close. Imagine if that actually went through.
Dude, I nearly jumped out of my chair, man. What just happened?
Oh, I loved Mishadow's reaction there. He was like, all right. Yeah, I think Mill got a little overeager with that evolve. If he played a little slower, held back the super, especially with 2 Velharias and an activated Sandalphone in hand, that I think would have been able to checkmate the turn after. Because with Velharia, it's a 2 play point answer to the widest, most problematic board that Mishadow could have presented, right? So I think that was a little bit of a overactive play. Could have held it a little bit back.
Yeah, I do think you can see he's trying to clap himself back into the game here. DFM's Mill. But this is, like, you have to keep in mind, it is currently, like, what? Approaching 8 p.m. in Japan, 7:30 right now. They've been here from the very early hours of the morning. Had to go through 6 best of 3 sets with 2 different decks in their arsenal, and now have to play this playoff with everything on the line.
This is it. This could be the last, or Mill might be able to claw it back. Mishadow is playing the exact same loot list that Mill is, and he knows that, so he should know the list inside and out. Will that be an advantage and let him go take it to 1-1, or will Mishadow be able to find all the pieces he needs to nip this in the bud? That is an amazing hand for Mishadow.
This is so big. He's got all of the main combo pieces. As long as he gets the loot generators, he's good.
Oh, he's good.
He's good.
Oh, he's good.
He's vibing a little bit, listening to some tunes.
He's listening to the tune in game, man. Yoshihiro Ike has cooked once again with this custom World Grand Prix track.
He truly has. He truly has.
I'm really loving how expressive Mishadow is.
Right? He's made for the stream table. He's made for the feature match.
If you're Mill, just apprentice away a Cagliostro at this stage in the game, or apprentice away an Edelweiss.
make Flare instead. Respect the early board.
I think that is correct. Now that I'm thinking about it, if he apprenticed instead, it would have just gotten free cleared by returning slash. So this does make sense to me.
A few more extra play point is so worth here. That's big.
But with Octrus is ready. Returning slash plus dagger plus lair plus dagger can clear. Oh no, returning slash plus dagger is already done. It's a 3/3
on as well.
Yeah, we're good. Yeah, that's plenty.
Yep. There's the blade.
And he has the second Octrus as well. This is looking really, really strong for me, Shadow.
Yeah, these fuses. This Octrus token is going to come out very fast.
Meanwhile, over on Mill's end, are we just going to see a Melvi Witch's New Brew? I think that might be the case. Try to build up the resources a little bit. Also could be Melvi plus Apprentice. Making sure you have enough stack into a Mirail Rosette and Norman turn. If you Melvi Apprentice, you go up to 3 stack, play Mirail Rosette, you don't have enough for double Norman. So it might have to be Apprentice Engage to ensure the best line.
I see it.
Could also be Melvi Brew Engage.
All I can do is ease up with them.
Apprentice it is. Edelweiss goes back. Sage Light picked up. That's really big in this matchup.
That is big. Need that heal. I'm wondering if the Melvi Brew Engage was the better line. Getting 4 stack so that you can have the opportunity to Mirail Rosette into Norman, but perhaps it won't come up.
Okay, looks like we're just gonna widen out the board a little bit.
Yeah, and I guess worst case scenario, you can use the extra play point for the stack you need for Norman, but that seems like a bit of a waste, so I don't know. But I guess the wide board is also an option, and it's honestly not too bad. The only thing is that I worried about this play because this play gets super hard punished by Congregant. Didn't happen, but it was pretty risky.
Yeah, especially with how close the Octrus crest is now from his countdown.
Don't even leave the dust behind.
DOT with the boots, likely.
Give it here. Reach too high.
This is a pretty safe point to put down the lair here. It's kind of crazy. He's drawn into so many parts that doesn't even need the tablet at all so far.
Right. Yep. And we're going to get the hollowness out soon.
Next turn already, that invites you into a second Octrus. Will you accept the invitation?
I think it is 100% second Octrus next turn, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I accept.
Does me shadow.
Isn't there someone you forgot to ask?
I'm glad you got that. Mill, though. Again.
Which is, yeah, little strange. Which is New Brew, Cagliostro might be the only line. Unless. Okay. No, it's still Cag. It has to be. Because next turn you're going to want to super your Penelope and try and draw into Lilanthem, right?
I feel like watching this second game really has emphasized just how ridiculous Mill's hand was last game.
You're right.
Octrus number 2 after getting the Remnant. What's next now?
Evolve Octrus to get more loots. Totally fine. Tablet, just leave the 2/2 up. I think this is correct. And then you fuse 1 into Sincero to not overdraw. Zeta Beta picked up is pretty big too.
Big damage output coming in here. This is... It's so big to get the second Octrus crest up because now you will have that second wave of damage without having to rely on Albert.
And that means no matter how much they heal, you have OTK. Because Sincero's
Yep.
8, and then 4 plus... Well, close. But it's close. You have 16, plus whatever you have in the back.
Alright, this is Norman time.
The problem about normal, man, is that it does just get answered by the Sincero on the crackback.
Yeah, that's why I feel like you really, like, preparing the sigils for a second one is really good, because the moment you hit it up the second time, you know, they're not going to hit you with double Sincero, but double Norman doesn't require that much preparation.
I think this is a Sincero slam. Is there any other place?
100%.
Let's see. Nope.
I don't think anything else cleans this up as smoothly. 4 cards fused. This will be 8 damage on its own.
Fusing just to get the crest down.
Yep.
Makes sense?
Praise me more. Don't.
8 to the dome. 1 play point left. Just please quick later, go face. All right. Now we have Hollowness in hand, 1 blade, and a layer down. Zeta Bea can present threat as well next turn, especially the Bane clearing whatever they play, and then that lets you play a Hollowness for face as well.
This heal is so important. If Mill didn't heal here, Zeta Beta would actually have been game. Because you would get 6 from Super Evolve, Remnant for 10 total, and then 11 off of the blade. The blade, yeah.
So this heal is necessary. Can trade Edelweiss, Penelope, play Sage Light to go to 17?
I think you have to.
That might be the only line.
Man, it's crazy. Right now, Mill is just fighting to survive. But still has quite a far way to go to actually approach lethal at this point.
The other option is to sigils into next turn Lil Anthem, but I think that's really, really risky. I think you just have to heal. So that next turn you can land Lil Anthem and not spend that turn healing, right?
Yep.
Time's running out. We have to make a choice.
I was gonna make a flare without the extra damage. Trying
No
to
heal
keep
mention.
the bodies on the board. It's very close. 2 damage off right now.
Sincero.
Number 2 with a layer on board.
That can get to... Double checking where? What's the pair? Goblet and boots. Yeah, so it's
You get a
maximum
boost
6.
into the lead. It's not this turn, but this also gets you another way to fuse.
And get the crest down, right? That's so true.
Yeah, and this means that next turn, if you can play a loot, the next turn you do get another remnant, actually, which is quite insane to think about. God, the second Sincere pickup is so huge.
That's really big.
Nishadow's deck wants him in day 2 on Championship Sunday.
Sincero currently has Blade fused into it. Devotee gets you Boots and Goblet. All he needs is Necklace for a full fuse. Right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Mill. I have to think about it. The double Sage Light definitely is a prayer here, but you can't ignore the ambush. You do have ways to deal with it.
Nishadow forcing a Sage Light just to take out a Valse, that not only spends sigils, not only spends play points, but also prevents healing at the same time. This Valse is getting so much work in.
Technically, Granangita can also get the job done.
That's
And
true,
you can
that's
save
true.
the heal.
But then what's your follow-up? I guess you could play Muriel Rosette as well. Or just heal with the Sage Lights. I
Healing
suppose.
is a must. If you don't heal, you are basically out of the running.
You are cooked and chopped and fried.
That is right. Ooh, this tentacles I feel like has allowed him to potentially delay this by another turn.
That's pretty big because Slash can actually.
Don't even leave the dust behind.
That's another source of blade as well.
Yep.
Burst for satiation.
Yep. Lash just for its own effect.
Yep.
3 damage to face.
Use the boots in. No need to, I guess. You can just choose next turn. You get the crest either way.
Yep.
But he is gonna do it. Oh, hold up.
Just checking what we're missing.
It's another blade. So one blade is in. We know that. So goblets and so necklace and boots, and then the goblet from the devotee death.
Yep.
That's full fuse. So next turn, 10 play points with 2 blades and 2 remnants. 8 damage, 10, 18 out of hand.
Let's keep going. Let's keep going.
That's crazy.
First round's the
There's
game.
4, 5 heal.
He might heal just out of
10.
range. This would put him to
Yeah.
19.
Ours Magnum does do it.
I think Mishadow still pulls the trigger though.
Yep.
Because then on the crackback, he has either Tentacles or Albert off top. So this is still super worth IMO.
Full fuse is in.
And
Odin
there's-
picked up in case it's not enough.
Yep. Is there a case to be made for not sinceroing now? Sinceroing after potentially Norman is down or some such.
That's what I'm also thinking about. Like, if you do Sincero here, Norman comes down, you don't get the full answer to it. Double Remnant, first time we've seen that today. But the thing is, they would have to commit heal ward or double heal off of the Norman here.
Behold the might of the supreme
Then if you do, then
Primarch.
you can just run in with the Odin.
I think it's checkmate either way, right? If they don't double ward, you can just Odin. If they heal, like double heal puts them to 11. You're dead to Albert, regardless, right?
Go 6.
Oh no, yeah, you go to 12. You're not dead to Albert because no boots. Because of
The other thing I was thinking is like Odin evolve buff with Gilnelis.
Odin evolve,
10
yeah.
with double blade.
That puts you to... That's 6 damage, and you get the token, Sweetness.
Yeah.
So that's another source of burn. I think it's very likely Mishadow has game within the next 2 to 3 turns.
But there's just a little bit of struggling for Mill to try to make it out. But there's
Has
still
to be double heal.
the fact that Mishadow has gas beyond this.
This has to be double heal. You lose your Granangita, meaning that there's a very easily answerable board here. You just play Odin.
Octress number 3. Congregant, 5 cards remain in deck. There's still an Albert in there.
How do we... Yeah, I think Odin evolve Gilnelis 6 to face. And then from hand, you have the Veracity, which is 5. You have 3 blades,
Yeah.
which would be 8 next turn. So he would have to heal out of range of 8. And that's if Albert's not gotten from the remaining 5 cards in the deck.
Here comes 8 damage.
Oh, wait, sorry, this is 8. Yeah, so it's even harder. Yeah, so... Yeah, it seems really unlikely for Mill to get out of this.
They'll land them a little too late.
It's so interesting. This entire set could have gone differently if Mill didn't super Lelanthem into a Cagliostro board.
And Mishadow pops off knowing that this is it. This is going to be the Veracity that brings victory and carries Mishadow 51 into the Grand Finals Championship Sunday.
An incredibly satisfying set to watch. I think both players played really well. Couple of micro decisions that could have been resulted in a different world line. Love seeing the emotion on Mishadow's face. He should feel good. He should feel relieved. He should feel happy. He's making it to Championship Sunday. Absolutely amazing.
Yeah, this has been absolutely incredible from me, Shadow. And honestly, just incredible to see. It's been incredible to see.
Yeah, and that means that Me Shadow is going to be joining the others that we have seen qualify through this playoffs. Meaning that, you know, Yuri is going in, Reroll is going in, Me Shadow is going in, but we have one other match here that was being played concurrently. El Genubi and Ando Ren, and we'll just go ahead and jump into that match soon. Can we... Yep, we get the deck list up first. Here we have El Genubi's list. It is going to be Loot Sword and Earthright Rune yet again. Again, the sword lists look pretty standardized these days, but the Earthright still lots of room for experimentation. We're seeing 2 Velharia, 2 Elanthum, 2 Ryo, only 1 Perfumer. Let's take a look at the other side as well. Ando Ren, the Spring Champion, the only one in playoff round who qualified through a 2024 tournament. A bit of a different loot list, using Ruby to help try and dig for the important win cons, as well as Apostle of Veracity, as well as playing Earthright Rune 2. So the most common lineup for sure, but who is going to be the one who executes? Who's going to be the one who makes it through?
Yeah, we're tuning in just into the beginning of this second set, it looks like.
Second game, yeah, and so El Genubi has won with Earthright already, has 2 chances to win with loot. Okay.
Right, let's see where this is going to go.
Both players have Tablet. Both players have the draw engine. Neither have Sincero. It's looking kind of like anybody's game at the moment. But remember, even if Ando Ren wins this, he still has to make it through with the Earthright too. So definitely an uphill battle from Ando Ren. Let me tell you a bit of information about these players. Ando Ren qualified through Raid Shadowverse 2024 Spring Finals as the champion. That is Resurgent Legends format, so very, very long time ago, but still showing that he can hang with the big dogs in this year as well. Meanwhile, El Genubi, let me bring it up here, qualifying through a very different event, the online championship in November. So very recently, in fact, just last month. And he was the runner-up, too. So we have one guy who qualified all the way from Resurgent Legends, and one guy who qualified basically yesterday. So very interesting matchup here.
Absolutely incredible. And of course, both players playing that sword list now. And again, this really comes down to the very last game. This is it. This is for all the marbles. The final slot of the 7 that are confirmed today, with only 1 remaining for the LCQ. And one of these players is going to have to fight in that LCQ to try to stand next to the other one on that final stage.
And like
Sunday.
you said earlier, Chris, LCQ is not just the players who dropped day 1 here. It's open. It was an open application tournament. So people from all over Japan, nay, all over the world will be competing for that same slot too. So winning this playoff takes a huge load off your shoulders.
Quite literally, you get 1 extra day of preparation. You get 1 extra day of just thinking about what you're going to be playing for Championship Sunday. And speaking of plays, and Ren here, super evolving the Kagemitsu here. Oh, we see the swiftness of the tablet here, getting that extra draw. And immediately looking at the damage spread, we already have a Remnant in this hand. Zeta Bea to also set up some threat. Extra play point here. You theoretically do have 2 Banes in terms of access. Missing the Sincero here is quite unfortunate in this specific board, because this would be a really nice one to answer here. But your answers are limited to things like potentially could go for Vals and then the Samurai. Although every option kind of ignores Ruby, unfortunately. So it's a little awkward, especially at 7 play points. Vals also kind of loses to your opponent's Sincero that you might be expecting to have come down at this point, but if it hasn't, then that could be the play. Zeta Bea is going to be the choice instead. coming in for her regular body. This will give you a full trade, but no face pressure. The damage is basically equal, except for the Remnant of Hollowness, putting Ren down to 12. Ooh, and this is that Veracity tech.
Oh, that could be really good off of the Kagemitsu coming back next turn. I'll also say unusual game state. No Sincero, we're just going through Kagemitsu Albert, just the regular version of aggression, I suppose.
Yep.
Oh, this is punishing. Getting rid of El Ganubi's draw engine, forcing him to play potentially 3 play points for another tablet next turn, right?
Oh, but he finds Sincero.
But no loot.
No loot. Already used the Remnant as well.
I guess Devotee makes boots. That's only 2 fuse.
It's not quite enough.
How do we feel about Valse here? I think it might set up for a turn after.
There's Albert in hand.
Valse into Goblet puts you to 13. That's just out of range, right?
Would you super your Valse just to survive the Albert? It loses the Congregant then.
Yeah, that's punishing too. You're so right.
There's no easy way out.
All the plays look pretty tough for El Ganubi here.
Yeah, I think no matter which way you spin it, this is gonna be a rough one. Kagemitsu hits the board, Goblet to heal up, and the Val's also committed. We're forgetting about the ambush. Instead, 5 damage is gonna go face.
Still have 1 super left in case the Sincero does come up.
Or if the Albert is found off the top.
Unfortunately for El Ganubi, Albert is in Ren's hand. It's not a clear, but it's close. So how do we navigate this turn to connect into the next, right? Congregant will heal as well while clearing. I think this is the correct line.
Yep. You're getting to duck your opponent's lethal lines while setting up for an almost unavoidable lethal here.
I think the lair has to get Goblet. It's the only way. And you can even necklace your Congregant to give it 1 more buffer against Albert as well.
And Ren is just going through the motions. 1 play point left.
Interesting. I don't know.
Boots.
I wonder if Necklace is the better play. Because doesn't it also tank an Albert hit?
It would, yeah.
I die a warrior's death.
Albert on his own.
That being
Would not
said,
be enough here.
if Ren baits an Albert, then he has guaranteed kill. So maybe he's trying to make that play enticing for El Ganubi, right?
This is tough. You do technically have clear, but that would be like Val's Goblet Boots, and that essentially makes your Sincero kind of worthless.
It's also not healing out of range. Albert Boots is 14.
Yeah, you're right.
So even 1 Goblet is not enough. The draw does not get more healing. I think this might be Ren's game.
Might be going for game 3 of this penultimate decisive match to determine who gets to advance to Sunday and who has to go through the gauntlet tomorrow. And Ren.
This is lethal. This is lethal 12 ways to Sunday.
To Sunday indeed. You've got the 4 damage from the Remnant, and the Albert is
I think Ren just
12 damage.
I think Ren just didn't see the Albert for a second and was like, oh, there it is. Fair enough. Albert going in.
I will not falter.
Tying the setup
That
1-1
is
here.
1-1. Tied up, as you said. 1 more chance for both players. 1 more step towards Championship Sunday. Who will be the one to land? And who will be the one to fall into the LCQ?
That's right. El Ganubi is Loot Swordcraft against Ando Ren's Earth Right Rune. Pretty standard lists on both sides. El Ganubi not playing the Apostle of Veracity or anything like that. Just the one of Kage, the one of Knightly, and the rest of the standard loot package. Meanwhile, Ando Ren, 2 Perfumers, 2 Grand Jitas, 2 Sage Lights, 2 Gilnalises, 2 Velharias, 2 Lanthams, 2 Rayos. So really going for, middle of the road, trying to get all the pieces in.
Yep. Yeah, this sword list has really been very, very common throughout this entire weekend, and we're going to get to see its final showdown here. Last match of the day. No regrets for both of these players. Winner gets to go to Sunday. Loser has to run it back in the LCQ.
Let's dive into it. El Ganubi has a very aggressive hand, especially going first. I think you can toss the Zeta and the Ignominious. You probably keep the tablet and go from
and
there.
The Quick Blader. Yeah, this is going to be... He's keeping the Samurai, but I do feel like it's not going to be doing anything outside of just answering 2 drops early.
Well, if you don't draw another 2-drop, you don't have a follow-up for Quick, I suppose. So the idea is Quick Blader, then they might be able to extra play point out a Penelope or what have you, and the Ignominious answers that.
Oh, they're going to extra play point something else, potentially.
They might just sit.
It's true. You might want to be saving that for the Norman. It is the last game after all. And Norman is very strong in this matchup, especially on turn 5.
Before the Sincero can get to work, right? But it
Ooh,
is going to be
Melvin
extra
hits the
play
board.
point here. Is the Ignominious Samurai keep going to be rewarded? It looks like it.
Most who take brave fool.
There it is.
2 tablets in hand, which means even after 1 tablet in deck. It's a little much, but
A little much. Tablet.
we take draw engine over no draw engine for sure.
Yeah, especially for this deck. Not seeing any of the pieces right now. Only 1 loot generator, no Octress, no Sincero. Gotta get something.
Velharia draws into very slow turn on Ren's side. Interesting. El Ganubi's just gonna go for the aggression instead.
Okay.
I think it makes sense. Do it before they have the opportunity to evolve.
Yeah, and their responses are very limited, especially if you can keep putting up 2 bodies on the board. They typically, until we get to like turn 4 or 5, it's only going to be 1 apiece.
I think we just Witch's Brew first, see what's in the box, then go from there.
And Ren might not agree with that. Alchemic Flare onto the Vels. Ooh,
Just
saving it.
engaging
And there's a tablet.
And
Because
we
you
see
do
another
have-
quick way to draw as well.
Yeah, that's another body to put down, or you just put down the lair. Yeah, I do think here is fine to not go wide because you know they can put down the Edelweiss, and that can clear 2 things, so you don't have to worry about that as much.
That's
so you might as well just use that chance to play the lair, which you will be needing later anyway.
And the Quick Blader can come in clutch to take off a barrier, right? From the Normando.
Alright, but for turn 4 plays, it's not great.
No, I think you just want to build your stack. I think this might be Cagliostro Pass. Other option was Engage or Melvi plus Brew.
Yeah. That was also another choice. Lets you dig into your deck as well to try to find the...
Octress picked up is pretty big.
Oh my god, okay, that's good. Ooh, we're starting to pick up our one-ofs here as well. It's one of the strengths of the tablet.
I think Ren is not happy to see that. Looking at that expression. Unctus coming out very much on time. Trade in,
Now
just
you
you
can
can.
Zero.
Wonder if you just land the quick bleeder here, just to get it out of hand, because you're gonna be drawing 2 per turn, right? So
It's either that or you're keeping it for potential buff somewhere down the line. But you do have a lot of good buff targets to begin with.
could also spend the blade, because you're gonna get another blade probably off of Lair anyway, because you have necklace currently in hand. Oh, that's true. You already have one of the pairs, so maybe don't. Yeah, interesting. I maybe would have played the quick blader there, but I think saving it for Norman is also fine. So I think that could have gone either way. Plus, I guess if you're expecting Muriel Rosette, yeah, no need to spend the quick blader, I suppose.
Okay. Muriel Rosette does look good for this turn. Norman's set up for next turn. Earth Sigils, though, gonna get pretty low by doing that.
Well, you do have the brew at least.
That's true.
Draw first, see if you get Sincero. Oh,
Oh my god. How does he do it? El Ganubi quite literally has set up now. No more hand issues either going forward.
Only thing is, how are we clearing this board of 5/5s? Zeta Beta Evolve takes care of it, but it's a bit of a waste of an Evolve, unfortunately. That's not going to the dome.
Yeah, if it was, the Unctus Crest is a little bit too far off for Sincero to be hitting the board next turn.
I don't think there's any other way to clear, though. I think it has to be Zeta Beta, and you have to... Or you just leave one up and just go face with the other.
That is one of the options I was thinking over.
Yeah.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah. It's pretty good.
5 damages will be accepted by El Ganubi.
I guess it's fine. It's not like they have a lot of out-of-hand damage besides Sandalphone anyway, and that's really on a much later turn than this, right? So... And now that with Sincero in hand, Norman becomes significantly worse.
Yeah, that is true. Sincero's been publicly revealed to Ren.
Look at me.
So it is public knowledge.
I am the captain now. Toss away an Edelweiss here, I think.
Yeah, I think you'd like to find Little Anthem. Although at the same time, your Earth Sigils are not far enough to make use of her. Just a heal.
Up to 17, bringing El Ganubi down to 15. I think this is the correct play over Norman, because Norman would have just invited Sincero into your home.
Yep. Another layer picked up. At least you won't be lacking any loots here.
I think first things first, you use the Tabletto. Ooh.
To find
okay.
Alberto.
There is a line now. 2 Alberts and a Sincero picked up. If you pop... You can Quick Blader, pop Lair, double fuse, full clear, do 9 now. Put them down to 8 this turn. But what's your follow-up? I'm a little worried.
Unctus Crest is still so far away is the problem.
That's the thing, and I'm also a little worried, and I never thought I'd say this, Chris. I'm a little worried that Kagemitsu's not in hand yet for El Ganubi.
Oh. Our new best card in the game. Sincero, though.
It is the line I outlined here.
Down to 8.
If this forces Norman for heal, I think that's a kind of a win for El Ganubi.
And that is going to be the case.
Up to 6.
Going once. Going twice.
Is it healer or is it Guy?
Guy, since you've seen this in Zero, it could be Guy, but
Yeah.
then you are in danger of just a big setup turn into Albert next turn.
I think it might still be Guy. You heal to 13 if you do Guy, which is out of Albert range.
We're going to 17 instead, it seems.
All right, he's weighed the pros and cons.
So much for negotiation.
Evo T up. Ignominious is a pretty big pickup too, actually. Because you can just use that to take out the Norman. Then go from there.
Albert regular evolve is also technically 5 damage, but I think at this point you're going to be saving them for the later turns regardless.
I think the issue with Alberting here is Elganubi doesn't know that Ren doesn't have Sandalphone in hand. If he Alberted there, it was really risky. Could die to Alchemic Flare plus some such, or at least get close to dying. Yeah.
There he is. Man of the hour, Sandalphon. Ooh, there's also more healing options.
The Penelope is a pretty big pickup. I think that is the where you start this turn.
Yeah. It's healing, it's resources, it's... I feel like, again, it's one of those cards that only got better with time.
Mm-hmm. Especially in this meta where, you know, Loot Sword is one of the best decks, and they have a kind of a hard limit of how much damage they can actually do.
Yeah.
As long as you can stay out of range, you can make things awkward for him.
Yeah, I'm gonna go first in with the Super Evolve. It is the last one for this game, for this day for Andren.
Let's keep going.
That's
Gonna
a
just go
big
wide.
board. And we saw Sincero used already. I really like this line.
Yeah, especially after adding the Sandalphon to hand is absolutely huge.
The Congruent pickup's pretty big, though. But is it enough? I don't think so. Oh, no, if you evolve it, yeah. Would be, right?
It sure should. You do get 2 forms of heal. You can keep the boots for your Albert, so that is...
Yeah. So what you would do
also
is...
threatening 14.
You would necklace the... You could necklace the Congregant if you wanted to. Have that be the way you clear. But now it's a little awkward.
I think it's... Ooh, boots is going to be used here. Still mostly fine.
It's not guaranteed now, right? I feel like if he
Yeah.
evolved Necklace and then took out one of the 5/5 still standing, that would have been a... Oh, but then an evolve would be used, and he has 2 Alberts, so he wants to keep both. But
Yeah.
now it's looking a little strange.
And you'll essentially have to just trade one of these,
Yeah.
so you don't get to keep anything on board for pressure.
But I think this, yeah, keeping in mind there's 2 Alberts in hand, I think it is correct not to use Evolve here. On second thought.
Alright, neither Sandalphon is ready just yet. Does this...
There's not that much stack for the Lilanthem either. You might just
Yeah.
Lilanthem and engage. It gives you 3 lives, at least.
So right now I think we had 3 evolves last turn, right, that the first Sandalphon saw. So the Sandalphon should be at 13 here, so it would go to 14 with the Edelweiss. It's not enough yet.
Well, it's turn 9, so if we saw 3 evolves, the Xenophon is at 12 max currently, right? So...
Oh, true.
yeah,
Sorry.
yeah.
Including the Edelweiss before it actually happened.
Velharia first, then?
Draw a card.
Oh, that's a pretty big pickup, though.
The truth seeker.
Because that activates now immediately with an Edelweiss proc.
True. And it gives you the
Set you free.
Earth Sigil back as well.
And now next turn you have double Ars Magna into double proc, so a 12 gauge, 14 gauge, next turn 15 gauge Xenophone's active? Should be. If it saw all evolves, right?
Yeah. The first one will be active. It's time for Albert number 1.
It might be Albert Remnant go to the dome.
Think so.
Heaven's wrath will fall heavy on your head.
I've always known.
It's gonna be regular revolt for 10 damage here. Trying to tie it up with the second Albert. Lost one more. Down to 8.
Can Ren heal out of range of Albert 2? Albert 2 is 14 maximally. So he'd need to heal 7 health here.
Without evolve points, that's pretty tough.
No evolves, so these Gillen Leases aren't doing it. Only 2 Ars Magnus. Elganumi might have him dead to rights.
After a very long, hard-fought battle, too. Elganubi might just be punching in that ticket to Championship Sunday. And Ren saying his prayers for no second Albert. But if that extra Super Wolf point is still available, then
It's a bit
I hate
telegraphed,
to
right?
break it to you, Chief.
Yeah.
Is this the end?
Veracity, double Ars Magna is only going to heal to 10.
And Albert's going to be doing 14. Ah, the emote.
The finale is here. Albert hits the board. Levin, Storm Saber is going to be the one to punch in Championship Sunday ticket directly for Elganubi here, taking Andren to the LCQ after all those hard-fought games.
That's right, chat. All 6 rounds of Swiss are over. All 4 games of playoffs are over. We are at the end of World Grand Prix Day 1, and that means we have our 7 qualified to Championship Sunday from today. And we're going to have that graphic up for you real quick to show you who all out of the 30 world-class players made it without having to compete in LCQ tomorrow. Reminder, all the players who didn't make it, so the other 23, will be able to compete through LCQ tomorrow before Championship Sunday, but that one is also open to the public. So incredibly difficult, incredibly high demand. 5 quadrillion players are going to be there. So it's going to be tough, and only one makes it too. So we're currently having we're working on getting the full graphic up for you, but I'm pretty sure we know everybody. That being said, before that we look at all the players. I just want to remind everybody at home right now, Grand Finals stream is also happening. We're not streaming LCQ tomorrow, but we will be streaming Grand Finals on Championship Sunday. So please do stay tuned right here on the Shadowverse Game channel for that. The waiting room, I believe, is already up on our English YouTube channel waiting room. And we already have the graphic here for all of the players who qualified.
Let's
Let's
go.
take a look. Huge congratulations to all of these 7 players. Yuto Fujiwara from Raid Shadowverse 2024 Summer 2nd place. DNF Reroll from Korea Open 2025 Grand Finals champion. YFM Agunomu, the Pro League qualifier from 2025. The championship champion. It's funny when it says championship champion, but it is true.
Yeah.
Elganubi from the Shadowverse Online Championship 2025 November 2nd place. Our very own Shadowverse Open 2024 Masters Cup champion, Twilight Knight Shinja. From the NetEase Circuit Championship 2025, the champion, Me Shadow 51. And finally, last but very much not least, the Extra Championship 2025 Aichi champion, DFM Yuri. Those are the 7 players making it directly from Day 1 to Championship Sunday. However, there is one player to be determined, and that's going to happen tomorrow at the Last Chance qualifier. Once again, all the players from today, the other 23 who did not make the auto qual from today into Championship Sunday, will have another chance tomorrow at the Last Chance qualifier alongside everyone else who signed up.
That is right. So you're not going to want to miss it. And speaking of not wanting to miss it, there is also, of course, the stream on Sunday. This is for truly all the marbles. World Grand Prix Grand Finals will be taking place this Sunday, the 28th of December, right before we close out the year and the 2025 circuit. It's going going to be starting from 10 a.m. JST, just like today. So make sure you mark your calendars and tune in because it's going to be best of 5s with 3 different decks across these 8 players, together with, of course, our player that makes it from the LCQ for a total of 8 to fight for the 100 million yen grand prize.
You definitely do not want to miss it, guys. The waiting room is already up over on our YouTube at Shadowverse Game, the very channel you're watching this on right now. So make sure to click notify me on that waiting room for Sunday. And remember, best of 5 means 3 decks, 0 bans, and that means they get to change their entire lineup. So you're going to want to peep your peepers to see if anything gets switched up between day 1 LCQ and Championship Sunday. But that is it for us for today. I want to extend a heartfelt thank you to everybody who tuned in from both me, production, and Different Fight. It's been a fantastic day of Shadowverse competition, and I cannot wait to continue to see who takes the crown for the entire year on Sunday. Guys,
right.
Chris, you have anything else you want to say before we close things out?
Nope, it's been amazing day 1. It's been an absolute pleasure, and I'm ready to get into it on Sunday. Don't miss out.